I didn't find out from them. I found out from a florist. I was picking up dried lavender from a local shop when the woman behind the counter smiled and said, "You're the Carter girl, right? Your family's ordering peonies by the crate for that big wedding next weekend. You must be thrilled." I blinked. "What wedding?" Her face dropped. "Oh, sorry, I thought." She trailed off. I paid for the lavender and walked out. At first, I thought maybe she had the wrong Carter family. But I knew better. There's only one in our town with enough money and ego to need crates of imported flowers. When I got home, I didn't text my brother. I didn't call my mother. I waited. And 2 days later, Mom finally messaged. Not an invitation. A sentence. "It's just a small wedding, sweetheart. Don't worry about it." No, sorry. No explanation. Just a smirk tucked between words. The same tone she used when I didn't get into NYU. When my engagement ended. When my job offer in Boston fell through. Like she was always a little pleased when things didn't go my way. I stared at the message for a while. Then drove over. They were setting up patio lights when I arrived. My mother, fussing with centerpieces. My father, stringing wires in silence like he'd forgotten how to speak years ago. She saw me and gave that tight, glossy smile she saves for strangers and women she pretends to like. "I figured you'd hear eventually," she said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "It's nothing personal. We just needed to keep it small." My brother? He didn't even come out of the house. And Dad, he looked at the ground like it was safer than looking at me. I didn't ask why. Didn't argue. Didn't beg. I just smiled. And I said, "Thanks for making it easy." Then I turned around, walked back to my car, and drove to the airport. One way to Reykjavik. Booked before I even packed a bag. They wanted a wedding without me? Fine. I'd give them silence, so loud it echoed. My name is Elena Carter. And from wherever you're watching this video, stay with me. Because sometimes when people leave you out, they're really just clearing space for the life you're meant to build. It wasn't just the wedding. That was just the final, polished insult. The ribbon on top of decades of being told, quietly, consistently, that I was optional. Growing up, my brother Mark was the center of gravity in our house. Golden boy grades, varsity sports, that effortless charisma that makes people forgive things they shouldn't. When he failed algebra in 10th grade, my mom blamed the teacher. When I got an A in the same class, she said, "Of course you did. You're good with boring stuff." Mark got a used car at 17. I got a ride to my job at the library. Once, when I brought home a poetry award from state finals, she smiled and said, "How sweet. Did they give those to everyone?" I told myself it didn't matter, that I didn't need their approval. But children believe what they're shown. And I learned early that praise had conditions and I didn't meet them. After college, I moved in with my fiancé, Nate. He was kind, steady, safe. We were building a life. Until we weren't. One morning, he said, "I don't know if I can do this forever." And by sunset, he was gone. Left a note, half of his clothes missing, and a quiet apology. I called my mother that night. Voice raw, heart hollow. She said, "Well, maybe it was for the best. Maybe you just weren't enough for him." I remember holding the phone and thinking, oh, so this is what drowning sounds like when no one even notices the splash. I didn't argue, didn't scream. I just stopped calling, because there comes a point where silence stops being passive. It becomes armor. And I wore it well. Years passed. I built a life that wasn't glamorous, but was mine. I taught literature at a small community college. I hiked on Sundays. I wrote poems I never showed anyone. And I smiled at weddings that weren't mine. But the pattern stayed. Christmas invitations that accidentally came late. Inside jokes I wasn't part of. Group texts that conveniently skipped my name. And now, being excluded from the wedding? That wasn't a shock. It was a confirmation that they had already written me out of the story long before the RSVP list was even printed. But here's the thing. You can only be cut out of something if you're still trying to fit in. And somewhere on that plane to Iceland, as clouds swallowed the sky beneath me, I realized I wasn't grieving my family anymore. I was grieving the version of myself that kept hoping they'd change. Iceland wasn't on some dream list. I didn't pin it to a board or circle it in a guidebook. I picked it because it felt like the farthest place from the noise. No family, no wedding, no smiles I had to fake. Just sky, ice, silence. I arrived the morning of the rehearsal dinner. My mother had posted a photo, her in pearls captioned, "The weekend begins." I stared at it while the plane taxied, then turned my phone off and didn't turn it back on for days. I stayed in a cabin, tucked between two black hills. The kind of place where the air feels like it's never been breathed before. There were no TVs, no room service, just a wood stove with blankets and windows that swallowed the sky. At night, I sat near the fire and listened to the wind beat against the walls. During the day, I hiked through snow fields, saw geysers hiss like angry ghosts, and stood alone in a glacier cave so blue it looked like the sky had been frozen mid-breath. And slowly the ache began to thaw. Not all at once, but piece by piece. I didn't cry on the first night. I cried on the third, while eating soup by myself, watching steam curl up from the bowl like it was trying to leave too. I wasn't crying because I missed them. I was crying because I'd spent so long begging to be seen. I forgot what it felt like to look at myself, to ask, who am I when I'm not trying to earn a seat? Who am I when I'm not being compared, edited, erased? I'd given so much love to people who rationed theirs like it was currency, so much loyalty to people who used silence as a blade. And now I was here, in the cold, and for the first time I didn't feel frozen. I felt awake. There's something sacred about removing yourself from the center of pain. Not to run, but to remember you can still move. I climbed a ridge the morning of the wedding, watched the sun rise through snow-dusted clouds, and said out loud to no one but the wind, I'm not sorry I left, because I didn't leave a family. I left a room where love was conditional, and I wasn't going back. I posted the first photo just before their ceremony started. It wasn't planned. I wasn't trying to make a point, but sometimes truth doesn't knock, it just shows up. It was a shot of me standing at the edge of a black sand beach, wind in my hair, arms out like I was holding up the sky. My cheeks were flushed pink from the cold. My coat was open. I looked alive. Caption: Thank you, Iceland, for reminding me how small pain feels when you're standing in something this wide. I tossed my phone on the table and went back to my tea. Didn't check notifications. Didn't think twice. By evening, there were over 400 likes. By morning, it was over 1,000. Messages from old college friends. Comments from coworkers. Even acquaintances I hadn't spoken to in years. You look incredible. Wow, what a trip. Wait, weren't you supposed to be at a wedding? That last one came from someone who knew my brother. Someone who'd been invited to the event I was deliberately left out of. I didn't respond. Instead, I posted again. An ice cave glowing cerulean blue, like it was lit from within. Then a snow-covered cliff at golden hour. Then me, mid-laugh, hair tangled, eyes full of something I hadn't felt in years, freedom. I never mentioned my family, never said a bitter word. But absence is loud, and so is joy, especially when it doesn't come from the place people thought you needed. By the time they cut the cake, my mother's perfect weekend post had fewer comments than my glacier reel. By the time they toasted, people were whispering. Someone asked my cousin why I wasn't there. She shrugged and said, I think they told her not to come. The bride's aunt, a woman I hadn't seen in a decade, messaged me privately. Your photos, they're stunning. And I just want to say I'm sorry. I didn't ask for sympathy. But truth has a way of making its own introductions. My mother posted a group photo the next day. Family is everything, she captioned it. Someone commented underneath. Isn't Elena family? That comment disappeared within the hour. But I saw it, and I smiled. Because this wasn't about clapping back or burning bridges. It was about being fully, visibly, unapologetically absent, and letting that echo louder than any entrance ever could. You don't notice who's missing until people start asking. And they did start asking. The night of the reception, while champagne glasses clinked and sparklers fizzed in curated photos, I was walking across a frozen lake, bundled in wool, listening to snow crunch beneath my boots. The quiet was perfect. But back home, my silence was causing noise. My cousin texted me in the middle of the night. Aunt Joanne asked where you were. Loudly. Your mom's face? Red as her wine. Apparently, Several guests assumed I was running late. Then someone whispered, "She wasn't even invited." That whisper turned into a question. That question turned into a storm. By dessert, it was the only thing people wanted to know. Where's Elena? Why wasn't she here? Was there a falling out? My absence outshined the flowers. The bride, my new sister-in-law, who'd barely met me once at a family barbecue, messaged me directly that night. "Hey, Elena, I just found out you weren't invited. I had no idea. I thought the list was complete. I'm so sorry." I stared at the message, read it twice, then set my phone down. Let it sit. She wasn't to blame, but I wasn't going to untangle their mess either. The next morning, my mother called. Twice. The first went to voicemail. The second I answered. Her voice came through like a breeze that wanted to sound warm. "Elena," she said, stretching it out like sugar on her tongue. "We were just thinking about you. Everything's over now, and, well, it felt a little empty without you there." I didn't say anything. She continued, "We only meant to keep it small. Things just got complicated. I hope you understand." I took a breath. Let the glacier outside the window remind me how sharp stillness can be. Then I said, "You made it clear where I stand." So I stood somewhere else. Silence. Then she said, "You don't have to be cruel." I almost laughed. "I'm not being cruel," I replied. "I'm being honest. And I've never seen any of you handle that well." She mumbled something about talking later. I ended the call before she could finish. That was the last time we spoke. Not because I'm angry, because I'm finished. There's a difference. And it took standing in sub-zero air for me to finally feel warm. Her name was Maren. We met at a geothermal pool on my 5th day in Iceland. I was reading a book half submerged in steam when she floated over and said, "That's the loneliest book I've ever loved." I smiled. We started talking. She was from Copenhagen, a photographer, here with her partner, Lise. They were eloping in 2 days, just them, a guide in the wind. "You should come," she said casually. I blinked. I don't even know you." She shrugged. "That's never stopped kindness." So I said yes. On the day of their ceremony, we met near a ridge overlooking the coast. Black cliffs. Sky so wide it made your lungs feel infinite. Maren wore a navy wool coat with copper buttons. Lise wore ivory gloves and snow in her lashes. There was no aisle, no DJ, no audience, just love standing bare against the wind. They exchanged vows in Danish, their voices quiet but sure. Lise cried. Maren wiped her tears. Then they laughed and kissed like no one had ever told them love had rules. I didn't cry until later, when Maren handed me a piece of warm bread and said, "You feel like someone who needed to see this." She was right, because for the first time, I wasn't watching love perform. I was watching it belong. No hierarchy, no shame, no people pretending you mattered just enough to decorate a room. It made me realize I'd been fighting for a seat at someone else's table, a table where I was only invited when it looked good for them. But here, on this freezing cliff with strangers who wrapped me in a wool blanket and poured tea into my shaking hands, I didn't have to earn my place. I just had to be. That night, I journaled for the first time in months. I don't need to be let in anymore. I will build something of my own. It won't be grand, but it will be honest. The wedding I was excluded from, it taught me what family isn't. This moment, it showed me what love could be. And that felt like more than healing. It felt like beginning. The first thing I noticed when I got back wasn't how familiar everything felt. It was how small it did. My apartment was the same. The city was the same. But I wasn't. I unpacked slowly, folded sweaters that still smelled like wood smoke, hung up photos from the trip, mountains, strangers, skies that held space for me when no one else had. Then I did something simple. I opened the windows. All of them. Let light fill every corner that used to feel dark. A week later, a package arrived at my door. No note, no warning, just a white box wrapped in silver paper. I opened it halfway before I realized what it was. Wedding favors. A custom candle with their names engraved. A thank you card addressed to Elena. A slice of preserved wedding cake. They had sent it anyway, as if to pretend I had been there. I closed the box, walked it down to the donation center, and left it on the steps. Because I don't accept gifts that arrive dressed in denial. 2 days later, my inbox lit up. From Mom. Subject: talk? Body: I know you're still upset. I'd like to clear the air. Maybe we can start fresh. Family is family. I didn't reply. A few hours after that, my phone buzzed. Mark. His first message in over a year. You were missed. I stared at it for a while. Not because it hurt, but because it didn't. Then I typed, I wasn't, and turned off my phone. I didn't cry, didn't rage. I made tea, sat on the floor by the window, watched the tide roll in, slow and certain. Everything I used to chase, their approval, their closeness, their apologies, no longer fit who I had become. I wasn't empty. I wasn't bitter. I was full, in a quiet, complete kind of way. And the only thing missing from my life now was the version of me who thought she had to prove she belonged. 1 year to the day. The air is cold, but not cruel. The sky is soft, barely lit by a sunrise still stretching into itself. I'm sitting on a quiet beach just outside my new town, a place by the water where mornings arrive like apologies you no longer need. I brought a journal with me, the same one I carried to Iceland, the same one I nearly threw away last spring, before I remembered I had more to say. I write slowly now, not to bleed, just to breathe. I don't dream of being let in anymore. I dream of who I'll let in, of dinners with laughter, not comparison, of holidays that don't feel like tests, of mornings like this, where no one expects me to shrink just to be welcome. I pause, look out the water, and smile, because this stillness, this steadiness, is the life I never knew I was allowed to want. Ava, my neighbor's daughter, calls me Annie Elena now. She brings me wildflowers in jam jars and asks if I'll braid her hair before school. I say yes always. That's chosen family. A man I met in a bookstore last month asked me to dinner. He listens when I speak, doesn't flinch when I pause. We're not rushing. I told him I'm learning to trust peace. He said, take your time. I'll still be here. That's honest love. And as for the family I left, they still gather, still send birthday texts without my name, still edit me out of the story like I was a typo. But I don't read their chapters anymore, because healing isn't always loud. Sometimes it's just the decision to stay gone, not out of anger, but out of respect for who you're becoming. I close the journal, let the wind turn the last page, and I say one final thing, not out loud, just in the place that finally feels like home. I am not waiting for permission to be whole. I am already here, and that is enough.
You can eat outside the building. That is what he said to me, not quietly, not as a suggestion. He announced it like he was doing me a favor, giving me permission to leave the party that I helped prepare for, that I brought a gift to, that I dressed up for, even though my nicest clothes were just clean jeans and a shirt I ironed twice to get the creases right. Why would we waste a chair on you? 23 people in that room, some sitting, some standing by the food, some laughing at something someone said. But when he spoke those words, everything stopped. Not because anyone defended me, because they were all waiting to see what I would do. Whether I would cry, whether I would argue, whether I would just leave like he wanted. I looked at the tables they had pushed together, the white cloth someone draped over them, the plates of food that smelled so good my stomach hurt because I had not eaten since morning. I looked at the people sitting there, people I trained when they started, people who showed up late 3 times a week, people who called in sick on the busiest days and left me to handle double the work. Even Lauren was sitting there. Lauren, who somehow always messed up the orders and then told the bosses it was my fault. And they believed her because she knew how to smile and laugh at their jokes. I had been there 3 years, 3 full years. When the place was so small, we all knew each other's birthdays. When busy season meant all of us stayed late and helped each other. When the owner still came to the back where we worked and asked if we needed anything. My name is Beth. I am 34 years old. I have a daughter who is 8. Her father left before she was born, so it has always been just us. This job was supposed to be temporary. 3 months, maybe 6, just until I figured out what came next. But 3 months became a year, and a year became 3, because it paid enough to keep us fed and housed and because I was good at it. I knew every product we packed. I knew which boxes fit which items. I knew how to move fast without breaking anything. I knew the work. Then 6 months ago, the owner brought in his nephew to manage us, to oversee operations, they said, like we were too stupid to understand he was just someone's relative who needed a job. His name was Greg, 26 years old, fresh from somewhere else, full of ideas about how we should work faster, better, smarter. He started changing things, small things at first. He gave me the scanner that took forever to read labels, the one everyone avoided because it added an hour to your day. When I asked for a different one, he said I needed to learn to adapt. He changed my schedule so I had to start earlier, which meant paying my neighbor extra to watch my daughter before school. When I explained that it was hard, he said everyone has responsibilities. He gave me the heaviest loads, the boxes that made your back scream by the end of the day. He saved the easier work for the newer people, said they were still learning. But I had trained most of them. They learned from me. Still, I stayed quiet. I needed the job. I needed the money. I told myself it was temporary. He would get bored. He would move on. Someone would notice. But tonight was different. Tonight was the year-end celebration. They held it every December. One night where they pretended we all mattered the same. They bought food. They gave out little gifts. They made speeches about teamwork and family and how we were all part of something bigger. It was mostly nonsense, but it was one night where we got to sit down, eat something we did not have to cook, and pretend we were not just bodies moving boxes. I brought a gift for the exchange. I spent money I should have saved. I wanted to be part of it. I wanted to feel like I belonged. But when I walked in, Greg looked at me like I had made a mistake just by showing up. He was standing near the food, holding a drink, talking to someone. He saw me, and his whole face changed, like I had ruined something. He walked over. He looked at the gift in my hands. You can eat outside the building. I did not understand at first. I thought maybe he was joking, the way people joke when they do not mean it. But his face was serious. Why would we waste a chair on you? And that is when I understood. This was not a joke. This was him telling me, in front of everyone, that I did not belong here, that I was not worth a chair, that I could leave. I felt my face get hot. My hands started shaking, so I gripped the gift tighter. I wanted to say something. I wanted to ask why. I wanted to scream at him that I had been here longer than almost anyone, that I worked harder than half the people sitting down, that I deserved to be here. But I did not say any of that, because I knew it would not matter. He had already decided, and no one in that room was going to defend me. So I stood there, holding my gift, feeling every single person looking at me. And that is when something inside me shifted. Not anger. Exactly. Anger is hot and fast and makes you do stupid things. This was colder, sharper. This was the feeling you get when you realize that being kind, being quiet, being good at your job means nothing if someone decides you do not matter. I thought about my daughter. I thought about all the times I told her to be polite, to work hard, to treat people with respect. I thought about what I would tell her if someone treated her like this. Would I tell her to accept it? Would I tell her to stay quiet? No, I would tell her to fight back. So I looked at Greg. I looked at his smug face, his expensive watch, his clean hands that had never packed a single box. And I smiled. I said, "Check under your plate." He looked confused. Good. I turned around and walked out, still holding my gift. I heard someone say something behind me, but I did not stop. I pushed through the doors, walked past the rows of boxes, waiting to be packed tomorrow, and left. My hands were still shaking when I got to my car, but not from fear, from something else, something that felt like power. Because here's what Greg did not know, what none of them knew. I was the only one who handled the special orders, the expensive ones, the ones that rich people paid extra for during the holidays. Custom gift boxes, handmade candles, fancy soaps, all of it packed with care and shipped with notes about how special they were. I had been packing them for 3 years. I read every label. I knew every ingredient. I knew which items sold best. I knew what the customers loved. And I knew something else. Those candles. The ones they charged so much money for. The ones they bragged about being completely safe. Made with natural ingredients. Perfect for any home. They had changed. Not the candles themselves. The wax. The supplier switched one ingredient 2 months ago to save money. The new version smelled fine when you first lit it, but if you burned it for more than 2 hours, It released something that made people feel sick, not dangerous enough to cause real harm, but bad enough that anyone using them for a long dinner would end up nauseous and miserable. I knew because I read the labels, because I paid attention, because after 3 years of packing boxes, you start to notice when something changes. And I knew that the owner and Greg both knew about it. I had seen the messages, not because I was spying, because they left papers everywhere, talked openly in the warehouse like we were furniture. They knew the wax was making people sick. They knew customers were complaining. But instead of pulling the product, they decided to sell through the current stock and quietly switch back later. They even paid some bloggers to take down their bad reviews, paid them to stay quiet. They thought no one would notice. They thought it did not matter. Before this party, I had spent 2 weeks preparing something, not out of anger, out of clarity, out of the knowledge that people like Greg only understand consequences. I made cards, simple, printed cards. Each one listed the ingredient change, the name of the supplier, the internal messages I had seen about moving the stock before customers figured it out, the names of the bloggers who had been paid off, everything. I placed one under every plate at the party, under Greg's, under the owner's, under the chairs of everyone who had sat there and watched him humiliate me. But that was not all. Before you keep listening, I want to say thank you. Thank you for being here, for hearing my story. It means more than you know. Tell me in the comments where you are listening from. I want to know who is out there, who is hearing this. Now, back to what happened next. That same morning, before the party, I mailed samples of those candles to people who would actually care. Food writers, consumer safety people, local news reporters who loved stories about businesses hiding problems from customers. I did not lie. I did not make anything up. I just sent them the candles with a note. Burn this for 3 hours and see what happens. I also sent messages to every shop that sold our products. The small stores, the boutiques, the places that trusted us to give them good items. I told them questions were coming. I told them they might want to be ready. I did not do this because I am cruel. I did this because they needed to know what it feels like when someone decides you do not matter. When someone pushes you aside because they can. When someone humiliates you because they think there will be no consequences. Now they would learn. I drove home that night and did not sleep. Not because I was worried, because I was waiting. The next morning, my phone rang early. It was someone from the warehouse. Not Greg, one of the other workers. A woman named Paula, who I had trained when she started 2 years ago. She was whispering, like she did not want anyone to hear. "Beth, what did you do?" I asked her what she meant. "The party. After you left, the owner found the card under his plate. He read it out loud. Then everyone started checking theirs. Greg's face went white. The owner started yelling. They cleared everyone out and closed the doors. We could hear them shouting inside for an hour. I asked if anyone said anything about me. Paula was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "They know it was you. They just do not know what to do about it yet." I thanked her and hung up. Part of me felt satisfied. Good. Let them panic. Let them scramble. Let them feel what it is like when your world shifts and you cannot control it. But another part of me felt something else. Something I did not expect. Doubt. Not about whether they deserved it. They did. But about whether I had thought this through. Whether I had considered everything. Whether I was ready for what came next. I got my daughter ready for school. I made her breakfast. I braided her hair. I did all the normal things. And she did not notice anything was different. That is what you do when you are a parent. You keep things normal even when your insides are screaming. After I dropped her off, I went to a coffee place near her school. Not one of the fancy ones. Just a regular place where working people stop for cheap drinks and a place to sit. I ordered something hot and sat by the window. My phone buzzed. A message from a number I did not recognize. When I opened it, my stomach dropped. It was from the owner. "We need to talk. Today, noon. You know where." I stared at the message for a long time. I could ignore it. I could block the number. I could pretend I never saw it, but that would just delay things. And I had not come this far to hide. I typed back, "I will be there." The hours until noon felt like days. I sat in that coffee place until they started looking at me strange for taking up space too long. Then I drove around. I parked near a playground and watched kids play. I thought about my daughter. I thought about what I was teaching her by doing this. Was I teaching her to stand up for herself? Or was I teaching her that hurting people back is the answer? At 11:45, I drove to the warehouse. The building looked the same as always. Gray walls, loading bay, small front entrance. I had walked through those doors 1,000 times, but today felt different. I parked and sat in my car for a few minutes. I could still leave. I could drive away, find another job, move on. But that felt like losing, like letting them win. So I got out and walked inside. The front area was empty. Usually there was someone at the small window where deliveries got signed in. But today, no one was there. I stood there, waiting, until I heard footsteps. It was the owner, not Greg, just him. He looked older than I remembered, tired. He gestured for me to follow him, and we walked through the warehouse to a small room in the back, the place where they did inventory counts. It smelled like cardboard and dust. He closed the door behind us. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then he said, "Why?" Not angry, not yelling, just tired. I could have said a lot of things. I could have listed every unfair thing Greg had done. I could have talked about the party, about being humiliated, about 3 years of loyalty meaning nothing. But instead, I just said, because someone needed to. He sat down on one of the stools they kept in there. He rubbed his face with both hands. "Do you know what you have done?" I said yes. He shook his head. "Those bloggers you sent the candles to. 3 of them posted this morning. By tonight, it will be everywhere. Our wholesale clients are already asking questions. Some of them are threatening to pull our products. Do you understand what that means?" I understood exactly what that meant. He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw something other than a boss. I saw a man who had built something and was watching it crack. That ingredient change. You are right. We knew. We should have pulled the product immediately. But we had so much stock, and the holidays were coming, and I thought we could just sell through it, and no one would get seriously hurt. I made a bad choice. I know that. I did not say anything. He kept talking. "Greg is my nephew, my sister's son. He was struggling, so I gave him a job. I thought it would help him grow up, learn responsibility. But he has been making mistakes since he got here. The way he treated you at the party, that was wrong. I should have stopped it. I should have said something. I wanted to feel sympathy. I wanted to feel like maybe this conversation would change something. But all I felt was cold. I asked him, "So what now?" He looked at me for a long time. Then he said, "I cannot have you here anymore. You know that. But I am not going to call what you did sabotage or theft or anything legal. Because if I do, you will talk. You will tell people I knew about the wax problem. You will make this worse. So we are going to call this a mutual separation. I will give you 2 months of pay. You leave quietly. 2 months of pay. Like that fixed anything." I asked him, "What about Greg?" He sighed. "Greg is family, but he is not going to be managing people anymore. I am moving him somewhere he cannot cause more problems." I stood up. I did not shake his hand. I just walked out. As I left, I passed a few of the workers on the floor. They looked at me, but no one said anything. Paula gave me a small nod. Someone else turned away. I got in my car and drove. For the next week, I watched everything unfold from a distance. The bloggers posted like I knew they would. Their followers shared the posts. Local news picked it up, not because it was dangerous, but because it was a story about a business trying to hide something during the holidays. And people love that kind of story. The owner had to put out a statement. He apologized. He offered refunds. He promised better quality control. But the damage was done. People started asking what else the business was hiding. Wholesale clients pulled their orders. The boutique shops that had trusted them stopped returning calls. I found a new job within 2 weeks. Another warehouse, similar work, better pay. The manager there was fair. The people were fine. It was not perfect, but it was better. I thought I would feel satisfied. I thought watching them struggle would make me feel like I had won something. But instead, I felt hollow. Because 3 weeks after everything happened, Paula sent me another message. They cut hours. Half the warehouse is down to 3 days a week. Some people are looking for second jobs. It is bad. I read that message over and over. Those people had nothing to do with what Greg said to me. They did not humiliate me. They just worked there, same as I had. And now they were suffering because I had decided to burn the place down. I tried to tell myself it was not my fault. The owner made the choice to hide the wax problem. Greg made the choice to treat me badly. They brought this on themselves. But that did not change the fact that people who had done nothing wrong were now struggling to pay their bills. My daughter noticed I was quieter than usual. One night, after I put her to bed, She asked me if I was sad. I told her I was just tired. She looked at me with those big eyes and said, "Did something bad happen?" I did not know how to answer that, so I just hugged her and told her everything was fine. But it was not fine, because I had learned something I did not want to know. When you decide to hurt someone, you do not get to control who else gets hurt along the way. You do not get to choose where the damage stops. I had wanted them to feel what I felt. I had wanted them to understand what it is like when someone takes something from you that you cannot get back. And I had succeeded, but I had also taken something from people who never took anything from me. That is the part no one tells you about getting even. It feels good for about a week, maybe 2, and then you start seeing the edges of what you broke, and you realize that satisfaction does not last, but guilt does. I started having dreams where I was back at that party, but in the dreams, when Greg told me to eat outside, I just left quietly. I went home. I let it go. And somehow, in those dreams, everything was fine. I would wake up feeling strange, like maybe my brain was trying to tell me something. A month passed, then 2. The news about the business died down. People moved on to other stories, other scandals, but the damage stayed. I heard through Paula that they had to let go of 4 people permanently. Not Greg, of course, not the owner, just the people at the bottom who could not afford to lose their jobs. One of them was a woman named Kim. She was 52. She had worked there longer than me. She had a husband who was sick and could not work anymore. That job was their only income. Paula told me, Kim cried when they let her go. Not loud crying, just quiet tears while she packed up her things. I felt sick when I heard that. I told myself it was not my fault. I kept repeating it. They made the choice to hide the problem with the candles. They made the choice to treat people badly. They built a business on cutting corners and hoping no one would notice. But I was the one who made sure people noticed. I was the one who chose the timing. Right before the holidays, when it would hurt the most, I knew what I was doing. I wanted it to hurt, and it did. My daughter asked me one night why I seemed so far away. We were eating dinner, just the 2 of us like always, and she said, "Mama, are you listening?" I realized I had not heard anything she had been saying. I apologized. I asked her to repeat it. She told me about something that happened at school. A girl who had been mean to her friend. How her friend wanted to be mean back, but my daughter told her not to. I asked her why she said that. She looked at me like the answer was obvious. Because being mean back does not fix it. It just makes more people sad. 8 years old. And she understood something I had forgotten. That night, after she went to sleep, I sat on the floor of my bedroom and cried. Not pretty crying. Ugly, exhausting crying that made my chest hurt. I cried because I had become someone I did not recognize. Someone who hurt people on purpose. Someone who justified it by saying they deserved it. Maybe they did deserve something. Maybe Greg needed to learn that his actions have weight. Maybe the owner needed to face what happens when you prioritize profit over people. But Kim did not deserve to lose her job. Paula did not deserve to have her hours cut. The other workers did not deserve to watch the place fall apart and wonder if they would be next. I had drawn a line between the guilty and the innocent, and I had convinced myself I could hurt one without touching the other. But that is not how the world works. When you break something, the pieces fly everywhere. You do not get to decide where they land. 3 months after the party, I got a call from a number I did not know. I almost did not answer, but something made me pick up. It was Kim. I felt my whole body go tense. She said my name like a question. "Beth?" I said yes. There was a long pause. Then she said, "I know what you did." My throat closed up. I could not speak. She kept talking. Paula told me about the party, about the cards, about the candles. "I know it was you." I waited for her to yell, to tell me I had ruined her life, to say all the things I had been thinking about myself. But instead, she said, "I wanted to tell you something." I barely managed to say okay. She said, "What happened to me was not fair. Losing that job nearly destroyed us. My husband and I had to move in with my brother. I had to take work cleaning houses, which kills my back but pays enough to survive. It has been the hardest few months of my life." I felt tears running down my face. Then she said, "But it was not your fault." I started to argue, but she cut me off. "Listen to me. I worked there for 5 years. I saw what that place was becoming. I saw the owner make choices that saved him money, but made our lives harder. I saw Greg treat people like garbage and get away with it because of his last name. I saw all of it, and I stayed quiet because I needed the job. We all did. We all stayed quiet while things got worse. So what happened? What you did? Maybe it was not the right way. Maybe people got hurt who should not have. But that business was built on something rotten, and eventually it was going to fall apart anyway. You just sped it up. I did not know what to say. She said, I am not calling to thank you. I am calling to tell you that you do not have to carry all of this by yourself. The owner made his choices. Greg made his. And yeah, you made yours. But we all played a part in what that place was. So stop acting like you are the only villain in this story. After she hung up, I sat there for a long time, holding the phone. She was right, but she was also wrong. Yes, other people made bad choices, but I made mine with full knowledge of who would get hurt. I did not stumble into this. I planned it. I executed it. I wanted them to suffer. And they did. But so did people I never intended to harm. That is the thing about vengeance. You think you are being precise. You think you are targeting the guilty. But pain spreads. It does not stay where you put it. 4 months after everything happened, I saw Greg. I was picking up my daughter from school, standing outside the gates with the other parents, when I saw him across the street. He was getting out of a car. He looked thinner, tired. He saw me too. For a moment, we just stared at each other. Then he crossed the street and walked toward me. Every part of me wanted to run, but I stayed. He stopped a few feet away. He did not look angry. He looked defeated. He said, My uncle sold the business last month. He could not keep it going. The new owners kept some people, let others go. I was one of the ones they let go. I did not say anything. He said, I know I was terrible to you. I know I had no right to say what I said at that party. I was trying to prove something, trying to show I was in charge. And I picked you because I thought you would not fight back. That makes me a coward. I know that now. I wanted to feel satisfaction hearing him admit it, but I just felt tired. He said, I do not expect you to forgive me. I just wanted you to know that I understand why you did what you did, and I am sorry. Then he walked away. My daughter came running out of the school gates, and I picked her up and held her tight. She asked me who that man was. I told her no one important, but that was a lie. He was important, not because I cared about him, but because seeing him reminded me of something I had been trying to forget. Hurting someone does not make you whole. It does not give back what they took. It just adds more hurt to the world. 6 months after the party, I was doing okay. The new job was stable. My daughter was happy. We had a routine that worked, but I could not stop thinking about the warehouse workers, the ones who lost their jobs, the ones who lost hours, the ones who had to scramble to survive because of something I set in motion. So I did something. I do not know if it helped. I do not know if it fixed anything, but I had to try. I started looking for places that were hiring, places that needed workers, that paid decent, that treated people fairly. When I found them, I reached out to Paula and asked her to spread the word. I gave her a list of businesses, contact names, positions open. I could not get anyone their old job back, but maybe I could help them find new ones. Paula sent the list around. A few people reached out to thank me. A few got interviews. 2 got hired. It was not enough. It did not undo the damage, but it was something. My daughter asked me one day why I was spending so much time on the computer looking at job listings for other people. I told her I was trying to help some friends who needed it. She said, That is nice, Mama. And for the first time in months, I felt like maybe I was teaching her the right thing after all. Not that you should let people hurt you. Not that you should stay quiet when something is wrong. But that when you fight back, you have to be ready for what comes after. You have to be ready to see all the pieces you broke and decide if you can live with it. I do not regret standing up for myself. I do not regret exposing what that business was hiding. People deserve to know the truth, but I do regret not thinking about who else would pay the price. I regret not considering that my actions would ripple out beyond the people I was angry at. If I could go back, would I do it differently? I do not know. Maybe I would have found another way. Maybe I would have just left and found a new job and moved on. Or maybe I would have done exactly the same thing. Because in that moment, it felt like the only option that gave me back any power. What I do know is this. Getting even does not make you feel better for long. It burns bright and fast, and then it leaves you standing in the ashes, wondering what you actually won. I won my dignity back, maybe. I won the satisfaction of watching someone who hurt me face consequences. But I lost the version of myself who believed that doing the right thing always leads to the right outcome. Because sometimes there is no right outcome. Sometimes every choice costs something, and you just have to decide which cost you can live with. A year after that party, the business that bought out the owner reopened under a new name. They hired back some of the old workers. Not all of them, but some. I heard they treat people better. I heard the new management actually listens. Maybe something good came from all of it. Maybe not. I will never really know. What I do know is that I am different now. I do not stay quiet when something is wrong, but I also do not assume that burning everything down is the answer. My daughter is 9 now. She is smart and kind and strong. She stands up for her friends. She speaks up when something is unfair. And when she asks me for advice about how to handle someone who hurt her, I tell her the truth. I tell her that standing up for yourself matters, that your voice matters, that no one has the right to make you feel small. But I also tell her that how you fight back matters too, that actions have weight, that sometimes winning means everyone loses something. She does not fully understand yet, but she will, and maybe, by the time she does, I will have figured out how to forgive myself for the things I broke while trying to prove I mattered. Thank you for listening to my story. Thank you for hearing all of it, even the hard parts, even the parts where I was not the hero. If this story meant something to you, if it made you think or feel something, I would be grateful if you would let me know. Leave a comment, share it with someone who needs to hear it. And if you want to hear more stories like this, real and raw and honest, subscribe, because we all have stories. We all have moments where we had to choose between staying quiet and fighting back. And maybe, by sharing them, we can help each other figure out how to do it better. This is my story. This is what happened when I decided I mattered enough to fight back. And this is what I learned about the cost of getting even.
Imagine coming home from vacation to find your own mother. Forged your signature and sold your house to pay. Your sister's 214 debt? They changed the locks and mocked me, saying I was homeless. But I just smiled. They didn't know my house was in an LLC and forgery is a felony. Before I go on, please take a moment to like and subscribe. But only if you genuinely connect with this story. Drop a comment and let me know where you are watching from and what time it is there. I always love knowing who's listening. My name is Maria Pina, 37 years old, and I used to believe that blood was thicker than water. But a single vacation proved to me that blood can also be cold, calculating, and incredibly cruel. For years, I slaved away at my career, saving every dollar, while my mother showered my sister with praise and covered up her endless financial disasters, until those disasters finally reached a massive breaking point. I left for a peaceful 2-week trip to clear my mind, leaving my beautiful, fully paid-off house behind, totally unaware that the moment my plane took off, a dark plot was unfolding in my own living room. My sister had managed to pile up a terrifying debt of $214,000 with some very dangerous people, and my mother decided that my hard work would be the perfect shield to save her favorite child. They did not call me, they did not ask for my permission, and they certainly did not care about my future. Instead, they sat together at my desk, dug through my private filing cabinets, and found the old property documents they thought would solve all their problems. With a steady hand and a completely cold heart, my own mother picked up a pen and forged my signature on a fake deed, handing my home over to a shady cash buyer who asked 0 questions. I landed at the airport feeling refreshed, catching a cab back to my neighborhood with a smile on my face, looking forward to sleeping in my own bed, completely blind to the trap they had set. When my cab pulled up to the driveway, I immediately noticed that something was wrong, because the front yard looked different, and the beautiful flower pots I loved were gone. I walked up the steps with my heavy suitcase, pushed my key into the front door, but the lock would not turn at all, no matter how hard I twisted it. Suddenly, the door swung open from the inside, and a strange man stood there looking at me with an angry face, asking me who I was and what I wanted on his private property. Before I could even answer him, my mother and my sister stepped out from behind a large bush near the garage, both of them wearing ugly, mocking smiles that made my stomach turn. My sister took a step forward, pointed her finger right at my face, and laughed out loud, saying that I was completely homeless now and had nowhere left to go. My mother nodded her head in agreement, crossing her arms tightly over her chest, telling me that family has to make big sacrifices and that saving my sister from her massive debt was far more important than my house. They expected me to fall to my knees, cry tears of sadness, and beg them for mercy. But instead of showing any fear, a strange and cold feeling of absolute calm washed over my entire body. I looked directly into their greedy eyes, let out a soft laugh, and allowed a very wide, peaceful smile to spread across my face, which completely confused them. My sister stopped laughing immediately, her face turning red with sudden irritation, and she snapped at me, asking what was so funny about losing everything I owned. I looked straight at my mother and sister, keeping that calm smile on my face, and told them that the house they thought they sold was actually registered under a private corporate LLC. Their eyes went completely blank, and the smug expressions vanished from their faces instantly because they had absolutely no idea what those 3 letters even meant for their little plan. I explained very slowly and clearly that I did not technically own this building myself, but rather my independent business entity owned it, making their rushed paperwork completely useless. My mother began to shake, her hands trembling as she pulled out the copied documents, shouting that she had already signed my name and taken the cash to pay off the dangerous lenders. I told her right there that forging a signature on a property deed is not a legal sale at all, but a major federal felony that carries a very long prison sentence. The strange man standing in the doorway realized right then that he had been scammed out of his money, and he angrily pulled out his phone to call the local police department. My sister started to panic, grabbing my arm and begging me to change my story. But I stepped back and told her that choices always have heavy consequences. The sound of distant sirens began to echo down our quiet street, cutting through the thick air and signaling that the game they played was officially over for both of them. I stood on the sidewalk, watching the flashing red and blue lights reflect against the windows of the home they tried to steal from me, ready for the next move. The police cars pulled up to the curb with their engines humming, and 3 officers stepped out, looking confused by the tense scene on the front lawn. The strange man immediately rushed toward them, waving his fake deed in the air and screaming that he had been tricked into buying a house from people who did not own it. My mother ran over to the officers as well, her voice cracking with fear as she tried to spin a wild lie about a simple family misunderstanding that did not need legal trouble. I walked up to the lead officer, perfectly calm and steady, and handed him the official corporate registration papers for my LLC that I kept safely on my phone. I showed him clearly that only the registered manager of the corporation had the legal power to sell or transfer this piece of property. The officer looked at my mother's forged signature on the fake deed, then looked at my official ID and shook his head with deep disappointment. He turned to his partner and muttered that this was a clear case of fraud, identity theft, and grand larceny right in front of their eyes. My sister fell to her knees on the grass, sobbing loudly and realizing that her massive debt was the least of her problems, now that the law was involved. I stood perfectly still, watching the officers pull out 2 pairs of metal handcuffs, feeling absolutely no pity for the people who had tried to leave me on the street. The cold metal of the handcuffs clicked loudly around my mother's and sister's wrists, a sharp sound that seemed to echo through the entire neighborhood. They both turned their heads to look at me, their faces twisted with a mix of deep shock, anger, and absolute betrayal as the officers began to lead them down the concrete driveway. My mother screamed at me, calling me an ungrateful daughter and saying that I was destroying my own family over a simple piece of property and some bricks. My sister just stared at the ground, her tears dripping onto the grass, finally realizing that her days of running away from her massive financial problems were officially over. The strange man who thought he bought my house was also told to leave the premises immediately until a court could sort out the mess of his stolen cash. I watched the police cars drive away, their red and blue lights fading into the distance, leaving me standing completely alone in front of my quiet home. I finally walked up the steps, used my master key to unlock the door, and stepped inside the dark hallway, feeling the heavy silence of the empty rooms around me. But I knew this peace was only temporary, because my sister's dangerous creditors were still out there, waiting for their $214,000. I walked over to my desk, opened my laptop, and began to look into the shady business details of the cash buyer who had tried to take my home. As I scrolled through the digital records on my laptop screen, I discovered that the cash buyer was not an innocent victim at all, but a known predatory lender who worked closely with the very people my sister owed money to. It became instantly clear that this entire setup was a coordinated trap, designed to steal my property for a fraction of its actual worth while wiping my sister's slate clean. They thought they were dealing with an easy target who would come home, fall apart, and simply accept defeat without ever looking into the fine print. I spent the next several hours printing out every single piece of evidence, linking the buyer's shady company to the underground loan sharks who had been threatening my family. My phone began to ring aggressively on the desk, displaying an unknown, blocked number that sent a small chill down my spine. But I answered it without a single hint of hesitation. A cold, heavy voice on the other end told me that locking up my mother and sister would not make the $214,000 debt disappear into thin air. The caller warned me that I had exactly 24 hours to sign over the actual corporate deed of the house, or things would get incredibly dangerous for me. I smiled into the receiver, keeping my voice completely level, and told the man that he had just made the biggest mistake of his life by calling a recorded line. The man on the other end of the line went completely silent for a moment, clearly surprised by how calm and unafraid I sounded. I did not give him a chance to speak again. Instead, I told him that I had already traced the routing numbers from the fake cash sale directly to his offshore account. I explained that my LLC was backed by a highly secure legal team, and every single threat he made was currently being uploaded to a secure cloud server. He slammed the phone down in anger, but the line going dead only made me feel more powerful and more determined to finish this fight. I knew I could not just sit around and wait for these criminals to make their next move against me or my property, so I decided to take the offensive. I packed my laptop and the folders of printed evidence into my bag, locked my front door securely, and drove straight to the federal building downtown. I had a meeting scheduled with a special investigator who specialized in corporate fraud, money laundering, and organized financial crime syndicates. As I drove through the dark city streets, I looked in my rearview mirror to see if anyone was following me, my heart beating fast, but my mind completely focused. They thought they could scare a single woman into giving up her life savings, but they were about to find out that I was their worst nightmare. The investigator sat behind his large wooden desk, carefully looking over every single document and digital file I had placed before him. His face grew more serious with every page he turned, and he finally looked up at me, saying that my evidence was exactly what they needed to bring down a major criminal ring. He explained that they had been watching this specific group of predatory lenders for over a year, but they never had an insider with the paperwork to prove the fraud. I told him that I wanted total justice, not just for the theft of my home, but for the corruption that had dragged my family into this dark world. He assured me that under the protection of federal law, my property was completely safe, and they would move in to make arrests before the 24-hour deadline passed. As I walked out of the federal building, I felt a massive weight lift off my shoulders, knowing that the law was entirely on my side. I received a text message from a blocked number, but this time it was not a threat. It was a desperate plea from my sister using a phone inside the holding cell. She begged me to drop the charges and help her get out, claiming she was a victim of the lenders, but I deleted the message without replying. They had chosen their path of lies and betrayal, and now they were going to have to face the cold, hard reality of the system. I drove back to my house under the cover of the evening sky, feeling the cool air rush through the open car window as the city lights blurred behind me. When I turned onto my street, I noticed a dark SUV parked under a broken streetlight, just a few houses down from my property. Its engine idling quietly. Two men were sitting inside the vehicle, their eyes fixed intently on my front porch, completely unaware that I had already put a federal investigation into motion. I parked my car right in my own driveway, stepped out deliberately, and looked directly at them for a few seconds to let them know I was not hiding. I walked inside my house, locked the heavy front door, and immediately checked the live feeds of the security cameras I had installed around the roof. On the screen, I watched the dark SUV slowly pull away from the curb and speed off into the night, realizing they knew their time was running out. My phone buzzed on the kitchen counter with an official email from the state prosecutor's office, informing me that the forged deed had been legally canceled. The property was now completely and safely back under the exclusive name of my corporate LLC, exactly where it belonged from the very beginning. I took a deep breath of relief, sitting down in my quiet living room, knowing that the physical trap had failed and the legal trap was closing in on them. The next morning arrived with a bright sun, but the crisp morning air carried a heavy feeling of finality as I poured myself a hot cup of coffee. I looked out my front window and saw 3 large, black government vans quietly pull up to the curb, completely blocking the dark SUV that had returned to watch my house. Heavily armed federal agents stepped out of the vehicles quickly, moving with total precision as they surrounded the suspects before the men could even open their car doors. The 2 men who had threatened me on the phone were pulled out into the street, forced onto the asphalt, and placed in heavy plastic zip ties within seconds. I stood on my porch holding my warm mug and watched the entire takedown happen without a single feeling of fear or hesitation left in my heart. The lead agent looked up at me, gave a firm nod of success, and signaled to his team to drive the criminals away to the federal holding facility. The neighborhood fell completely silent once again, the immediate physical danger finally gone, leaving only the remaining legal loose ends to tie up in court. I knew that my mother and sister were also being transferred to a maximum security jail downtown to await their formal indictment for grand fraud and conspiracy. My phone rang one last time, and it was the district attorney telling me that both of them were offering to plead guilty if I agreed to help them. I told the district attorney very clearly that I would not support any plea deals because my mother and sister needed to face the full weight of the law for what they did. They did not care about my life or my future when they forged my name, so I had absolutely no reason to protect them from the consequences of their actions now. A few weeks later, I sat in the front row of the quiet courtroom, watching the judge read the final sentences for everyone involved in the plot. The predatory lender received 15 years and a federal prison for his long history of running organized financial scams against innocent people. My mother and sister were sentenced to 5 years of probation and mandatory community service, along with a massive court fine that would take them decades to pay back. As they were led out of the room, My sister looked back at me with eyes full of tears, but I simply turned my head away and looked out the window. I felt a deep sense of peace knowing that justice had been served completely and that my hard work was finally safe from their greed. I walked out of the courthouse building into the warm afternoon sun, feeling like a completely new person who knew exactly how to stand up for herself. I had successfully defended my home, broken a dangerous criminal ring, and proved that a quiet woman with the law on her side can never be defeated. I am finally sitting back in my own living room, looking around at the quiet space that almost disappeared because of my own family's shocking greed and betrayal. This incredible journey taught me that true strength is not about shouting out loud, but about staying completely calm and using the power of the law when everyone else expects you to fall apart. My mother and sister tried to ruin my life for a quick payout, but their terrible choices only turned me into a much smarter, stronger, and more resilient woman than before. Today, my home is completely safe. The criminals are locked away, and justice has prevailed over corruption in the most satisfying way possible. If you want to see how a simple, quiet woman can fight back against total betrayal and win, make sure to like this video, leave a comment with your thoughts, and subscribe to the channel, right? Now for more intense stories of survival and ultimate revenge.
In divorce, my ex left me with nothing, and I ended up as a waitress at a hotel. Yesterday, I served a billionaire guest. When he reached out his hand, I saw the same birthmark I have on my wrist. Curious, I asked his name. He answered, and I realized it was the same as the baby I lost 30 years ago. The Windsor Hotel doesn't hire women in their 50s to serve in their prestigious restaurant. They prefer pretty young things with bright smiles and unblemished histories. But when your resume includes former Mrs. Jonathan Reeves and your references include some of the wealthiest socialites in the city, exceptions are made. Even when you're 52 with silver threading through your once auburn hair and lines around your eyes that tell stories of both laughter and grief. I'd been working here for 5 years, ever since Jonathan stripped me of everything in our divorce. The irony doesn't escape me that I now serve drinks to the same people who once sat at my dinner table. Most pretend not to recognize me. The few who do offer pitying smiles that burn worse than indifference. Olivia, you're on the VIP section tonight. Diana, the floor manager, informed me as I arrived for my shift. Mr. Morgan is staying in the penthouse. He rarely comes down to dine, but when he does, he expects perfect service and absolute discretion. I nodded, betraying no reaction. Ethan Morgan, tech billionaire, energy innovator, notoriously private. Everyone knew of him, but few knew him. I'd served celebrities and power players before. This was nothing new. The VIP dining area remained empty until precisely 8 o'clock, when he arrived alone without the usual entourage that accompanies the wealthy. Tall, with dark hair swept back from a strong forehead, he moved with quiet confidence. As I approached his table, I noticed he was younger than I expected, early 30s perhaps. "Good evening, sir. May I offer you our wine selection?" I maintained the professional detachment that had become second nature. "Water, please, still, and I'll have the chef's tasting menu." His voice was soft but decisive. I placed the menu on the table. As he reached to take it, his sleeve rode up slightly, revealing a distinctive birthmark on his right wrist, a crescent moon shape, small but unmistakable. My breath caught, identical to mine, identical to the one my baby boy had when he was born prematurely 30 years ago, only to slip away hours later. The wine bottle I was holding nearly slipped from my suddenly numb fingers. I steadied myself, but not before he noticed. "Are you all right?" he asked, genuinely concerned rather than irritated. "Yes, sir. I apologize." I regained my composure, but my heart pounded so violently I was certain he could hear it. Throughout the service, I found myself stealing glances at him. It wasn't just the birthmark. There was something hauntingly familiar in the arch of his brow, the shape of his hands. He had my eyes, not just the color, that peculiar blue-gray that looked almost silver in certain lights, but the shape, the way they crinkled slightly at the corners when he spoke to the sommelier. And there was the chin, Jonathan's chin, with that same slight cleft, the way he held his fork, precise and deliberate, just like Jonathan, just like No, it was impossible. My son had died. I'd held his tiny body, felt the warmth leave him. I'd buried him in a cemetery across town, in the Reeves family plot that I wasn't even welcome to visit after the divorce. I'd spent years in therapy working through the grief, the trauma, the loss that had created the first crack in my marriage to Jonathan. Yet as the evening progressed, the impossible thought grew stronger. The coincidences piled up. The age would be right, the physical similarities undeniable. And that birthmark. When he finished his meal, I cleared his plate, unable to stop myself from asking the question burning in my throat. "Sir, forgive my impertinence, but may I ask your name?" He looked startled, then amused. "You're serving me dinner, but don't know who I am?" "Your full name, I mean," I clarified, heart hammering. Ethan James Morgan," he replied, curious about my interest. Ethan, the name we had chosen, the name on a tiny gravestone I hadn't seen in years. The world tilted beneath my feet. "Thank you, sir," I managed, turning away before he could see the shock on my face. In the kitchen, I braced myself against the wall, breathing deeply. Coincidence? It had to be. People shared names. Birthmarks weren't unique identifiers. I was projecting, seeing connections where none existed because of unresolved grief. Yet when I returned with his coffee, I noticed how he absently rubbed that birthmark while reading something on his phone. Exactly as I did with mine when deep in thought, the same unconscious gesture. "Will there be anything else, Mr. Morgan?" I asked, my voice remarkably steady, despite the chaos inside me. He looked up, studying my face with an intensity that felt like recognition, though that was surely my imagination. "Have we met before? Something about you seems familiar." "I don't believe so, sir," I replied. "I've worked at the Windsor for 5 years. Before that, I was married. My husband was Jonathan Reeves, the attorney." The words tasted bitter, as they always did. His expression changed subtly. "Reeves? From Harrington and Reeves?" "Yes. Do you know him?" I asked, suddenly wary. "By reputation only," he said, his tone carefully neutral. "Thank you for your excellent service tonight, Ms. Reeves. Olivia Reeves." I'd kept Jonathan's name after the divorce, not out of sentimentality, but because changing all my documentation seemed like yet another defeat. As I walked away, I felt his eyes following me. When I glanced back, he was staring at his wrist, then at me, a puzzled expression crossing his face. That night, I couldn't sleep. The impossible thought had taken root and wouldn't let go. I pulled out the small box of mementos I'd managed to keep after the divorce, the few tangible remembrances of my baby, his hospital bracelet, a lock of fine dark hair, the only photograph, grainy and heartbreaking, of his perfect tiny face. And there it was, visible even in the poor quality image, the same crescent moon birthmark on his right wrist, exactly where Ethan Morgan's was, exactly where mine is. Tomorrow, he would check out of the hotel. Tomorrow, I might lose the chance to know the truth. Whatever that truth might be, however impossible it seemed, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. I wouldn't survive losing him twice. I arrived at work 3 hours early the next day, my mind racing with possibilities, each more improbable than the last. I'd spent the night alternating between telling myself I was delusional and plotting how to approach Mr. Morgan without sounding like a desperate, possibly unhinged woman. The hotel record showed he wasn't checking out until evening, a small mercy that gave me time. Diana arrived to find me meticulously polishing already spotless glasses, startling her with my uncharacteristic early appearance. "Olivia, everything okay?" Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. In 5 years, I'd never arrived early without being scheduled. "Couldn't sleep," I offered, which wasn't a lie. Thought I'd get a head start. She seemed satisfied with this explanation, if puzzled. "Mr. Morgan requested breakfast in his suite rather than the restaurant. He specifically asked for you to serve." My heart stuttered. "For me? Did he say why?" "No, but the penthouse guests get what they want," she said, handing me the order slip. "And Olivia? Whatever's going on with you today, keep it professional. Mr. Morgan is one of our most important clients." I nodded, taking the service elevator to the penthouse level, my pulse racing as I pushed the room service cart. The weight of the small photograph in my pocket seemed to burn against my thigh. I'd brought it impulsively, though I had no plan for how or even whether to show it. When Ethan Morgan opened the door, he was already dressed in an impeccable charcoal suit, looking like he'd been awake for hours. Ms. Reeves, he said, stepping aside to let me in. Thank you for coming up yourself. Of course, Mr. Morgan. I wheeled the cart to the dining table overlooking the city skyline, acutely aware of his eyes following me. Will there be anything else, sir? Yes, join me. My carefully constructed professional mask nearly slipped. I beg your pardon? Please, have a seat. He gestured to the chair opposite his. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. I hesitated. This went against every hotel protocol, but curiosity overrode caution. I sat gingerly on the edge of the chair as he took his seat. I rarely forget a face, Ms. Reeves, he began, studying me intently. Yet I couldn't place why you seemed familiar until this morning. He reached for his phone, turning it to show me a web page. It was an old Society page photograph from at least 20 years ago. Jonathan and me at a charity gala, both smiling for the camera. I barely recognized the woman I had been, polished and confident in expensive pearls, standing beside the man who would eventually discard me like an outdated accessory. You were a pianist, he continued, before you married Jonathan Reeves. I stiffened. Yes, a lifetime ago. I was researching Reeves after our conversation. His name has come up in connection with some legal matters I'm dealing with. His tone was casual, but his eyes remained sharp. That's when I found this. Mr. Morgan, I don't understand what this has to do with me serving your breakfast. I tried to sound merely confused rather than defensive. He leaned forward slightly. Last night, you noticed my birthmark. It wasn't a question. I remained silent. The same birthmark you have, he added, nodding toward my wrist, where my sleeve had pulled back slightly. My breath caught. I instinctively covered it with my other hand. A crescent moon, he continued. Relatively rare as birthmarks go. I researched it once. Less than 1% of the population has identifiable shaped birthmarks, and crescents are among the least common. Mr. Morgan, you asked my name with unusual interest. You've been watching me since I arrived, and this morning I find that you're the ex-wife of a man whose firm has been trying to secure my business for months. His voice remained calm, but his implication was clear. Why are you interested in me, Ms. Reeves? The moment balanced on a knife's edge. I could retreat into professionalism, apologize for any perceived impropriety, and walk away. The safe choice, the sane choice. Instead, I reached into my pocket and placed the photograph on the table between us. This is why. He picked it up, his expression changing from suspicion to confusion as he studied the grainy hospital image of a newborn infant. I don't understand, he said finally. My son, I said, my voice barely steady. Born prematurely 30 years ago, he lived for only a few hours, or so I was told. I took a deep breath. His name was Ethan. Ethan Jonathan Reeves. His eyes snapped to mine, widening slightly. He had a birthmark, I continued, touching my wrist. Just like yours, just like mine. Morgan set the photograph down carefully, as if it might shatter. What exactly are you suggesting, Ms. Reeves? I don't know, I admitted. It sounds insane, even to me. But the coincidences, I gestured helplessly. The birthmark, the age, the name, even your features. You have my eyes, Jonathan's chin. He stood abruptly, turning to face the window. I was born to Helen and James Morgan. I've seen my birth certificate. This is... He stopped, shaking his head. I understand how this sounds, I said quietly. But before you dismiss it completely, ask yourself why you requested me specifically this morning. Something made you curious, too. His shoulders tensed. He turned back, his expression now carefully controlled. I was adopted, he said finally. My parents told me when I was 16. But my birth certificate still lists Helen as my biological mother. There was never any mention of this scenario you're describing. The admission sent a jolt through me, possibility crystallizing into something more solid. When's your birthday? I asked. April 14th. My heart stopped. My son was born on April 14th, 1995. He sank slowly back into his chair. This is impossible. Yes, I agreed. And yet, we sat in silence, the untouched breakfast cooling between us. Who was your doctor? He finally asked. When you gave birth? Dr. Sarah Winters. She was an obstetrics specialist at University Medical Center. Something flickered across his face. Helen, my mother, was an obstetrician at University Medical. She worked with a Sarah Winters. The room seemed to tilt beneath me. Helen Morgan, I whispered, the name suddenly familiar. I remember her. She was there that night. She came in after they told me my baby didn't make it. He stood again, agitation evident in his movements. This doesn't make sense. Why would my mother... He stopped, correcting himself. Why would Helen and your husband... Jonathan never wanted children, I said, old pain surfacing. When I got pregnant, he was disappointed. When the baby came early, with potential health complications, I couldn't finish the thought. Ethan paced the room, running a hand through his hair, a gesture so like Jonathan's that it sent another shock of recognition through me. I need to verify this, he said finally. All business now. DNA testing, medical records. If what you're suggesting is true, I know, I interrupted, reality crashing down. Mr. Morgan, I didn't come here to disrupt your life. I don't want anything from you. I needed to know. He studied me for a long moment. What exactly did they tell you happened to your baby? That he was too premature, that his lungs weren't developed enough. My voice caught. I held him. He was so small but perfect. They said he died in my arms, but I was heavily medicated. Everything was a blur. Something changed in his expression. A softening, or perhaps recognition of the pain I'd carried for 30 years. I have to go to my meetings, he said finally. But I'm staying another night. We'll talk again this evening. I nodded, gathering myself to leave. Ms. Reeves, Olivia, he added as I reached the door. Don't speak to anyone about this. Not yet. I understood the warning in his tone. I won't. Back in the service elevator, I pressed my forehead against the cool metal wall, breathing deeply. I had just potentially turned this man's life upside down with an impossible claim. And yet, the coincidences were too numerous, too specific to dismiss. If my son hadn't died that night, if Jonathan had somehow arranged this unthinkable deception, the thought that had begun as a whisper now thundered through me. I might have found my child, the child I had grieved for 30 years, the child whose loss had broken something fundamental inside me. And if true, someone would have to answer for 3 decades of lies. The rest of my shift passed in a fog. I moved through my duties mechanically, serving drinks and clearing tables while my mind churned with possibilities. Several times, Diana caught me staring into space and shot me concerned looks. I couldn't blame her. I was barely present, my thoughts orbiting around the penthouse suite and the man who might be my long-lost son. At 2 o'clock, I took my break and slipped away to a quiet corner of the staff room, pulling out my phone with trembling hands. I searched Helen Morgan obstetrician and found several old articles from medical journals. One included a photograph from 1995, the year my son was born, showing Dr. Helen Morgan receiving an award for excellence in neonatal care. The irony was almost too bitter to bear. I studied her face, a handsome woman with sharp features and intelligent eyes. Nothing in her expression suggested someone capable of participating in the theft of an infant. But then again, what would such a person look like? My break ended too quickly. As I returned to the restaurant floor, I nearly collided with a well-dressed man exiting the elevator. "Excuse me," I murmured, stepping aside. He turned, and recognition hit us both simultaneously. "Olivia?" Jonathan Reeves, my ex-husband, stood before me, looking as shocked as I felt. 20 years of marriage, 5 years of bitter divorce, and now we were strangers occupying the same space. "Jonathan." I managed to keep my voice neutral, though my heart hammered against my ribs. What was he doing here? The coincidence seemed impossible, given my morning's conversation. "I didn't know you worked here." His gaze swept over my uniform, his expression a mixture of pity and discomfort. "There's a lot you don't know about my life now." I straightened, refusing to shrink under his assessment. "Are you staying at the hotel?" "No, just had a meeting." He glanced at his watch, the same ostentatious Rolex he'd worn during our marriage. Some things never changed. "With Ethan Morgan, actually." My blood froze. "Mr. Morgan?" "Yes. Hoping to bring his company on as a client. Big fish." Jonathan's smile was smug. Success had always been his aphrodisiac, though he seemed distracted today. Meeting ended early. I fought to keep my expression neutral. "I should get back to work." "Of course." He hesitated, then added with practiced magnanimity, "You look well, Olivia." Before I could respond, he was walking away, his Italian leather shoes clicking across the marble floor. I watched him go. This man I'd once loved, this man who might have orchestrated the cruelest deception imaginable. Had he just come from meeting with Ethan? Had they discussed business as if they were strangers, while Jonathan knew, had always known, that he was sitting across from his biological son? The thought made me physically ill. I managed to finish my shift without incident, though Diana continued to watch me with concern. As I clocked out, she approached me. "Olivia, is everything all right? You've been off all day." "Just not feeling well," I lied. "Might be coming down with something." "Take care of yourself," she said, genuine concern in her voice. "And if you need to talk." I nodded gratefully and hurried away before she could press further. Outside, evening was falling, the city lights beginning to sparkle against the darkening sky. I checked my phone and found a text from an unknown number. "Meet me at Riverside Park, the Boat Basin Cafe, 1 hour. M." My apartment was only a short subway ride away, giving me just enough time to change out of my uniform before meeting Ethan. I opted for simple clothes, jeans, a blue sweater, minimal makeup. Part of me wanted to look my best, but another part understood that this wasn't a social meeting. This was, what, a reckoning? An investigation? The Boat Basin Cafe was relatively quiet for a weeknight. Ethan sat at a corner table, wearing casual clothes and a baseball cap that partially obscured his face, a far cry from the polished businessman I'd served that morning. A subtle disguise, I realized, to avoid recognition. He stood as I approached, gesturing for me to sit. A bottle of sparkling water and 2 glasses were already on the table. "Thank you for coming," he said, his voice low. "I thought a neutral location would be better." "Did you have your meeting with Jonathan today?" I asked without preamble. Surprise flickered across his face. "How did you know about that?" "I ran into him at the hotel. He mentioned meeting with you." Ethan's expression darkened. "Yes, it was scheduled weeks ago before all this. I nearly canceled but decided it might be informative." "And was it?" "He has no idea who I am." Ethan's fingers tapped restlessly against his glass. "Or if he does, he's an exceptional actor. He spent 30 minutes trying to convince me to hire his firm, talking about his expertise in energy sector regulations, never a flicker of recognition." "That sounds like Jonathan," I said bitterly. "Compartmentalizes everything, always focused on the next deal." Ethan studied me intently. "Tell me about him. About your marriage." I took a deep breath. "We met when I was 21. I was a promising pianist, just starting my career. He was a young attorney with ambition to burn. Charming, brilliant, persuasive. I fell hard." I smiled ruefully. "We married quickly. I got pregnant within a year. And he didn't want the baby?" Ethan's voice was carefully controlled. He said the timing was wrong. His career was taking off. Children would come later, when we were established. The old pain resurfaced. When I insisted on keeping the pregnancy, he eventually came around, or seemed to. But when complications arose, when the baby came early, what exactly happened that night? Ethan leaned forward, intent. I closed my eyes briefly, forcing myself back to the worst night of my life. I went into labor at 26 weeks. They rushed me to University Medical. Everything was chaotic, terrifying. I remember Jonathan arguing with someone in the hallway while they prepped me for delivery. I took a sip of water, steadying myself. The delivery itself is hazy. They had me heavily sedated. I remember the cry, so small, but definitely a cry. They showed me the baby briefly, this tiny, perfect being. I saw the birthmark then, just like mine. I touched my wrist unconsciously. Then they took him away for treatment. Hours later, Dr. Winters came in with a small bundle, said there had been complications, that you hadn't made it. My voice broke. I held you, him, and said goodbye. They gave me more sedatives after that. I woke up the next day, and it was over. We buried a tiny casket 3 days later. Ethan's face had gone pale. "I'm sorry," he said quietly, "that you went through that. I need to know," I whispered. "Did you find anything today? Anything to confirm or disprove this?" He hesitated, then pulled out his phone. "I've been researching Helen all day. Found her journals in a box at my childhood home last year after she passed away. I never read them fully until today." He scrolled to a photo of a handwritten page and pushed the phone toward me. The entry was dated April 14th, 1995. "The Morgan baby became a reality today. Such a beautiful boy, perfect despite his early arrival. James is overjoyed, already planning fishing trips and baseball games. If only he knew the price of this miracle. Sarah says the mother believes he didn't survive. A necessary deception, for everyone's benefit. The child will have a better life with us than with a father who doesn't want him and a mother too young and traumatized to cope. I tell myself this is an act of mercy, not theft. God forgive me if I'm wrong. My hand flew to my mouth, stifling a sob. The confirmation I'd both hoped for and dreaded. Oh my God, there's more, Ethan said grimly. Years of entries about her guilt, about watching me grow while knowing another woman was grieving my loss, about Jonathan making contributions to her research in exchange for her silence. He paid her. Rage and grief collided inside me. He paid her to steal my child? It seems that way. Ethan's voice was tight with controlled anger. I've already contacted a lab for DNA testing, though after reading this, I have little doubt about the results. I stared at him, truly seeing the features I should have recognized years ago. My eyes, Jonathan's chin, the same widow's peak that my father had. My son, alive, successful, a stranger. What happens now? I asked, my voice barely audible. Now, he said, a cold determination settling over his features. We decide how Jonathan Reeves will pay for what he's done to both of us. The cafe's ambient noise faded around us as we sat in silence, two people connected by blood and severed by betrayal, contemplating the shape of retribution. I don't want revenge, I said finally, surprising myself with the truth of it. I just want to know my son. Something shifted in his expression, a softening, perhaps, or recognition. That might be the more difficult path, he said quietly, for both of us. As we sat there, connected by impossible truths and 30 years of lies, I realized that finding him had been the easy part. The real challenge would be finding our way forward from this fractured beginning. 3 days passed in a surreal haze. Ethan checked out of the hotel as scheduled, but rented a private apartment nearby. We agreed to wait for the DNA results before taking any action, though neither of us harbored real doubt about what they would reveal. The truth already lived in the mirrored shape of our birthmarks, in the identical arch of our eyebrows, in the resonance of shared mannerisms we couldn't have learned from each other. I continued my shifts at the Windsor, moving through the motions while my mind remained fixated on the impossible reality unfolding in my life. Diana noticed my distraction, but seemed to attribute it to my encounter with Jonathan. Exes have a way of stirring up old ghosts, she said sympathetically, when she caught me staring into space again. Ghosts. Yes, but this particular ghost had materialized into flesh and blood, disrupting everything I thought I knew about my life. On the 4th day, I received another text from Ethan. Results are in. Meet me at my apartment at 7, address below. The apartment was in a secure building overlooking the park, temporary accommodation that nonetheless exuded the quiet luxury I was coming to associate with Ethan. When he opened the door, I was struck again by the uncanny reflection of my own features in his face. How had I not seen it immediately? How had no one ever commented on our resemblance? Thank you for coming, he said formally, ushering me inside. The space was minimally furnished but comfortable, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a stunning view of the city at dusk. On the coffee table lay an opened envelope. Ethan gestured for me to sit, then handed me the papers inside. 99.99998% probability of maternal relationship, I read aloud, my voice catching. Though I'd been certain, seeing the scientific confirmation rendered me momentarily speechless. There's no doubt, Ethan said, sitting across from me. You are my biological mother, and Jonathan Reeves is my biological father. I set down the papers, overwhelmed by the finality of it. What do you want to do now? I've been thinking about that constantly, he admitted. Part of me wants to confront Jonathan immediately, demand answers, make him face what he's done. His fingers clenched around his water glass. But that would be impulsive, and I don't build billion-dollar companies by being impulsive. The pragmatism in this statement was so reminiscent of Jonathan that it sent a small shock through me. Nature versus nurture playing out in real time. I've compiled everything, Ethan continued, nodding toward his laptop. Helen's journals, the DNA results, hospital records I've managed to obtain. There's enough evidence to pursue criminal charges, conspiracy, fraud, falsification of documents. The statute of limitations might be an issue for some charges, but not all. You want to have him arrested? The thought had never occurred to me. I want him to face consequences, Ethan corrected, whether through legal channels or otherwise. I studied him, this man who was my son, yet not entirely mine. Raised by different parents, shaped by different experiences, yet carrying my DNA, my birthmark, my eyes. What about Helen? I asked quietly. Her role in this? Pain flashed across his face. Helen is gone. She died last year. Pancreatic cancer. He looked away briefly. I can't confront her. Can't ask why she participated in this theft. And part of me is grateful for that. Because you loved her, I said, understanding immediately. Because despite everything, she was your mother. Yes. His voice was rough with emotion. She raised me, loved me, was proud of me. Everything I've accomplished, I owe partly to her and James. He met my gaze directly. I've spent days reconciling those truths with what I now know she did to you. The complexity of his position struck me forcefully. While I had lost a child, he had gained a history he never knew existed. His foundation had been shaken just as profoundly as mine. What about Sarah Winters? I asked. She's still alive. She was directly involved. I've located her, Ethan said. She's in an assisted living facility upstate. Early stage Alzheimer's. Her lucidity varies day to day. I want to see her, I said immediately, surprising myself with the certainty. I need to hear from her directly why she participated in this. Ethan nodded slowly. I've already arranged it. We can drive up tomorrow, if you're willing. The decisiveness of his actions reminded me again of Jonathan, the efficiency, the strategic thinking. But there was a consideration in his manner that his father had always lacked. I wondered if that came from Helen, or if it was uniquely his own. There's something else, he said, reaching for a folder on the side table. While investigating, I discovered some disturbing information about Jonathan's current activities. He spread several documents before me. Financial statements, emails, legal briefs. His firm has been engaging in questionable practices for years, helping clients evade environmental regulations, burying evidence in class action lawsuits, facilitating offshore tax schemes that skirt legality. That sounds like Jonathan, I said bitterly. Ethics were always flexible when money was involved. These documents could destroy his career, Ethan said evenly. His firm is currently bidding for several major contracts, including one with my company. I've been delaying my decision, using it as a reason to meet with him again next week. I understood then the shape of his strategy. You're going to confront him. We are, he corrected. If you're willing, I believe we deserve answers face to face. The thought of confronting Jonathan sent a cold shiver through me. The man had demolished me twice, first by orchestrating the death of our child, then through our vicious divorce years later. I'd spent 5 years avoiding him, rebuilding a modest life from the ashes he'd left me in. I don't know if I'm strong enough, I admitted. You survived believing your child was dead for 30 years, Ethan said quietly. You survived losing everything in your divorce. You rebuilt your life working in a hotel where you serve people who used to be your peers. That doesn't sound like weakness to me. His assessment, so direct, so perceptive, brought unexpected tears to my eyes. I'd grown accustomed to being invisible, to having my strength go unrecognized. To hear it acknowledged by this man who was my son felt like a validation I hadn't realized I desperately needed. When I started investigating this, Ethan continued, I expected to feel only anger toward Jonathan. And I do feel that, but I've also found myself increasingly angry on your behalf. His gaze was intense, determined. What he did to me was unconscionable. What he did to you was cruel, beyond measure. I nodded, unable to speak past the knot in my throat. We'll take this at your pace, he assured me. But I think confronting Jonathan together is the only way we both get closure. Together, I repeated softly, testing the word. For 30 years I'd faced every challenge alone. The concept of having an ally, especially one connected to me by blood, felt foreign, yet deeply right. Tomorrow we'll see Sarah Winters, I decided, finding my resolve. And then we'll plan how to face Jonathan. Ethan nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. As the city lights sparkled into life outside his windows, we began to outline our approach, mother and son united by blood and betrayal, plotting the reckoning that was 30 years overdue. Later, as I prepared to leave, Ethan hesitated at the door. I've wondered something, he said. If you had known I was alive all these years, how would my life have been different? The question, so vulnerable, so fundamental, caught me off guard. I would have raised you with music, I said finally, the truth rising unbidden. I would have loved you imperfectly but completely. I would have taught you that your worth isn't measured by achievements or possessions. I paused, emotion threatening to overwhelm me. But I can't say your life would have been better, only different. He absorbed this, nodding slowly. Thank you for your honesty. As I stepped into the hallway, The weight of 3 decades of grief and the tentative possibility of healing followed me like twin shadows into the night. The assisted living facility was nestled in the Hudson Valley, surrounded by autumn foliage ablaze in red and gold. Ethan drove us there in a modest sedan rather than the luxury car I had expected. Less conspicuous, he explained. We spoke little during the 2-hour journey, each lost in our own thoughts about the confrontation ahead. I studied him covertly as he drove, noting how he held the wheel at precisely 10 and 2, how he checked his mirrors at regular intervals, methodical, precise. Was this learned behavior or something inherited from Jonathan, who had the same exacting nature? The question of nature versus nurture had never felt so immediate, so personal. The facility director says she's having a good day, Ethan said as we pulled into the parking lot. Relatively lucid. That can change quickly, though. I nodded, suddenly nervous. What have you told her about why we're visiting? Nothing specific, just that we have questions about a case from her past. He turned to face me. Are you ready for this? No, I wasn't ready. How could anyone be ready to face the woman who had helped steal their child? But I nodded anyway. The facility was bright and well-maintained, smelling of disinfectant and artificial flowers. A staff member led us to a sunroom where a thin, white-haired woman sat gazing out at the gardens. Dr. Sarah Winters had aged dramatically from the competent physician I remembered, her once sharp features now sunken, her hands trembling slightly as they rested in her lap. Dr. Winters, the attendant said gently, your visitors are here. She turned, her faded blue eyes taking us in with mild curiosity. Hello, she said, her voice surprisingly strong. Do I know you? Ethan took the lead, sitting in a chair across from her. My name is Ethan Morgan. This is Olivia Reeves. We wanted to ask you about something that happened at University Medical Center in 1995. Her expression remained pleasant, but vacant. I worked there for many years. So many babies delivered. So many mothers. She smiled vaguely. All blurs together now. I moved closer, my heart pounding. Dr. Winters, do you remember Olivia Reeves? I delivered a premature baby boy in April 1995. You told me he died. Something flickered in her eyes. Recognition, then quickly masked alarm. I'm sorry for your loss, dear. It happens with premature infants, despite our best efforts. Except he didn't die, I said, my voice low but steady. He's sitting right here beside me. Sarah's gaze darted to Ethan, then back to me, her composure cracking slightly. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Ethan leaned forward, deliberately pushing back his sleeve to reveal the crescent birthmark on his wrist. I think you do, Dr. Winters. I think you remember this birthmark. I think you remember helping Dr. Helen Morgan take me from my biological mother and falsifying death records. The color drained from her face. Her hands began to tremble more violently. Helen, she whispered. She passed away last year, Ethan said. But she left journals, detailed journals. Sarah closed her eyes briefly, as if in pain. When she opened them again, the vague pleasantness was gone, replaced by a sharp clarity. You have to understand, she said, her voice suddenly stronger. It wasn't a simple case of theft. Then explain it to me, I challenged, fighting to keep my voice steady. Explain why you told me my baby was dead when he wasn't. Sarah's gaze shifted between us, calculating. Finally, she sighed. Your husband approached me first, she said, addressing me. Weeks before the delivery, he knew the pregnancy was high risk, said he was exploring options. Options? The word tasted bitter. He didn't want a child with potential disabilities, she said bluntly. The earlier the birth, the higher the risk of complications. He asked what might happen if the child was born with significant problems. Nausea rose in my throat. And you told him what? I explained the potential complications of extreme prematurity, but I also told him that many premature infants develop normally with proper care. Her expression hardened. That's when he mentioned Helen, said she'd recently lost a pregnancy and was desperate for a child, suggested an arrangement that would benefit everyone. Benefit everyone? Ethan repeated incredulously. You mean benefit him and the Morgans? Sarah had the grace to look ashamed. He was very persuasive. Talked about how the child would have advantages with the Morgans that he couldn't provide. How Olivia was too young, too focused on her music career to properly care for a potentially special needs child. That wasn't his decision to make, I said, fury building inside me. And it certainly wasn't yours. No, it wasn't, she agreed softly. But you have to understand my position. Jonathan Reeves knew about a case I had mishandled years earlier, a mistake that could have ended my career. He made it clear that if I didn't cooperate, he would ensure I never practiced medicine again. So you chose your career over my child, I said, the words like glass in my throat. I chose what seemed like the best solution for everyone at the time, she countered weakly. The baby would go to parents who desperately wanted him. You would be spared the potential heartache of raising a disabled child. And yes, I would keep my career. Except the baby wasn't disabled, Ethan interjected. I was perfectly healthy despite being premature. Sarah nodded slowly. We knew that within hours of your birth. But by then, the plan was already in motion. The Morgans had falsified documents ready, claiming Helen had given birth while traveling. Jonathan had already told Olivia you hadn't survived. Her gaze shifted to me. You were so heavily sedated, so distraught. The small bundle you held, it wasn't your son. The memory of that small, still form in my arms, the child I had grieved for 30 years, shattered like glass. What did I hold? I whispered. A stillborn from earlier that day, she admitted, unable to meet my eyes. The parents had chosen not to see their baby. We repurposed it. I stood abruptly, needing distance, needing air. The casual cruelty of it all, the calculated deception, the manipulation of my grief, threatened to overwhelm me. I walked to the window, pressing my forehead against the cool glass, fighting for composure. Behind me, Ethan continued the questioning. Did the Morgans know about Jonathan's coercion? Did they know you were being blackmailed into this arrangement? Helen knew something wasn't right, Sarah admitted. But she convinced herself it was for the best. James, I don't think he ever knew the full truth. He believed the adoption was legitimate, if unorthodox. And the payments? Ethan pressed. Helen's journals mentioned contributions to her research. Sarah's face tightened. Jonathan paid handsomely for everyone's silence. Regular donations to Helen's neonatal research unit. A cabin in the Adirondacks for me. Her voice cracked with shame. I've had 30 years to regret accepting it. I turned back from the window, composed enough now to face her. Did you ever consider telling me the truth? All those years, knowing what you'd done? She met my gaze directly for the first time. Once, about a year after I saw you at a fundraiser. You looked haunted. I almost approached you then. But Jonathan was at your side, watching everything, everyone. I knew what he was capable of. You were afraid of him, I realized. Yes, her admission was barely audible. He made it clear that if the truth ever came out, he would destroy not just my career, but my life. And I believed him. Well, now the truth is out, Ethan said, his voice hard. And someone will face consequences. Fear flashed across Sarah's face. What are you going to do? We haven't decided yet, I said, finding strength in the plural pronoun. But Jonathan will answer for what he's done. Sarah nodded slowly, resignation evident in her posture. I deserve whatever comes. I've lived with this guilt for 30 years, watching my memories slip away, while this one remains crystal clear. Her roomy eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry, Olivia, for everything we took from you. As we left her sitting in the sunroom, small and diminished in the autumn light, I felt no satisfaction, no closure, only a profound sadness for the irretrievable years lost to all of us through one man's selfish decision. In the car, Ethan was quiet, processing everything we'd learned. Finally, he said, she confirmed what we already suspected. Jonathan orchestrated all of it. Yes, I agreed. And now we know exactly what we're confronting him with. Ethan started the car, his expression hardening with resolve. I've decided to move up our meeting with him. Tomorrow. No more waiting. As we drove back toward the city, I realized that tomorrow would bring the culmination of 30 years of unknowing grief and the beginning of whatever came after. Jonathan's corner office at Harrington and Reeves occupied the 42nd floor of a gleaming midtown tower, a testament to his rise in the legal world since our divorce. The receptionist, a polished young woman with a practiced smile, brightened visibly when Ethan announced himself. Mr. Morgan, Mr. Reeves is expecting you. Her gaze slid to me with mild curiosity. I don't believe we have an appointment for your companion. She's with me, Ethan said simply, with the quiet authority of someone unaccustomed to having his decisions questioned. The receptionist hesitated only briefly before nodding. Of course, please follow me. As we were led down a hallway lined with expensive art and award plaques, I felt strangely calm. The anger and grief that had churned within me for days had crystallized into something harder, colder, a diamond-sharp clarity of purpose. Jonathan rose from behind his massive desk when we entered, his practiced smile freezing when he saw me. "Ethan," he said, recovering quickly. "I wasn't expecting you to bring company." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Olivia, what an unusual surprise." "Is it really a surprise, Jonathan?" I asked quietly. He glanced between us, wariness creeping into his expression. "I'm afraid I don't follow." "I think you do," Ethan said, closing the door firmly behind us. "But let's not waste time with pretense. We've had a very illuminating conversation with Dr. Sarah Winters yesterday." All color drained from Jonathan's face. For a moment, he resembled the ghost I'd imagined when I thought of confronting him. Insubstantial, haunted. Then his lawyer's composure reasserted itself. "I'm not sure what you think you know, but we know everything," I interrupted, my voice steady despite the thundering of my heart. "We know about your arrangement with Helen Morgan. We know you bribed and blackmailed medical professionals to fake our son's death. We know you orchestrated the most cruel, inhumane deception imaginable." Jonathan sank slowly back into his chair, his expression unreadable. "These are serious allegations, Olivia. Completely unfounded." "Are they?" Ethan stepped forward, placing a folder on Jonathan's desk. "We have Helen Morgan's journals detailing the arrangement. We have Sarah Winters' confession. And we have DNA tests confirming that I am the biological son of Olivia and Jonathan Reeves." He leaned forward slightly. "Your son." Jonathan stared at the folder but didn't touch it, as if it might burn him. "This is absurd. Some kind of elaborate scam." "Look at me, Jonathan," I commanded, stepping closer. "Look at him. Are you really going to sit there and deny what's plainly written in our faces? The same eyes, the same birthmark." I pushed up my sleeve to reveal my crescent moon mark, as Ethan did the same. Jonathan's gaze darted between us, the resemblance undeniable when presented so starkly. His facade cracked further. "This is a private matter," he said, voice lowered. "Whatever you think happened 30 years ago." "It's not what we think happened," Ethan cut in coldly. "It's what we know happened. The question is, what happens now?" Something calculating entered Jonathan's expression, the look I recognized from our divorce negotiations when he was assessing angles and risks. "What exactly do you want? Money? Some kind of public apology?" The casual way he offered compensation for 3 decades of orchestrated grief ignited a fierce rage within me. "You think you can buy your way out of this? Pay us off like you paid Helen and Sarah?" "Be reasonable, Olivia," Jonathan said, his tone maddeningly condescending. "What's done is done. Dragging this into the public eye benefits no one." "It might benefit the countless other lives you've damaged," Ethan interjected, opening the second folder he carried. "Your firm's ethical violations make for fascinating reading. Environmental regulations circumvented, evidence suppressed in class action lawsuits, offshore accounts manipulating tax laws." He spread several documents across the desk. "Did you really think I was considering hiring your firm without doing my due diligence?" Jonathan's expression hardened as he realized the full scope of our leverage. "You're threatening me." "We're offering you a choice," I corrected, finding unexpected strength in the moment. "A choice you never gave me regarding my son." Ethan nodded. "Option 1, we take everything we have, about the fraud surrounding my birth and about your firm's ethical violations, to the authorities and the media. Your career ends, your reputation is destroyed, you potentially face criminal charges. And option 2? Jonathan asked, his voice tight. "You provide a complete signed confession about what you did 30 years ago," I said. "You acknowledge Ethan as your biological son. You make restitution for what you stole from both of us." "Restitution?" Jonathan's eyebrows rose. "You mean money?" "I don't want your money," I said with genuine disdain. "I want justice. I want the truth acknowledged." Ethan leaned forward, his gaze boring into Jonathan's. "As for my part, I want you to resign from your firm, effective immediately, withdraw from legal practice entirely, and transfer your ownership stake in Harrington and Reeves to a foundation that will provide legal services to mothers separated from their children through deception or coercion." Jonathan stared at him, momentarily speechless. "You're asking me to give up everything I've built. You're getting off lightly," Ethan replied without sympathy. "What you did was criminal. You should be in prison." "This is extortion," Jonathan said, desperation edging into his voice. "No," I countered. "This is the consequence of choices you made 30 years ago, choices that devastated lives. I held a dead baby in my arms, believing it was my son, Jonathan. I grieved for 30 years while you knew the truth every single day. Something shifted in Jonathan's expression. Not quite remorse, but perhaps the closest approximation he was capable of. I did what I thought was best at the time, he said quietly. The pregnancy was unexpected. Our marriage was already strained. When the baby came early, with all the potential complications, it seemed like an elegant solution. An elegant solution? I repeated, incredulous. You stole my child and made me believe he was dead. There was nothing elegant about it. It was monstrous. Helen and James Morgan provided him with opportunities we couldn't have, Jonathan argued, gesturing toward Ethan. Look at what he's accomplished. Would that have been possible if he'd been raised by a struggling musician and an attorney just starting his career? That wasn't your decision to make, I said. The simple truth of it, cutting through his rationalizations. He was our son, my son. And now here we are, Ethan said coldly. 30 years later, with your chickens coming home to roost. What's your decision, Jonathan? Public disgrace or private restitution? Jonathan's gaze moved between us, calculating odds and outcomes as he always did. I could almost see the wheels turning behind his eyes, searching for a third option, an escape route, a legal technicality that might save him. Finding none, he seemed to physically diminish, his shoulders sagging slightly. I'll need time to draft the confession, to arrange the transfer of my ownership shares. You have 48 hours, Ethan said, all business now. We'll have our attorneys review everything. And if I refuse, a last, desperate attempt, then by this time next week, your name will be synonymous with one of the most heartless frauds in recent memory, I said simply. Your choice. As we turned to leave, Jonathan called out, Olivia. I paused at the door, looking back. For what it's worth, I am sorry. Not for the arrangement itself, but for your pain. It was never meant to hurt you. The audacity of his qualified apology left me momentarily speechless. 30 years of grief reduced to an afterthought, an unintended consequence. Your intent doesn't matter, Jonathan, I said finally. Only your actions, and the lives you damaged with them. As we left his office, I felt lighter somehow, as if setting down a burden I'd carried so long I'd forgotten its weight. In the elevator, Ethan stood beside me, our reflections ghost-like in the polished brass doors. Mother and son, 30 years lost, yet somehow found again. Are you all right? He asked quietly. Yes, I realized with some surprise. For the first time in a very long time, I think I am. The truth was out. Jonathan would face consequences, and most importantly, my son was alive, standing beside me as we descended toward whatever future awaited us. The 48 hours after our confrontation with Jonathan passed in a strange limbo. I took personal days from the hotel, unable to face the routine of serving others while my own life hung in such delicate balance. Ethan buried himself in work, though he called each evening to check on me, our conversations gradually becoming less formal, more natural. We spoke about small things, his preference for classical music, a connection that thrilled me, my love of gardening, books we had both read. Carefully navigating around the enormity of our situation, we began the tentative process of knowing each other as people, not just as biological relatives linked by betrayal. He'll try to find a way out, Ethan said during one call, abruptly returning to the subject we'd been avoiding. Men like Jonathan don't surrender power easily. I know, I replied, remembering all too well Jonathan's tactics during our divorce. But you've backed him into a corner. We have, Ethan corrected gently. The plural pronoun still startled me, the acknowledgement that we were in this together, a unit formed through extraordinary circumstances. On the morning the ultimatum expired, Jonathan's attorney delivered a thick envelope to Ethan's apartment, where I had joined him to await the response. Inside was a notarized confession detailing the entire scheme, from Jonathan's initial approach to Helen and Sarah through the elaborate deception and subsequent cover-up. It included an acknowledgement of Ethan as his biological son and a formal apology for the suffering caused. A separate document confirmed the transfer of Jonathan's considerable ownership stake in Harrington and Reeves to a newly established foundation, with terms that would allow Ethan and me to direct its mission. He actually did it, I whispered, stunned by the comprehensive capitulation. He had no choice, Ethan said, though he too seemed slightly surprised by Jonathan's full compliance. His entire identity is wrapped up in his professional reputation. This was his only option to salvage anything. A handwritten note was paperclipped to the final page. I expect complete confidentiality in return for these concessions. What's done is done. Let us all move forward with our lives. J.R. No apology. No request to know his biological son. Just a businessman concluding an uncomfortable transaction. Always transactional, I said, unable to keep the bitterness from my voice. Even now, Ethan's expression remained impassive, but I noticed the slight tension in his jaw, an echo of Jonathan's own tell when suppressing emotion. Are you satisfied with this outcome? He asked carefully. I considered the question, turning it over like a strange artifact. Was I satisfied? Could any resolution truly compensate for 30 years of grief and loss? I don't know if satisfied is the right word, I admitted, but it's something. Acknowledgement, accountability, more than I ever expected to have. I looked up at him. What about you? He was silent for a long moment. I'm still processing what all this means for my identity. Who I thought I was versus who I actually am. His fingers unconsciously traced the crescent birthmark on his wrist. I've spent the past 2 weeks wondering what my life would have been like if Jonathan had made a different choice that night. The question hung between us, impossible to answer, yet impossible to ignore. I've wondered the same thing, I said softly. Every day since you walked into the Windsor. Later that afternoon, Ethan surprised me with a request. I'd like to see where you live, he said as we finished reviewing the foundation documents. If you're comfortable with that. My apartment was a modest one-bedroom in a pre-war building far from the luxury of Ethan's temporary residence. I'd felt no embarrassment about my circumstances until that moment, suddenly seeing my home through his eyes. The worn furniture saved from before the divorce, the faded prints on the walls, the small upright piano that was my one non-negotiable possession when everything else was taken. It's nothing special, I said as I unlocked the door, feeling unaccountably nervous. Ethan stepped inside, his gaze taking in everything with quiet attention. He moved to the piano immediately, running his fingers lightly across the keys without pressing them. Helen insisted I take piano lessons, he said unexpectedly. I never understood why she was so adamant about it. James wanted me to play baseball, but Helen wouldn't budge on the piano. He glanced at me. I have perfect pitch. Did you know that's often hereditary? I didn't, I said, a small piece of the puzzle clicking into place. Did you enjoy playing? Very much. Still do, though I rarely have time now. He pressed a key gently, the note hanging in the air between us. Would you play something? I've been curious about your music since you mentioned your career. I hesitated, then sat at the bench. It had been years since I'd played for anyone but myself. My fingers felt stiff at first, uncertain, but muscle memory took over as I began Debussy's Clair de Lune, a piece I'd played since my conservatory days, its gentle melancholy always speaking to something deep within me. As the final notes faded, I became aware of Ethan watching me intently, an unreadable expression on his face. That was beautiful, he said simply. Thank you. I closed the piano lid gently. I was considered promising once, before I gave it up for marriage, for Jonathan's career. You could play professionally again? Ethan suggested. It's not too late. The idea was so unexpected, so outside my realm of possibility that I nearly laughed. At my age? After so many years away from it? Why not? His expression was earnest. You clearly still have the talent, and now you have resources. The foundation will provide you with financial security. You could teach, perform, whatever you wanted. The casual way he offered this second chance, this resurrection of dreams long buried, left me momentarily speechless. For 5 years, I'd focused solely on survival, on maintaining my dignity while serving those who had once been my peers. The possibility of reclaiming any part of my former self had seemed as impossible as finding my lost child. Yet here was that child, now a man, offering me the opportunity to reclaim more than just the truth of his existence. I'll think about it, I said finally, unwilling to make promises I wasn't sure I could keep. Ethan nodded, respecting my hesitation. He continued exploring my apartment, pausing at the small collection of framed photographs on my bookshelf, mostly from before the divorce, my previous life preserved in frozen moments. He picked up one photo, studying it with particular intensity. Is this me? He asked quietly. I moved to his side, my heart clenching at the image, a grainy ultrasound picture in a simple silver frame. Yes, 24 weeks, the last image I had of you before. Neither of us completed the sentence. The weight of what had been stolen from both of us hung in the air, almost tangible in its presence. "I'd like a copy of this," Ethan said finally, setting the frame down with careful precision. "If you wouldn't mind." Of course, we stood in silence, the apartment suddenly feeling too small to contain the magnitude of our shared loss and tentative reconnection. "What happens now?" I asked, voicing the question that had haunted me since our confrontation with Jonathan. Ethan considered this, his expression thoughtful. "The foundation needs direction. The legal work is just beginning." He hesitated, then added, "And I'd like to get to know my mother, if she's willing." Mother. The word I'd thought would never apply to me again, not after holding that small, still bundle 30 years ago. I'd been a mother for mere hours, then a grieving, almost mother for decades. Now I was being offered the chance to claim that title again, in a form I could never have imagined. "She's willing," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "though she has no idea how to be a mother to a 30-year-old son." "That makes two of us," Ethan replied, with the first genuine smile I'd seen from him. "I have no idea how to be a 30-year-old son. Perhaps we can figure it out together." Together. The word held more promise than I'd allowed myself in years. 3 months passed with startling swiftness. The newly established Reeves Foundation for Family Justice took shape under Ethan's efficient guidance and my growing involvement. We named Diana from the hotel as executive director, her organizational skills and compassion making her the perfect candidate to lead our mission of supporting families separated through deception or coercion. I gave notice at the Windsor. My resignation met with genuine congratulations from most of my colleagues who believed I'd simply landed a position with the foundation. Only Diana knew the full truth, sworn to secrecy but supportive beyond measure. "You deserve this second chance," she told me on my last day, hugging me tightly. All of it. Jonathan kept his word, fading from public view with a carefully crafted story about health concerns necessitating his early retirement. The partners at Harrington and Reeves scrambled to rebrand and distance themselves from any hint of impropriety, unaware that the foundation now controlling Jonathan's shares was quietly redirecting their focus toward family justice cases. Throughout these external changes, the more significant transformation was happening between Ethan and me. Our relationship evolved gradually, carefully, like a delicate plant requiring gentle tending. We established a routine of weekly dinners, sometimes at his apartment, sometimes at mine. During these evenings, we filled in the 30-year void with stories from our separate lives. I learned about his childhood with Helen and James, largely happy, though marked by Helen's occasional inexplicable melancholy and overprotectiveness. He shared his journey from precocious student to tech entrepreneur, the drive that had propelled him to success, the loneliness that sometimes accompanied it. In return, I told him about my early promise as a pianist, my whirlwind romance with Jonathan, the gradual dissolution of our marriage after the supposed loss of our child. I spoke of rebuilding my life after the divorce, the humiliation of serving former friends at the hotel, the quiet dignity I'd fought to maintain. With each exchange, the invisible threads connecting us strengthened, creating something that wasn't quite the traditional mother-son bond, but was undeniably powerful in its own right. One evening in early spring, Ethan arrived for dinner with an unexpected proposal. "I've been thinking about your piano playing," he said as we finished our meal. "About what you said regarding it being too late to return to music professionally." "Oh?" I raised an eyebrow, having noticed his methodical approach when he had something specific in mind. "The foundation is hosting its official launch gala next month. We need a musical component." His eyes held mine steadily. "I'd like you to perform." The suggestion sent a jolt of both excitement and terror through me. "Ethan, I haven't performed publicly in over 30 years, which makes it the perfect symbolic beginning for the foundation," he countered, reclaiming what was lost. "Second chances." He leaned forward slightly. "You're still brilliant, Olivia. I've heard you play during our dinners. The talent is still there. There's a vast difference between playing casually during dinner and performing at a gala in front of donors and board members," I protested. "You have 6 weeks to prepare." His confidence in me was both flattering and terrifying. "Just one piece, something meaningful to you." I wanted to refuse, to retreat to the safety of anonymity I'd grown accustomed to. Yet something in his unwavering belief made me reconsider. Perhaps this was part of my own reclamation, my own second chance. "I'll think about it," I said finally. His smile, so rarely seen but transformative when it appeared, told me he knew he'd won. That night after Ethan left, I sat at my piano, really sat with purpose, for the first time in decades. My fingers moved over the keys, tentatively at first, then with growing confidence as I played through pieces I'd once known by heart. Muscle memory was a remarkable thing. My hands remembered what my conscious mind had almost forgotten. By midnight, I'd made my decision. I would perform at the gala, not just for Ethan or for the foundation, but for myself, for the young woman who had surrendered her dreams too easily, who had lost so much but was finally finding her way back. The following weeks were a blur of preparation. I practiced religiously each morning, rediscovering the discipline and joy of immersing myself in music. Ethan arranged for my piano to be professionally restored, a practical necessity he insisted when I protested the expense. 2 weeks before the gala, an elegant dress arrived at my apartment, midnight blue with subtle silver accents that complemented my now fully silver hair. The card simply read, "For your triumphant return, E." The night of the gala arrived with alarming swiftness. The venue was a historic concert hall in the city, its gilded interior aglow with soft lighting. I waited backstage, my heart hammering against my ribs, questioning every life choice that had led me to this moment. Ethan found me there, immaculate in his tuxedo, but with an uncharacteristic nervousness about him. "Are you ready?" he asked, adjusting his cufflinks, a habit I'd noticed emerged when he was anxious. "As I'll ever be," I replied, smoothing my already smooth dress. "The hall is filling up?" "It's at capacity. Many of the city's most influential families are in attendance." He hesitated. "There's something I should tell you. Jonathan is here." My head snapped up. "What? Why would he—" "I invited him," Ethan said, his expression unreadable. I thought he should witness what his actions ultimately led to. The foundation, your performance, our relationship. The good that has emerged from his deception. The complexity of emotions in Ethan's voice, not vindictiveness but something more nuanced, gave me pause. This wasn't about revenge but about completion, about bringing the full circle of our story into one room. "Are you angry?" Ethan asked when I remained silent. "No," I said, surprising myself with the truth of it. "No, I'm not angry. Jonathan is part of this story, however unwillingly. Perhaps he should be here to see its resolution." Relief flickered across Ethan's face. "There's one more thing." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small velvet box. "I had this made for you, for tonight." Inside was a delicate silver bracelet with a single charm, a crescent moon crafted from white gold, small diamonds marking its curve, the birthmark that had connected us, transformed into something beautiful. "Ethan," I breathed, momentarily speechless. "It's perfect." He fastened it around my wrist, covering my birthmark precisely. "For luck," he said simply, "though you won't need it." When my name was announced, I walked onto the stage with my head high, the weight of 30 years of silence and loss lifting with each step. The grand piano waited, gleaming under the stage lights. I took my seat, adjusted my posture, and let my hands hover over the keys for just a moment. The piece I'd chosen was Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, a composition of such profound beauty and emotional depth that it had always moved me, even in my darkest moments. As I began to play, the hall faded away, and there was only the music, flowing through my fingers, expressing everything words could not. I played for the young pianist whose career had been set aside. I played for the mother who had grieved an emptiness for 30 years. I played for the son who had been stolen and found against impossible odds. And somewhere in the piece, as the melody soared and my fingers moved with newfound confidence, I even played for Jonathan, not in forgiveness exactly, but in acknowledgement that his terrible choice had ultimately led to this moment of beauty and reclamation. When the final notes faded, there was a moment of profound silence before the applause began, hesitant at first, then building to a sustained ovation that brought tears to my eyes. I rose, bowing slightly, my gaze finding Ethan in the front row, his expression a mixture of pride and something deeper, more fundamental. As I left the stage, I caught a glimpse of Jonathan near the back of the hall, his face unreadable in the shadows. Our eyes met briefly across the distance, and I offered the smallest of nods, not absolution, but recognition. Then I turned away, moving toward the future rather than the past. Backstage, Ethan was waiting. "That," he said softly, "was extraordinary. Thank you for pushing me to do it, I replied, my hands still trembling slightly from adrenaline and emotion. I'd forgotten how it felt to make music like that, to create something beautiful from pain. Isn't that what we're doing with all of this? He asked, gesturing toward the hall, the foundation, the new reality we were building together. Creating something meaningful from what was meant to destroy us? The wisdom in his observation, so profound, so unexpected, left me momentarily speechless. This brilliant man, my son yet not raised by me, had somehow distilled the essence of our shared journey into a single perfect truth. Yes, I said finally. I believe that's exactly what we're doing. Summer arrived with unexpected opportunities. The foundation's launch had generated significant publicity, leading to media interest in my personal story, carefully edited to protect the privacy of all involved. My performance at the gala had caught the attention of the city's music community, resulting in an invitation to teach masterclasses at my former conservatory. It's like the universe is conspiring to give you back everything you lost, Diana remarked one afternoon as we reviewed grant applications for the foundation, just in a different form. Her observation struck me as profoundly true. The pieces of my former life were returning, transformed by time and experience into something new, something that perhaps fit better than the original ever had. Ethan and I settled into a comfortable rhythm of regular dinners and foundation work, our relationship deepening through shared purpose and gradual revelations. The awkwardness of our early interactions gave way to a familiar ease that sometimes startled me with its naturalness. I have a proposition, Ethan said during one of our weekly dinners at my apartment. The Phoenix Tech Board retreat is next month in Tuscany. I'd like you to join me. I nearly dropped my fork. Tuscany? With your executive board? Not as a board member, he clarified, though you'd be welcome at some of the sessions. I thought you might enjoy the villa we've rented. There's a beautiful antique piano, and the countryside is spectacular for painting. He hesitated, and I'd value having you there. The invitation touched me deeply. This wasn't foundation business or obligation. This was Ethan simply wanting my company, wanting to include me in an important aspect of his life. I'd be honored, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Though I'm not sure what I'd tell your colleagues about who I am. A complicated expression crossed his face. I've been thinking about that, about how we present our relationship to the world. He set down his glass deliberately. The truth is, I'm proud to have found you. I don't want to hide our connection behind vague explanations or half-truths. You want to tell people that I'm your mother? The words still felt strange on my tongue, applied to this accomplished man across the table. Yes, he said simply. Not the complete circumstances. Those remain private. But the fundamental truth that you are my biological mother and that we found each other after many years of separation. The matter-of-fact way he claimed our connection brought unexpected tears to my eyes. Are you sure? It could raise questions about Helen and James, about your background. I've made my peace with those complexities, he said, his voice gentle but firm. Helen remains the woman who raised me, who shaped much of who I am. That doesn't change. But you are also my mother, by blood and now by choice. I see no reason to deny either truth. His clarity, his ability to hold these seemingly contradictory truths simultaneously, never failed to impress me. In this he was nothing like Jonathan, whose worldview allowed for only one version of reality, his own. Then I would be honored to accompany you to Tuscany, I said, as your mother. The retreat was even more beautiful than Ethan had described. The villa, perched on a Tuscan hillside surrounded by cypress trees and vineyards, dated back to the 16th century. My room overlooked a terraced garden that tumbled down to a small lake, the landscape straight from a Renaissance painting. On our second evening there, following a day of board meetings I'd politely declined to attend, Ethan found me at the antique grand piano in the villa's music room, experimenting with a Schubert piece I'd once known by heart. The board members are asking about you, he said, leaning against the doorframe. They're intrigued by my mysterious silver-haired companion who plays like a concert pianist. I laughed softly. Hardly concert level anymore. You underestimate yourself. He entered the room fully, taking a seat in a nearby armchair. I've invited them for drinks before dinner. I thought, if you're comfortable with it, I might introduce you properly. Understanding his meaning immediately, I nodded. I'm ready if you are. When the board members gathered on the terrace an hour later, a collection of tech executives, venture capitalists, and industry pioneers, Ethan drew me to his side with a gentle hand on my elbow. "I'd like to introduce you all to Olivia Reeves," he said, his voice carrying easily across the terrace. "My mother." The surprised murmurs were immediate, followed by curious glances between us, noting, no doubt, the similarities in our features that became obvious once named. "I thought your parents were Helen and James Morgan," said one board member, a direct woman I'd been introduced to as the former CEO of a major tech firm. "James and Helen raised me," Ethan confirmed. "I was separated from Olivia as an infant through circumstances beyond her control. We reconnected recently after 30 years apart." The simplicity of his explanation, truthful while protecting the more painful details, silenced further questions. The group accepted his narrative with respectful interest, several members approaching me individually throughout the evening with genuine warmth. Later, as we walked through the moonlit gardens after the others had retired, I found myself overwhelmed by the ease with which Ethan had claimed our connection publicly. "Thank you," I said finally, "for acknowledging me so openly." "I should be thanking you," he replied, surprising me, "for your grace in accepting a son who appeared in your life so suddenly with so many complications attached." "You could never be a complication," I assured him. "A miracle, perhaps, but never a complication." We stopped at a stone balustrade overlooking the valley below, the distant lights of a small town twinkling like earthbound stars. In the soft moonlight, I could see both Jonathan and myself in Ethan's profile, the determined set of his jaw, the thoughtful expression that had once been my hallmark. "I've been thinking about Helen's journals," Ethan said unexpectedly, "about something she wrote when I was 10. She said watching me grow was both her greatest joy and her deepest guilt, that every milestone she witnessed was one stolen from you." The complex emotion in his voice, grief for his adoptive mother mingled with regret for what I had missed, touched me deeply. "Helen loved you," I said gently. "Whatever her role in what happened, she gave you a good life, a loving home. I can't hate her for that. Even though she took your child, she took you physically," I acknowledged. But the connection between us remained, invisible, unknown, but real. The same blood, the same birthmark, the same musical talent. She couldn't erase those things, however much Jonathan might have wanted to sever all ties. Ethan nodded slowly, absorbing my perspective. "There's something I've been wanting to ask you," he said after a moment. "Something that might seem strange given everything that's happened. Go ahead. Would you tell me the story of the day I was born? Not the aftermath, but the beginning. What you felt when you knew I was coming. What you hoped for." The request caught me off guard. So fundamental, so primal. Every child deserves to know the story of their beginning. Yet this basic narrative had been stolen from him along with everything else. "You were eager to arrive," I began, my voice soft with memory. "Almost 3 months early. I was playing Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata when the first contraction hit, so strong it made me miss a note. I knew immediately you were coming, though the doctors tried to stop the labor. I described the rush to the hospital, the fear mingled with determination, the fierce, protective love I'd felt even as everything moved too quickly, too dangerously. When they finally placed you in my arms, you were so tiny, barely 4 pounds. But your grip was strong when you wrapped your fingers around mine. I touched my wrist where the crescent birthmark lay beneath my bracelet. And when I saw this mark on your wrist, identical to my own, I knew you were truly mine, truly a part of me." Ethan listened with absolute focus, absorbing this origin story, his story, with visible emotion. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment, the only sound the chirp of crickets from the garden below. "Thank you," he said finally, his voice rough, "for giving me that beginning, for fighting for me from the start. Always," I promised, meaning it with every fiber of my being. Then and now, in the silvery Tuscan moonlight, with the weight of 30 years of separation behind us and an uncertain but promising future ahead, we stood together, not a conventional mother and son, but something perhaps more hard-won and precious for all its complexity. Autumn painted the city in amber and crimson, a year of transformations drawing to its close. The foundation had flourished beyond our initial expectations, helping dozens of families navigate situations painfully similar to our own. Each success story felt like a small redemption, each reunion an echo of our own impossible finding. My return to music had evolved from the single performance at the gala to regular master classes and occasional intimate recitals. I'd declined more public opportunities, preferring the quiet satisfaction of teaching promising students and playing for small, appreciative audiences. At 53, I had no interest in the demanding life of a touring musician. This measured return to my first love was enough. Ethan had integrated me into his life with a naturalness that sometimes took my breath away. He introduced me as his mother without qualification or explanation, weathering the occasional raised eyebrow or curious glance with unflappable composure. In business settings, we maintained appropriate boundaries. He was still the visionary CEO, I the foundation director. But in private, our relationship continued to deepen through small revelations and shared experiences. I hadn't seen Jonathan since the foundation gala, though I occasionally glimpsed his name in legal journals, noting his conspicuous absence from major cases and events. According to Ethan, who monitored such things with characteristic thoroughness, Jonathan had sold his lavish apartment and relocated to a smaller residence in Connecticut, his once prominent social life notably diminished. I felt no satisfaction in his downfall, only a muted sense that justice had, in its imperfect way, been served. The man who had orchestrated my greatest loss had lost much himself, not through our vindictiveness, but through the natural consequences of his own actions finally catching up to him. One crisp October morning, as leaves drifted past my apartment windows like fragments of flame, my phone rang with Ethan's distinctive tone. "Are you busy this afternoon?" he asked without preamble, directness being another quality he'd either inherited or developed independently. "Nothing that can't be rescheduled," I replied, mentally reviewing my day's modest commitments. "What did you have in mind?" "There's somewhere I'd like us to visit. Together." His tone held an unusual gravity. "I'll pick you up at 2 if that works." Curiosity piqued, I agreed, wondering what location could inspire such solemnity in his usually measured voice. When his car arrived, he was driving himself rather than using his usual service, another sign of the occasion's personal nature. I was waiting on the sidewalk, wrapped in a camel coat against the autumn chill. He greeted me with a kiss on the cheek, a gesture that had become natural between us over the months. As we drove, leaving the city behind for the wooded suburbs beyond, I began to suspect our destination. When we turned onto the tree-lined drive of Riverside Cemetery, my suspicion crystallized into certainty. "We're going to the grave," I said softly, not a question. Ethan nodded, his hands perfectly positioned on the steering wheel, eyes focused on the winding cemetery road. I've never visited it. Seemed like something we should do together. The small headstone sat beneath a sugar maple that had turned brilliant crimson, nature's vivid counterpoint to the somber gray granite. Ethan Jonathan Reeves, the inscription read, "Beloved son, April 14th, 1995. A perfect fiction. A grave for a child who had never died, visited for years by a mother whose grief had been built on elaborate lies. We stood before it in silence, autumn leaves swirling around our feet. After a moment, Ethan placed a small white stone atop the headstone, a gesture I recognized from my own family's Jewish traditions, though I'd never discussed these roots with him. "Helen's family was Jewish," he said, noticing my surprise. "She taught me this custom when we visited her parents' graves." Another unexpected connection, another thread that had existed unseen between us all these years. "I used to bring blue irises," I said, gazing at the barren plot. "They only bloom in spring, but I'd find them somewhere every month for years. The cemetery gardener would clear away the previous month's flowers, withered and dry by then. He was always kind, never mentioning that I was the only one who ever visited." Ethan's hand found mine, warm and solid. "I'm sorry you had to endure that," he said simply. "All those years of grieving alone." "But I'm not grieving anymore," I replied, the realization striking me with sudden clarity. "For the first time in 30 years, I'm not carrying that weight." We stood together as the wind whispered through the maple, dislodging more crimson leaves that danced around the small headstone like benedictions. "What happens to it now?" Ethan asked finally. "The grave." I considered this. "It remains, I suppose. A marker, not for a death, but for a beginning. The place where one chapter ended and another, a much longer one, began." He nodded, understanding, as he always did, the layers beneath my words. We turned away from the grave together, walking back toward the car beneath a canopy of autumn glory. "I have something for you," he said, as we drove back toward the city. It's in the glove compartment. Inside was a small blue envelope. I opened it to find an elegantly printed invitation, Phoenix Tech, in collaboration with the Reeves Foundation for Family Justice, requests the honor of your presence at the dedication of the Helen Morgan Memorial Wing University Children's Hospital, November 15th, 7 p.m. I looked at Ethan, momentarily speechless. The wing will specialize in neonatal care for premature infants, he explained, eyes on the road ahead. State-of-the-art facilities, research programs, support services for families. Everything Helen dedicated her professional life to, but with additional resources she never had access to. It's a beautiful tribute, I said, genuinely moved by the gesture. She would have been proud. I wanted to be sure you'd be comfortable with it, Ethan said, glancing at me briefly. Given her role in our separation, Helen made a terrible choice, I acknowledged, but she also gave you a good life. A loving home. The world isn't divided neatly into heroes and villains, much as we might sometimes wish it were. He nodded, a small smile touching his lips. That's what I hoped you'd say. At a stoplight, he turned to face me fully. There's something else. The dedication ceremony falls on the first anniversary of when we met, when you served me at the Windsor. I thought perhaps you might perform at the dedication, something to mark the occasion. The symmetry of it struck me. My return to music happening alongside Ethan's public acknowledgement of both his mothers, the woman who raised him and the woman who gave him life. I'd be honored, I said. The dedication ceremony was attended by the city's medical and philanthropic elite, a sea of formal attire and polite applause. I sat in the front row as Ethan delivered a moving speech about Helen's dedication to neonatal medicine, about second chances and the power of modern medical intervention. My own life, he said toward the end, his gaze finding mine, began under the most precarious circumstances, a premature birth with uncertain prospects. Through medical expertise and extraordinary care, I survived and thrived. This wing will ensure that other children and families receive the same chances I was given. The careful wording, truthful while strategic in its omissions, demonstrated again Ethan's gift for navigating complex ethical waters. He honored Helen's professional legacy while acknowledging, however obliquely, the reality of his own beginning. When I took my place at the grand piano positioned in the hospital's soaring atrium, I felt a profound sense of completion. The piece I'd chosen, Bach's Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring, flowed from my fingers with effortless grace, its intricate patterns speaking of order emerging from chaos, beauty from complexity. As the final notes resonated through the space, I caught Ethan's eye across the room. In that moment of silent communion, I felt the circuit of our extraordinary journey complete itself. Mother and son, separated and found, creating something meaningful from what had been meant to divide us. Later, as we shared a quiet dinner at my apartment, just the two of us, no foundation business or social obligations, Ethan raised his glass in a toast. To finding what was lost, he said simply. I touched my glass to his, the soft chime like a bell marking the hour, and to building what never existed before. Outside my windows, the first snowflakes of winter began their silent descent, transforming the city into something new and pristine. Inside, in the warm circle of lamplight, sat the most unexpected and precious gift of my life. My son, returned to me against impossible odds, both of us forever changed by the journey. Not a fairy tale ending, too complex, too nuanced for such simplicity, but an ending nonetheless that contained within it the seeds of countless new beginnings. For us and for the families, our foundation would help in years to come. I was thinking, Ethan said, setting down his glass, about next steps for the foundation. There's a program in Europe I'd like us to explore, a model for family reunification that's shown promising results. As he outlined his vision, I listened with the awareness that this shared purpose, this mutual respect, this hard-won connection, was the real miracle. Not just finding each other, but finding in each other the perfect complement, the missing piece that made both our lives more complete. Outside, the snow continued to fall, covering the past year's transformations in a clean white blanket. Nature's reminder that even the most indelible marks can be softened, that new growth always waits beneath the surface, ready to emerge when its season arrives.
Why are all the cards declined? They're sitting at the table embarrassed. Fix this right now. My mom screamed into the phone. Her voice was shaking, like her world had just cracked open. My name is Lauren Avery, I'm 31. And if you think you know how this ends, stay tuned. Because sometimes silence is the most expensive answer in the world. I was sitting in the departures lounge at JFK, sipping a cold iced latte, watching morning flights take off through the glass, when her calls started flooding in. 36 missed calls in 7 minutes. 2 hours earlier, she stood in the kitchen, arms crossed, telling me like a dictator assigning a chore. For your sister's birthday, 75 guests are coming. They'll stay here a whole month. You'll cook, clean, and host. You're the single one. Be useful. She didn't even ask, she decided. She never asked. My sister smirked while applying lip gloss and said, "Just don't act weird in front of my in-laws this time." Then she laughed at her own joke, like humiliating me was entertainment. Breakfast tasted like chalk in my mouth. So, I didn't fight. I didn't argue. I didn't cry. I just finished my toast, closed my laptop, zipped my suitcase, and walked out. Nobody even noticed the click of the door behind me. They genuinely believed I was their unpaid event staff again. They forgot one tiny detail. This house, the one they were about to host 75 people in, is under my name. Utilities? My autopay. Grocery account? My card. Restaurant reservation deposit? My card. They never imagined I would stop paying. But today I did. And when Mom whispered, "Lauren, where are you?" I smiled because this time the consequences were not mine. Mom's voice fractured through the speaker. "Lauren, they're looking at me. The manager is standing right here. He's saying the bill is overdue. Please say you didn't do this to us." Funny how the same woman who raised her hand at me for saying no to chores suddenly learned how to say please. But I didn't respond. I dropped the call. Because this moment, this exact humiliation was earned. Let's rewind to yesterday evening, the moment before everything snapped. They had a family group meeting about my money, while I was sitting right there at the table like a ghost. Mom said, "We shouldn't use our own cards. Lauren earns enough. Everything will go under her tab. She's obligated. We raised her." My sister giggled. Of course. She never says no anyway. Her future mother-in-law smirked. Some children are born givers. She should be grateful she can serve. They talked about me in third person. Like I wasn't even human. Like I was a funding machine, workhorse, hotel maid. None of them noticed that I was staring directly at them, memorizing every word while pretending to stir my soup. I didn't slam the chair. I didn't storm upstairs. I didn't threaten them. I simply went to my room afterward, sat in the dark for 1 hour, letting the silence shape my decision. And then I canceled every single autopay one by one, methodically, without emotion. Electric, water, internet, cleaning service, grocery deliveries, the restaurant deposit. Every line item that quietly ran through my bank gone. So now 75 guests were sitting in a restaurant stunned. And Mom was finally realizing what happens when the quiet one stands up. Mom tried again, but this time she didn't yell. Her voice was tiny, brittle, like her throat was full of needles. "Lauren, sweetheart, where are you? Just tell me where you are. We can fix this. Your sisters-in-laws are furious. Your uncle said he might call the police." I set my phone screen down and let it vibrate against the airport bench. I didn't owe them a rescue. Not this time. Not ever again. A year ago, I would have run back like a firefighter to a burning house, trying to save everyone but myself. Not anymore. Not after what happened when I needed them. Last winter, when I got pneumonia, I called Mom coughing all night, asking if she could stay with me just one evening. She said, "I'm not your nurse. You're grown. Handle it." My sister posted Instagram stories from a spa that day while I lay under blankets shaking, fever hallucinating, alone. And when I recovered, they still expected fresh groceries stocked every Sunday and full refrigerator during their visits. That's when I learned. Love without respect is just free labor. So this time I didn't feel guilty. No shaking hands. No second guessing. No panic. I chose myself, calmly, like choosing the right flight. I roll my suitcase toward the gate. The departure board above me blinked. Los Angeles, Seattle. Boarding in 12 minutes. I wasn't flying away to hide. I was flying away to live. To take the job interview that they told everyone I didn't deserve. To spend MY money on MY life, not on people who would gladly starve me to feed strangers. And as I scanned my boarding pass, my phone buzzed again. This time it wasn't Mom. It was
Dad.
Dad didn't call often, and when he did, it was usually cold, strategic, calculating, a CEO tone, not a father tone. But this time, his voice broke on the second word. Lauren, where are you? I didn't answer immediately. All I could hear behind him were voices, angry voices, restaurant noise, silverware clinking, chairs scraping, women whisper crying, waiters asking for alternate payment methods. Then Dad exhaled sharply. This is humiliating, he muttered, like the only thing that mattered was the shame, not me, not how I felt, not how they treated me. What do you want from me? I asked calmly. Dad lowered his voice even further. The bank says the cards are frozen, and the restaurant says the VIP suite is already charged $7,300. We need you to fix this. Your mother is having a breakdown. People are watching. Lauren, just do this one thing. I almost laughed. One thing? For 11 years, everything was just one thing, and every one thing became another one, until there were hundreds. Grocery runs, event payments, dress deposits, trip pre-booking, surprise gifts, loan transfers, utility bills, house repairs, insurance claims. They treated me like an ATM with a pulse. I looked out at the runway, planes lining up, the vibration of engines rumbling through the glass, and I realized something. I wasn't running away. I was running forward. No, I said. Dad went silent. I repeated it, calm, steady, like truth from bone. No, I'm not rescuing you. Not anymore. I heard him inhale, shaky, stunned, like someone punched all the air out of him. This isn't how family works, he whispered. I finally smiled, small, but real. It is when family actually acts like family. Dad didn't respond, but I heard Mom in the background, a choked gasp, like she finally understood the math. The ATM was gone. I boarded, first class, sat down, buckled in, the overhead lights dimmed. The flight attendant offered sparkling water. I nodded, took a slow sip, and finally, my phone stopped vibrating. Airplane mode. Silence. Peace. For the first time in years, the world wasn't clawing at me through a notification. When we landed in Miami, I turned my phone back on, and it was like a bomb detonated. 162 missed calls. 41 voicemails. 83 text messages. All the same theme. Come back. Fix this. Your mother is humiliated. People are asking questions. Then one message from my sister. You just love ruining other people's special days. Pathetic. Funny thing? I didn't ruin anything. I simply stopped funding dysfunction. Big difference. I dragged my suitcase across the marble hotel lobby floor, checked into my room. Ocean view. Blue water. Gold sun. White sheets. Luxury. Peace. Breath. I sent one message to the family group chat, and I composed every word slowly with intention. Hi. I didn't block the cards, the bank did. They flagged the accounts because all transactions for the last 6 months came from MY salary. They froze it until the rightful owner, me, confirms future permissions. I left because I am done being the only adult in this family. Then, after a pause, the guests can pay their own bills. I am not responsible for strangers you want to impress. I hit send. Seconds later, 3 dots appeared. Typing. Then typing disappeared. Then typing again. Then nothing. No insults. No yelling. No demands. Just silence. The type of silence that only happens when people finally realize the golden tap is permanently shut. The restaurant manager called me next, not them. He said, politely, carefully, like he was trying to avoid landmines. Ma'am, your mother tried to open a tab in your name. But when we asked for ID, she claimed she forgot her bag in the car. Then her friends tried. It's messy here. I walked onto the hotel balcony. Salty ocean air, warm breeze, and I smiled the calmest smile of my life. Because now this wasn't just family humiliation. This was public humiliation. And not by my hands, by theirs. 5 minutes later, my sister messaged privately. Please don't do this. Mom is literally crying in front of people. They're whispering. Everyone is watching. Oh look. Now, suddenly, embarrassment matters. When it was my embarrassment. When they mocked me in front of cousins. When they called me extra and said, you just seek attention? They loved it. They lived off the punchline of my humiliation. But today, they were the punchline. I replied with one sentence. Factual, not emotional. The bank froze the cards because they flagged suspicious financial exploitation. Not dramatic. Not cruel. Just the truth. And that sentence? Oh, that sentence sent them into absolute meltdown. Because exploitation is a legal word, not a family word. Then Dad tried the final manipulation move of all manipulation moves. We're family. This is not how things are supposed to go. And I responded the only way I've ever wanted to respond in my entire adult life. Family doesn't abuse the person who funds them. Read it again. Because that line hit them harder than any freeze notification ever could. That evening, right as the sun was dropping into the ocean, my phone buzzed again, but this time it wasn't texts. It was FaceTime. Mom, Dad, my sister. All three squeezed into the restaurant hallway, red-eyed, frantic, whisper yelling like hostages who suddenly realized they were not in control anymore. Dad tried to go calm, authoritative voice like he always does when he feels cornered. Sweetheart, listen, this is getting out of hand. The manager is saying they need a credit card or everyone needs to leave. They're threatening to call police. I sipped my iced lemonade and didn't say a word. Mom leaned in, mascara smeared. Just one card. Just one transaction. Don't embarrass the family. Please. She finally said the real word. Embarrass. I tilted the phone slightly so they could see the hotel view behind me, the infinity pool, the ocean, the nightlights, the life I built without them. Then I said my comma sentence of the entire story. You were the ones who told me last month that I only exist to serve the family. I took you literally. Since I don't serve anymore, you don't get to spend anymore. They panicked. My sister slammed her hand against the wall off-screen. You're doing this out of revenge. No. No. This wasn't revenge. This was boundaries. This was accountability, something they've never experienced in their entire lives. Mom broke. Full sobs. The camera tilted downward, and she slid down the wall, crying into her hands, exactly like the first phone call hours earlier. The manager appeared behind them, politely, professionally, and said, Ma'am, we need everyone to settle the bill or vacate the premises. They looked at me again, desperate. I ended the call. The next morning, sunlight came through my suite windows like a completely new chapter of my life had arrived. I ordered room service breakfast, opened my laptop, and finished the final transfer signatures for the scholarship initiative I chose to fund this year. Girls who actually needed support, not full-grown adults who weaponized entitlement as a personality trait. While I typed, my phone buzzed again, but this time, not from my family. It was the restaurant's legal department. They emailed documentation showing my parents tried to present a fake business card to cover the bill, then tried to convince the manager they were VIP partners. The restaurant rejected them and filed a fraud complaint. They CC'd me because the cards, the ones they used to leech from, were once tied to my corporate account. But now? Everything had been rerouted, legally sealed, layered with compliance protocols, zero liability attached to me. I replied professionally, confirming they had no authorization and that the family was not connected to my company in any capacity. 2 hours later, Mom texted again. Just 4 words. We need help. Please. I looked at that message for a long moment. No rage. No pain. Just clarity. Helping them now would not be love, it would be enabling the same cycle of entitlement they built themselves on. So I typed back, help comes from growth, not from access. And I turned my phone off. That night, while the 75 guests scrambled, while my parents scrambled, while the group chat flooded with blame, hysteria, finger-pointing, I was sitting by the pool, feet in warm water, coconut drink in hand, laughing with people who actually show up, people who build, not take, people who love, not leech. My chosen family, my real family. For the first time in my life, I finally understood. Blood does not define loyalty. Behavior does. And freedom doesn't start when they apologize. It starts the moment you stop explaining why you deserve better.
I was lying gravely ill at home while my husband whisked his entire family away on a lavish vacation. Before leaving, he even hid my medication. When they returned on the 74th day and opened the door, he was stunned and frozen in place. He had tossed aside the vital medications of his helpless, bedridden wife, then casually jetted off to Europe, eagerly awaiting the day he could claim his inheritance. However, the greedy in-laws never suspected that when they returned, toting luxury suitcases, what would greet them wasn't a vast fortune, but a deadly web that cast them all under a bridge in the cold of the night. What really happened? I lay motionless on a plush bed in the middle of a spacious master bedroom in a luxury penthouse on Park Avenue, Manhattan. The room was so silent, I could hear each of my own weak, difficult breaths. This aggressive disease had drained all my life force, transforming me from a formidable woman who propped up the entire family business into a dying shadow of my former self. My life was now sustained only by expensive imported pills that I had to take on time every day. The cold winter wind whipping through New York City hissed through the gaps in the glass windows. Despite the central heating, I felt a bone-chilling cold seep into every joint and blood vessel. My body ached unbearably. For 3 days, I hadn't been able to get up on my own or even walk to the kitchen just to make a glass of warm water. I closed my eyes, trying to fight the nausea churning in my stomach. From the living room, I could hear loud laughter and chatter that shattered the sorrowful silence of this sick room. It was the voice of my mother-in-law, Brenda, and my sister-in-law, Tiffany. They were enthusiastically discussing the gowns they would wear while strolling under the Eiffel Tower in Paris, France. Then came the sound of suitcase wheels being dragged across the hardwood floors. My husband, Garrett, had just grabbed a few more things from his study. With the last of my strength, I reached out and gently tapped a glass on the nightstand to make a sound, hoping someone would come in. A few moments later, the bedroom door creaked open slightly. Garrett entered. He was already dressed in a sharp suit reeking of strong cologne. He looked at me with a cold gaze devoid of any pity or concern. I whispered my husband's name. "Garrett, it's time for my medication. Please get me a glass of warm water and the medicine bottle from the vanity." Garrett folded his arms across his chest, letting out a long, annoyed sigh. He complained casually, "You're so much trouble. Always asking for medicine. How long have you been taking it? Wasting so much money, but there's no sign of improvement. Just stay there, you can get up and get it yourself later. The whole family is busy getting ready for the airport. No one has time to constantly wait on you." I was stunned, trying to hold back the tears that threatened to spill from the corners of my eyes. I asked again, my voice trembling, "What did you say? Where is the family going while I'm lying sick like this? Who will make my broth? Who will get my medicine for me?" Brenda entered from the doorway, followed by Tiffany. My mother-in-law sneered, her gaze full of contempt as she looked at her daughter-in-law, who was growing thinner from illness. She said in a haughty tone, "We're going on vacation to Europe. The tickets were booked last month. Just because you're sick, should we all cancel a trip that was planned so far in advance? You're home alone. Take care of yourself. If you're hungry, order food online. Your medicine, get it yourself." Garrett has worked hard to support this family all year. He deserves to rest and have fun, too. Hearing those cruel words from my own mother-in-law's mouth, my heart felt like it was being squeezed. The reality was, from the luxury penthouse they lived in to the trading company Garrett led as his CEO. Everything was built with my money and hard work. I had hidden my identity as the daughter of a conglomerate family, embracing the role of an ordinary wife and stepping into the background to protect my husband's pride. I handed him the CEO position so he could feel proud in front of his relatives and friends. But now that I had fallen ill, they saw me as a burden, a useless parasite. Tiffany, the sister-in-law who used to sweet-talk me for shopping money, now chimed in with her mother. "I'll just rest well at home, okay? We'll only be gone for about a month. Stop being so needy with Garrett. He's already exhausted from work pressure." They all went back to the living room, leaving me alone in the cold bedroom. I stared at the ceiling, tears streaming down, soaking the pillow. The cruelty of the people I once considered family, whom I had loved and cared for with all my heart, was now so starkly clear. They were excitedly preparing for a luxurious trip, completely ignoring the fact that without proper care and timely medication, I could die. The clock showed 11 p.m. It was time for Garrett's family to leave for JFK International Airport to catch an early morning flight. In the bedroom, intense pain began to grip my stomach because I had missed my medication time. The pain radiated from my stomach to my chest, leaving me breathless. Sweat poured down my face, even though it was a cold winter outside. I heard Garrett's footsteps approaching. I hoped that in these final moments before he left, his conscience as a husband would awaken. He would leave a bottle of warm water and get my medicine for me. However, reality is always crueler than one can imagine. Garrett walked over to the vanity where my expensive medications costing tens of thousands of dollars were placed. It was the only medicine that could suppress the progression of my illness, helping me survive from day to day. Instead of getting the medicine for his wife, he swept all the bottles off the table and coldly threw them into the trash can in the corner of the room. The sound of the plastic bottles hitting the trash can was dry and sharp, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in my heart. I panicked, trying to get up, but my body was completely paralyzed. I screamed in utter desperation. "What are you doing, Garrett? Are you trying to kill me? Give me back my medicine." Garrett turned to look at me, a cruel and cold smile on his lips. He approached the bed, bent down, and whispered in my ear. His words were as sharp as a scalpel. "Stop your act," the doctor said. "Your disease is hopeless. Living another day will only add to the suffering. It's better if you go sooner to free yourself and this family. Don't worry. After you're gone, I will manage the company well and take care of Mom and Tiffany. All these assets are mine now. They have nothing to do with you anymore." I stared in horror at the man who had been my husband for years, horrified by his monstrous intentions. He was not just indifferent, but so cruel as to want to kill me slowly, to seize all the wealth I had painstakingly built, without giving me time to react. Garrett continued to twist the knife with his words. "I've taken all your credit cards. I've also taken your laptop and phone. Before I leave, I'll shut off the main power and turn off the water valve, the password to the main door. I changed it this afternoon. Enjoy the rest of your life alone in this apartment. No one will come to help you." After saying that, he turned and walked out. The bedroom door slammed shut. A minute later, all the lights in the penthouse went out. The heating system stopped working. The sound of a key turning in the lock from the outside signaled that my in-laws had officially left, leaving me trapped in darkness, cold, and solitude. I lay there, my tears having dried up, replaced by a surging hatred. Garrett's cruelty had crossed the line of humanity. He wanted me to die of hunger, thirst, and be tormented by my illness in my own home. He was convinced I was a woman with no family, as I had always lied that my parents were poor back in my hometown and that I had lost contact with them. He had no idea that behind my weak appearance, I held the biggest secret of my life. The room plunged into thick darkness. The cold began to creep in and the physical pain intensified. I knew my condition very well. Without medicine, without water, I wouldn't last more than 24 hours. I couldn't die a futile and pathetic death like this. I had to live. Live to unmask these ungrateful people. Live to reclaim what was mine. A powerful survival instinct kicked in. I started to gather the last remnants of my strength, biting my lip to find a way to save myself. The darkness that enveloped this luxury apartment now felt like a cold tomb. My body burned with a high fever, yet my hands and feet were as cold as ice. Each sharp pang of pain from my internal organs made me bite my lip until it bled to prevent myself from fainting. I knew if I closed my eyes now, I would never wake up again. Garrett had taken my smartphone and laptop, cutting off all normal means of communication. But he never suspected the caution that had become second nature to me as a businesswoman. Under the mattress in the deepest corner of the latex bed, I had hidden an old-school black and white burner phone with an extremely long-lasting battery along with a disposable SIM card I had never used publicly. It was a precautionary habit from my early days in business when I was always worried about unexpected risks. I never thought that this object I considered useless would become my only lifeline between life and death. I tilted my body with great difficulty, shifting bit by bit across the bed. Every small movement felt like 1,000 needles piercing my skin. Sweat drenched my pajamas. It took me almost half an hour to reach the edge of the bed, then grope under the heavy mattress. My fingers trembled, stiff with cold as I fumbled in the narrow space. Finally, I touched the hard plastic surface of the phone. After successfully retrieving it, I felt a wave of relief. Its monochrome screen glowed dimly in the darkness. The battery indicator showed it was still full. Seeing that small light, I cried. Tears fell onto the screen. I took a deep breath, pressing one by one the numbers that were etched in my memory. A number I hadn't dared to call for years. The phone number of my biological father, Mr. Harrison Thorne. In truth, I was not an ordinary orphaned woman, as Garrett's family thought. I was the long-lost daughter of Harrison and Catherine Thorne, the founders of a renowned real estate and global logistics conglomerate. Due to some incidents and misunderstandings in my youth, and to protect my pure love for Garrett from the scrutiny of our different social statuses, I chose to live independently and hide my true identity. My parents were furious, but they still protected me from afar secretly. I used my personal trust fund to build my career, covering my tracks from my in-laws, and willingly became a subservient wife to get what I believed was genuine family love. Now, on the verge of a death designed by my own husband, I realized how fatal my mistake had been. The phone on the other end rang 3 times before it was picked up. Even though it was the middle of the night, my father's deep authoritative voice was clear. "Hello, who is this?" "Dad, it's me, Alara, your daughter. Dad, help me." My voice was hoarse, weak, and broken by pain. On the other end, there was a moment of silence, then a loud crash, as if something had fallen and broken. I heard my mother's voice, Catherine's, in a panic. "Was that our daughter? Harrison, let me talk to her." My father tried to remain calm, but his voice had changed with anxiety. "Era, where are you? What's happened to you? Your mother and I are here. Explain your condition now. Don't be afraid. Mom and Dad are here." I fought through the pain and explained my situation clearly. "I'm gravely ill, locked in the penthouse in Manhattan by my husband's family. The power and water are off. They threw away all my medicine and went abroad. I can't walk anymore. The password to the front door has been changed. Dad, send someone to break down the door and save me. Please hurry. Dad, I'm in so much pain." Without asking further questions, the decisive nature of a conglomerate chairman immediately took over. My father gave orders crisply. "Keep your phone on. Don't hang up. Your mother and I are on our way." The call ended. I clutched the phone tightly. The room was still dark and cold, but a spark of warmth had ignited in my heart. The bond of family is the most sacred feeling. It will never betray or abandon you in your most difficult moments. I closed my eyes peacefully, waiting for the light of life to knock on the door. Simultaneously, I buried this grudge deep within me, vowing to myself that I would make those ungrateful people pay a fitting price. The wait felt like an eternity, like centuries passing. The cold of the New York night continued to seep into my weak body. I began to drift into a semi-conscious state. Happy childhood memories with my father and mother flashed before my eyes, alternating with the cruel face of Garrett as he threw away my medicine bottles. Suddenly, a loud noise that shook the entire penthouse came from the living room. The deafening sound of a metal cutter shattered the silence, followed by the hurried footsteps of people running down the hallway. High-powered flashlights swept across every corner, chasing away the thick darkness. My bedroom door was kicked open. The dazzling light forced me to squint. In the beam of light, I saw a familiar figure. My father, Harrison Thorne, a man who always presented an authoritative face in the business world, was now running towards my bed with a pale, panic-stricken face. Right behind him was my mother, Catherine, accompanied by a medical team in white coats carrying emergency equipment. "Oh my God, my daughter," my mother cried, rushing to embrace my cold body and weeping hysterically. Her warm tears fell on my cheek, carrying with them an infinite love. My father stood beside me, his large trembling hand gripping mine tightly. He turned and yelled at the private medical team he had just urgently summoned. "Check her vital signs now. Inject her with a heart stimulant. Do whatever it takes to save my daughter's life." Dr. Evans, who had been our family doctor for years, quickly approached. He swiftly checked my pulse, measured my blood pressure, and ordered a nurse to immediately set up an IV drip. "The patient is in shock due to a lack of vital medication and severe hypothermia. She must be moved to the family's private hospital and placed in the intensive care unit immediately with swift and careful movements." I was wrapped in a thick thermal blanket and placed on an emergency stretcher. As the medical team carried me out of the penthouse, I saw my father's personal security team already on standby in the hallway. My father paused for a moment in the middle of the living room, looking around the cold, powerless, and waterless home. His eyes blazed with extraordinary anger. He ordered his assistant, standing beside him, "Have people secure this apartment in its current state. Collect all the CCTV footage from this building. How dare they do something so cruel to my daughter? I will show them what it means to be alive, yet feel dead." A special ambulance wailed, breaking the silence of the city night, speeding towards the best international hospital in the city. Inside the warm ambulance, my mother continued to hold my hand, ceaselessly stroking my sweater-drenched hair. My father sat quietly in the corner, his eyes red, holding back heartache and regret. "I'm sorry, Dad, Mom," I whispered through the oxygen mask. My mother quickly placed her finger on my lips, gently soothing me. "Don't say anything, dear. Save your strength. We're almost home. Dad and Mom are here. No one can hurt you anymore." That night, the battle to reclaim my life was fought fiercely in a private emergency room. With the help of the most modern equipment and the most expensive drugs provided by my family, my heartbeat slowly began to stabilize. After passing the critical phase, I fell into a deep, safe, and peaceful sleep. For the first time after years of being a wife and daughter-in-law, I felt what true protection meant. The angel of death had knocked on my door, but the embrace of my family had pulled me back from the abyss. I woke up as the warm morning sun streamed through the large window of the VIP hospital room. A week had passed since that terrifying night. My health had miraculously recovered under the intensive care of the best team of doctors and the boundless love of my parents. Every day I was given the most nutritious foods, like organic bone broths and rare supplements, combined with the most advanced treatment protocols. This morning my mother brought a bowl of fragrant chicken noodle soup. While feeding me, she gently told me light-hearted stories to cheer me up. My father entered the room holding a tablet. His face was calm, but his eyes always radiated sharpness. He pulled a chair to the bedside and said clearly, "Ara, look at this. Dad's investigation team has restored all your personal accounts." I took the tablet and swiped the screen. A series of red-flagged bank notifications filled my private email. Alongside that, the social media pages of Tiffany and Brenda were open. While I was fighting for my life back home, my in-laws were enjoying a life of luxury in Europe with my hard-earned money. On her personal page, Tiffany continuously posted check-in photos at famous locations in Paris. She wore a lavish fur coat, carried a Chanel bag worth tens of thousands of dollars, and smiled for a photo under the Eiffel Tower. Her caption was full of pride. Life is short. You have to enjoy the luxury my brother provides. Brenda wasn't to be outdone. She constantly live-streamed on social media, showing off to relatives back home about dining at Michelin-starred restaurants in Italy and staying in extravagant five-star hotels. In one comment section, when a relative asked about her sick daughter-in-law at home, Brenda casually typed a reply. Life and death are destined. Our family has done our best. If it doesn't work out, what can you do? We'll be home soon to arrange the funeral. That's being beautiful enough. Next to the glamorous photos was a long credit card statement. Garrett had used the supplementary credit card linked to my company's account to shop without limits. A Rolex watch, diamond jewelry, paying for luxury hotel suites, and renting a convertible to drive along the coast. In just over 2 months, the amount they had spent had exceeded $500,000. Seeing the numbers dancing on the screen, my heart no longer felt pain or despair, but a frightening calm. The heartache had frozen, crystallizing into a will as strong as steel. They thought I was rotting at home, getting ready to plan a celebration party and collect the inheritance. They treated my life like trash, using my money to satisfy their boundless greed. My father spoke up, breaking the silence. What's your plan to handle this? If you want, I can immediately freeze all their credit cards abroad, leaving them stranded on the streets right now. I shook my head and placed the tablet on the table. My voice was soft but firm. No need, Dad. You wanted to call the FBI and have them arrested for attempted murder right now. But going to jail today is too easy for them. Let them indulge as much as they want. Let them fly as high as they can in their illusion of wealth. I want them to enjoy their full 74-day vacation as planned. During that time, I will fully recover, reclaim all legal documents, transfer ownership of the assets, and revoke the CEO position at the company. I want them to face their worst nightmare the moment they walk through that door with their suitcases. I will take back everything, not a single penny less, and I will make them feel what it's like to lose everything in an instant. My father smiled with satisfaction. He stroked my head, his eyes full of pride. Good. That's my daughter. For the company and legal documents, the group's legal team will help you handle everything. You just need to focus on your recovery. Over the following days, while undergoing treatment, I secretly cast a giant net. The 74 days of Garrett's family's extravagance abroad were also my 74 days of transformation, shedding all weakness and resignation to become my true self again. A tough woman, ready to face and clean up the trash in my life. The story of revenge has only just begun. Time flew by. 74 days felt like a long dream filled with a mix of emotions. The first few days in the intensive care unit of the International Hospital, I had to endure excruciating physical pain. The strong antibiotics and treatment protocols left me extremely weak, but every time I opened my eyes and saw my father's worried gaze and my mother's encouraging smile, I told myself I couldn't give up. I had to live, not just for myself, but for the people who truly loved me unconditionally. On the 30th day, my body began to show significant positive changes. I could get out of bed on my own and walk around the hospital's lush garden. The nutritious meals specially designed by a nutritionist, combined with advanced medical treatments my father had sourced from top specialists, helped me regain my weight. My pale and dull skin was now rosy again. My hair, which had been dry from malnutrition, slowly became shiny and soft. Standing in front of the large mirror in the bathroom, I almost didn't recognize the gaunt and frail woman from a month ago. Instead, what I saw was a radiant face, a firm gaze, and an exceptionally calm demeanor. During my recovery, my parents never mentioned my in-laws so as not to burden me. But I knew very well that to uproot their evil, I couldn't rely on tears or hatred alone. I needed the law and careful calculation. I asked my father for permission to meet with the company group's private legal team. Mr. Dr. Davenport, the head of the legal department with over 20 years of experience, personally came to the hospital to work with me every afternoon. We reviewed all the asset documents. The luxury penthouse in Manhattan, where I almost lost my life, was a property I bought before marriage using funds from my family trust. The property deed only had my name on it. Garrett had absolutely no rights to it. As for the trading company, I founded it with my own capital. But because I wanted to protect Garrett's pride in front of his relatives, I used my majority voting rights to appoint him as the chief executive officer, while I myself stepped back to be a mere logistics coordinator. Mr. Davenport carefully flipped through each page of the files, analyzing clearly. Miss Thorne, legally you hold 95% of the company's shares. Mr. Garrett is merely a CEO appointed by your majority vote. At any time, you can hold a board meeting to unilaterally terminate his employment contract and revoke his position without needing his consent. The credit cards he used to splurge abroad are also supplementary cards directly linked to your personal account. We also found that he had squandered his entire CEO salary on risky secret investments over the years, leaving his personal accounts completely empty. Hearing that, I smiled sardonically, a bitter smile for my past foolishness, but also a victorious smile for the game at hand. I asked Mr. Davenport to immediately prepare all the necessary legal documents. First, a letter of termination for Garrett from his position as CEO. Second, the revocation of all his legal powers in the company. Third, preparations for an order to freeze the joint accounts and supplementary credit cards, just waiting for my command to be executed. All procedures for the transfer of names and legal asset security were completed secretly with the help of the lawyers and my family's extensive network. While I was busy with numbers, contracts, and legal clauses on the other side of the world, Garrett's family was still lost in their dream of false wealth. They were still regularly posting photos of their parties and luxury shopping sprees in Europe. They were spending the money earned through my sweat and tears with the mentality of heirs-to-be who would soon inherit a vast fortune from a dead person. The contrast between my cold, calculated calm here and their foolishness and greed there made the net I was casting even more perfect. On the 70th day, the head doctor officially declared that I had made a miraculous recovery. All vital indicators and lab test results were at ideal levels. The disease was completely in remission thanks to the latest medicine. I asked my parents' permission to leave the hospital and return to the penthouse in Manhattan to prepare for the best chapter of my life. My father agreed, but he insisted on assigning the group's most elite security team, led by Marcus, a former Special Forces soldier with a towering build and advanced combat skills, to escort me. I returned to that familiar home. The place had been cleaned, disinfected, and all the damaged furniture had been replaced by my father's people. The gloomy and depressing atmosphere of before had vanished, replaced by the warm scent of cinnamon essential oil. I carefully chose a maroon silk dress paired with an elegant fur shawl. I sat at the vanity, meticulously applying lipstick and powder. The reflection in the mirror was a powerful, elegant woman, showing no trace of weakness. I walked to the living room, sat on the plush sofa, enjoying a cup of premium herbal tea. Around me, 4 bodyguards in black suits with sunglasses stood rigidly in the 4 corners of the room. Everything was ready. The trap was set, just waiting for the greedy prey to walk right in. My transformation over these 74 days was not just a physical revival, but also the rebirth of a strong soul determined to seek justice for herself. The clock struck 300 p.m. According to the intelligence provided by my father's team, the flight from Europe carrying Garrett's family had landed 2 hours ago. Right now, they must be busy hauling their suitcases full of luxury goods into a taxi to return to the penthouse. My heart beat with a profound calm, without a hint of fear or anxiety. The atmosphere in the living room was so quiet that the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. I sipped my tea, savoring its delicate sweetness. Marcus, the captain of the security team, stood 1 meter away from me, his posture as solid as a fortress. The other 3 guards stood in a ready position, their eyes fixed on the sturdy wooden door. Everything in this house exuded an aura of power and piercing cold. From the hallway outside, the sound of rolling suitcases grew clearer, punctuated by the cheerful laughter and casual chatter of Garrett and his family. The apartment's soundproofing was excellent, but because they were talking so loudly, deliberately showing off to the neighbors. I could still hear every word clearly from inside. Brenda's voice was shrill, full of satisfaction. "Garrett, be careful with my new bag. It's a limited edition, cost a fortune. Even a little scratch would break my heart. Once we get home, rest for a bit, then open your laptop. Find a good funeral service number. Era's body must be starting to smell by now. We'll need to hire a professional disinfection team, too, so this beautiful house of mine doesn't stink." Tiffany chimed in enthusiastically. "That's right, Garrett. After the funeral, don't forget to call the lawyer to get the deed for this penthouse transferred right away. The company's directorship needs to be changed, too. I've been eyeing a pretty pink sports car. After we're done with Allah's affairs, you have to buy it for me, okay?" Garrett laughed with satisfaction, the laugh of someone convinced he had won the game. "Mom, Tiffany, relax. Everything will be taken care of. The documents are in place, so the inheritance process will be quick. All the money in this house is ours now. You can buy whatever you want. Now, get ready to hold your noses. I'm opening the door." I heard the beeping of the smart lock panel outside. Garrett was entering the passcode. He had no idea that on the night I was taken to the ER, my father had ordered people to dismantle the old lock and install a new security system, perfectly restoring the heavy wooden door to look identical to how it was before they left. An error beep sounded. Garrett grumbled in frustration. "Weird, the passcode is wrong. I definitely changed it to Tiffany's birthday when we left for the airport." Brenda grumbled. "Try again, maybe you pressed the wrong number. This long trip is exhausting. I just want to get inside and rest." Garrett tried a second time, and the same error sound was heard again. Inside, I gave Marcus a signal. He nodded, walked calmly to the main door, turned the deadbolt from the inside, and suddenly swung the door wide open. The wooden door flew open, and light from the hallway flooded in, shining directly on the three tired and annoyed faces. And then, in a fraction of a second, all expression on their faces froze. The satisfied smirk on Garrett's lips vanished instantly, replaced by wide eyes, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. Brenda's jaw dropped, and the luxury bag in her hand fell to the floor with a thud. Tiffany stumbled back a step, tripping over a large suitcase and nearly falling. Before them was not a dark, messy house with the foul smell of a decaying corpse. They were standing before a living room, bathed in sunlight with the soothing aroma of essential oils. And in the middle of the room, on an expensive sofa, sat me. I was wearing a brilliant red silk dress, exuding an aura of grace and power like a queen welcoming traitors. Around me, 4 tall, muscular men in black suits stared at them with gazes as sharp as knives. I slowly placed the teacup on the glass table and smiled faintly. My smile was very friendly, but it made the surrounding temperature seem to drop drastically. I said in a soft, clear voice, "How was your European vacation? You're back sooner than I expected. Why are you standing there like statues? Come in. The door is open." Not one of the 3 could utter a word. They were like stone statues frozen in place. The reality before their eyes was too surreal, too terrifying compared to what they had imagined. For the past 74 days, the woman they believed had died of hunger and thirst in the dark was now present, perfectly healthy, stunning, and in full control of this house. This fatal shock was the first gift I gave them on the day of their return. A suffocating silence enveloped the entire living room. Brenda was the first to recover from her shock. Her bossy and habitually shrewish nature quickly took over her fear. She strode in haughtily, pointed straight at my face, and screamed in a shrill voice, "Ara, you're not dead. If you're not dead, why did you dare change the door's passcode? And who are these thugs? Taking advantage of your husband's absence to bring other men into the house for fun. You're a truly shameless woman, disgracing my family's name." Seeing his mother speak up, Garrett quickly regained his courage. He rushed in, pretending to be a betrayed model husband, and shouted demandingly, "Mom's right. Explain everything to me. What have you been doing at home for these 74 days? Why are these bodyguards here? Don't think that just because you were sick, you can do whatever you want. The rules of this house don't allow you to act so recklessly." "Tiffany, hiding behind her mother and brother, chimed in with a sneer. She must have been faking her serious illness to trick us into leaving. Then she partied with hired men at home. Just look at her silk dress and heavy makeup. Her true colors are showing. I sat quietly on the sofa, letting them hurl their accusations and slander. Their ridiculous act only highlighted their shamelessness and rotten character. I slowly stood up, smoothing my silk dress with a very calm demeanor. Marcus took half a step forward, intending to intervene to protect me from the insults, but I signaled for him to stop. I walked to the solid wood coffee table, picked up a thick-bound stack of documents. I walked slowly towards Garrett and his family. My gaze was cold, sweeping over each face that was trying to look arrogant. Are you finished talking? If so, open your eyes wide and look at this. After saying that, I threw the stack of documents at Garrett's chest. The force was enough to make the files scatter and fall to the floor. The papers full of numbers spread out at their feet. They were copies of their credit card transaction reports from their 74 days abroad. Brendan Garrett looked down at them, and their expressions began to change. I said in a loud, clear voice, reciting every expense I had memorized. On the 15th of last month, Garrett charged $20,000 to the card to buy a Rolex watch in Italy. At that time, I was undergoing emergency resuscitation for cardiac arrest in the emergency room. On the 22nd, Tiffany charged the card for 3 Chanel bags in Paris for $15,000. On that same day, I had to be injected with a vital drug costing $2,000 just to stay alive. On the 5th of this month, Brenda spent $3.00 on dinner at a Michelin restaurant and bought luxury cosmetics. Meanwhile, her daughter-in-law was learning to walk again from scratch because her muscles had atrophied from lying in bed for too long. My voice grew louder, echoing throughout the room. In total, your family has spent over $500,000. In 74 days, all expenses were on a supplementary credit card issued by my company, directly linked to my personal account. You took my money, spent my earnings, flew to Europe to have fun, and left me at home after throwing away my medicine, cutting off the power, and turning off the water with the intent to kill me. Such a cruel conspiracy of murder and robbery. Did you think no one would know after I died? Brenda trembled and stammered. You're talking nonsense. Who conspired to kill you? The medicine was accidentally spilled by Garrett. The power and water were off because of a utility company issue. Don't slander us. Garrett's face was ashen. He realized that I not only knew everything, but also had solid proof. He tried to change tactics, softening his voice, feigning regret. Ara, you've misunderstood. We went on vacation because the tickets were already booked and couldn't be cancelled. As for at home, I thought you could call someone to help. Look, you're all better now. We're husband and wife. Let's resolve this peacefully. I burst out laughing, a bitter laugh that echoed in the room. Resolve this peacefully. You don't deserve to say that to me. All of your vile actions were recorded. From throwing the medicine bottles in the trash, turning off the water valve to flipping the main power switch, everything was clearly recorded by the penthouse's indoor smart security cameras. Don't even try to deny it. Your true faces have been exposed. My patience and love for this family died with me on that cold night. The one standing before you now is only the true owner of all the assets you covet. The irrefutable evidence and my firm statement were like ice water poured over Garrett and his family. Their arrogance and pride vanished, replaced by extreme panic. They looked at each other, then at the bank statements scattered on the floor. Finally, they looked at the 4 large bodyguards standing at the ready. Tiffany, the spoiled sister-in-law, couldn't handle the pressure and burst into hysterical tears. She clutched her luxury bag tightly and wailed. I didn't know anything. Throwing away the medicine and turning off the power. That was all Garrett and Mom's plan. I just went along for the trip. Forgive me, Ara. I don't want to be involved. Hearing her daughter's words, Brenda shot her an angry look, but she herself was trembling too much to stand straight. Her attitude changed in a flash. She stepped forward, about to grab my hand. Her tone became pleading. My dear daughter-in-law, I know I was wrong. It was all Garrett's rashness. I'm old and forgetful. I couldn't advise him properly. I'm sorry, dear. Please forgive our family this one time. We're still family after all. Garrett also rushed forward, showing deep remorse. He raised both hands and swore, Ara, I was wrong. It's like I was possessed by a demon to do those terrible things. I know you still love me. We've been together for so many years. Our marriage bond is strong. Give me one more chance to make it up to you. I promise to make you happy for the rest of my life. Please don't blow this up. Seeing these three putting on a show in front of me, I felt nauseous. Their hypocrisy and cowardice were far beyond my imagination. They were ready to blame each other, ready to kneel and beg for mercy when their interests were threatened. There was no sincerity or real remorse. They used the bond of marriage as a shield, but they forgot that they were the ones who had buried it alive. I coldly pulled my hand away, stepping back to avoid Brenda's touch. I looked straight into Garrett's eyes. My voice was firm without emotion. Family bonds, I'm sorry, but all of that ended on the night you threw my life-sustaining medicine into the trash. I gave you 74 days to enjoy the last of your luxurious life. Consider it my final act of kindness. Now that dream is over. Welcome back to reality. After that, I turned to Marcus, nodded, and gave a firm command. Marcus, do your job. Get these irrelevant people out of my house now. The order was given. The 4 bodyguards acted immediately with professional and decisive force. They moved in 3 directions, securing Garrett and his family. Marcus grabbed Garrett's upper arm. His strong grip made Garrett wooze in pain, unable to resist. Another guard locked Brenda's arms, while a third handled Tiffany. Brenda screamed hysterically, struggling like a mad woman. Let go of me. I'm his mother-in-law. I have the right to live in this house. You ungrateful daughter-in-law. How dare you kick out your mother-in-law? You'll be cursed. Garrett tried to fight back, shouting, Alara, you're insane. You want to kick out your own husband? This is our home together. I stood with my arms crossed, calmly replying, You're wrong. This penthouse is in my name alone, bought with my own money before we were married. You don't have a single cent of right to it here. Get them out. The 3 guards wordlessly and forcefully dragged Garrett and his family out. Their struggles were futile against the physical strength and skill of the professional guards. They were roughly pushed into the outer hallway. Then the 4th guard quickly grabbed all the luxury suitcases they had just brought and threw them out. The heavy suitcases slammed against the hallway walls, creating a loud noise. Tiffany shrieked, crawling on the floor to pick up her dropped handbag. Garrett and Brenda staggered to their feet, their clothes disheveled, their faces pale with shame. I stepped to the threshold, looking down on the people slumped at my feet, and gave a final warning. From this moment on, you have no relationship with me whatsoever. This penthouse is forever forbidden to you. If you dare to come here and cause trouble again, I will report you to the police for trespassing. Be prepared to face the consequences. After that, I stepped back and slammed the wooden door shut. The loud bang cut off the cries and curses from outside. I took out my phone, opened the smart home app, and immediately deleted all the old fingerprints and changed the password to something more complex. Finally, the house was quiet and clean again. The first step of this cleansing was complete, but this was just the beginning of their family's total destruction. The next morning, New York was greeted by a rare warm sunshine in the middle of winter. I woke up early, feeling refreshed and full of energy. After a sound sleep without nightmares, I put on a neat work outfit, a white silk shirt paired with a black pencil skirt, and an elegant long coat. It was time for me to clean up the mess Garrett had left at the company and cut off all their financial sources. With the security team escorting me, my first destination was the headquarters of the city's largest bank. As a top-tier private client, I was greeted directly by the branch manager in a VIP room. I placed my identity documents and family card on the table, giving firm instructions to freeze all balances in the 2 joint accounts I shared with Garrett. Furthermore, I requested the permanent blocking of all supplementary credit cards in the names of Garrett, Tiffany, and Brenda that were linked to my company account. All fixed-term deposits in my name were also to be moved to a new secure account, accessible only by me. The bank staff worked very quickly. Within 15 minutes, a series of confirmation messages arrived on my phone. All the cash flows that supported the lavish lifestyle of Garrett and his family had been officially cut off. From now on, they couldn't withdraw a single penny from my assets. Leaving the bank, we went straight to the office of the trading company I had founded. The Class A office building stood majestically in the bustling central business district. It had been a long time since I had returned to this place, not as a humble warehouse manager, but as the supreme authority. I walked into the main lobby with a confident and commanding presence. The receptionist and department heads who saw me looked shocked and confused. I went straight to the large conference room and asked the head of HR and the chief accountant to immediately hold an emergency meeting. There, I presented the proof of my 95% ownership of the shares, along with the emergency board resolution, and the decision to terminate Garrett's employment as CEO effective immediately. All administrative and legal procedures with the relevant ministries had been completed by my lawyer beforehand. Now was just the time for the official announcement. Around 1000 a.m., Garrett finally showed up at the office. He was wearing the flashy suit he bought in Italy, strutting in like a CEO, completely unaware of the storm that had already arrived. As he was about to step through the automatic glass doors, 2 security guards blocked him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. You are not allowed to enter." Garrett glared and snapped, "Are you blind? I'm the CEO of this company. Who gave you permission to block me? Move." Just then, the head of HR came out, carrying a small box containing a few of Garrett's personal belongings from his desk, along with a termination letter stamped in red. The manager coldly handed the box to Garrett and said, "Sir, as per the decision of the board of directors and the largest shareholder, Miss Thorne, you have been officially terminated from your positions as CEO as of this morning. You are no longer an employee of this company. Please take your personal belongings and leave the office premises." Garrett froze, his hand trembling as he received the termination letter. At the same time, the phone in his pocket rang loudly. It was Tiffany, her voice on the other end panicked and tearful. "Garrett, help me. I'm having coffee with friends at a 5-star restaurant. When I went to pay, the cashier said my card was blocked. I tried using another card to shop at the mall, but it was also declined. I don't have any cash on me. My friends are laughing at me here. Check your account, Garrett." Garrett frantically opened the banking app on his phone. The screen only displayed a red notification. "Account frozen at the request of the primary account holder. All transactions denied." He stood there petrified in the middle of the building's lobby. The box in his hand fell, its contents scattering. All the arrogance built on his parasitic status now lay shattered in pieces. In less than 24 hours, from being people rolling in wealth, Garrett and his family had been stripped of all luxury, officially becoming penniless in the harsh reality of life. My total economic punishment had delivered a fatal blow, opening a new chapter of suffering for the ungrateful. Expelled from the magnificent office building, Garrett walked dejectedly on the sidewalk, clutching the box of his trivial belongings. The cold winter wind pierced through his thin suit jacket, making him shiver in his pocket. His phone kept ringing with calls from his mother and sister. He answered the phone with a weary voice, informing them that all accounts were blocked and he had just been fired. From the other end, the sound of Tiffany's crying and Brenda's complaints was deafening. The 3 of them met at a cheap diner in a small alley, in stark contrast to their glamorous appearance just after getting off the plane. They now looked utterly shabby. Their scuffed luxury suitcases lay on the dusty ground. Tiffany's eyes were swollen from crying, her makeup smudged. Brenda sat slumped in a plastic chair, her face a mask of extreme panic. Garrett rummaged through all his pockets, and the loose change he collected amounted to only about $50. That amount wasn't even enough to hire a cab to transport their belongings, let alone find a place to stay. As night fell, the cold of New York began to bite. With no other choice, Garrett was forced upon some of the luxury goods they had just bought. He took Tiffany's Chanel bag and removed the Rolex watch from his wrist. However, without authenticity papers and in a desperate position, the pawnshop owner would only buy them at a very low price, less than a quarter of their original value. Holding a handful of cash, Garrett tasted the bitterness of reality. Those luxury items, without the aura of wealth, were just lifeless objects that couldn't save them. With what little money they had, the three of them found a cheap room in a crowded, run-down motel. The room was damp, cramped with peeling walls and a musty smell. There was no soft bed or heating, only a rickety wooden bed frame and a thin, worn-out blanket. Brenda shed tears. Just yesterday, she was sleeping in a 5-star hotel. Now, she had to huddle in this squalid place. Their first dinner was 3 bowls of instant ramen, made with hot water borrowed from the motel owner. Their stomachs were empty, but no one had an appetite. Exhaustion, disappointment, and fear for the future began to eat away at their fragile family bond. The blame game started. Brenda slammed down her plastic fork, pointed at Garrett's face, and scolded him. "This is all your fault. You're a husband, but you're a fool, letting your wife control everything. Now we've lost everything. Why did you say everything was under your control? You said the inheritance would soon be yours. Look at us now. Your old mother has to suffer with you." Garrett wouldn't back down. He yelled back at his mother. "I did all this for the family too. When I swiped the card to buy bags and watches for you and Tiffany, did you protest? You just laughed happily. Now there's a problem. Why is all the blame on me?" Tiffany, hearing the argument, became even more upset. She slammed her ramen bowl on the floor and cried loudly, "Stop it. Arguing won't solve anything. I can't live in this filthy place anymore. Tomorrow, Garrett, you have to go to the office and ask for our money back. At least ask for my tuition money. If not, I'll just drop out of college." In that cold motel room, the sounds of arguing and crying mingled, creating a miserable atmosphere. After just one night of hardship, their selfish and spoiled natures were on full display. They didn't reflect on the crimes they had committed against me at all, only busy blaming each other for their lost personal interests. This suffering was just the beginning of the moral punishment they had to face. The next morning, just as I arrived at my office, my assistant ran in panicking. In the lobby downstairs, Garrett and his family were causing a scene, attracting the attention of many employees and visitors. Out of desperation, they had decided to create a drama, hoping public pressure would force me to give in and give them money. Through the CCTV screen connected to my office, I watched their entire cheap theatrics. Brenda had deliberately smeared her face with dirt to look pathetic. She sat on the shiny marble floor, beating it with her hands while wailing. "Everyone, please look. My daughter-in-law stole our fortune and kicked out her husband and mother-in-law. We took care of her when she was sick. Now that she's healthy, she's abandoned us to starve." Garrett stood beside her with a sad expression, trying to explain to the people around him. "My wife is having an affair. They conspired to frame me and seize the company I built with my own hard work. I just want to meet and talk peacefully, but she had security throw us out." Tiffany also played her part well, sobbing while begging for mercy. "My sister-in-law is so cruel. She cut off all my tuition money. She wants me to drop out of school. Our family has nowhere to live now. We just hope she'll give us a chance to live." The crowd grew larger. Whispers were heard, and the building's security guards had to form a barricade to prevent them from getting further inside. Some people even started recording with their phones. I sat calmly in my director's chair, sipping warm coffee. I wasn't angry and had no intention of going down to argue with them. Shameless people will do anything when cornered. I explicitly ordered my assistant to tell the building security to hold back and let them put on their show a little longer, ensuring enough people recorded their pathetic act before officially kicking them out. While they were busy acting in the lobby, the media team from my family's company moved silently. A detailed post complete with strong evidence was uploaded to various major social media platforms. It wasn't filled with harsh words, but a series of CCTV video clips. The first video showed Garrett coldly throwing all my medicine into the trash, turning off the power and water before leaving. The second was a compilation of their photos and videos, partying in Europe, taken from their own social media accounts, accompanied by copies of credit card bills totaling over $50,000 while I was fighting for my life. And the last was a contrasting video showing them rolling on the floor and crying in the company lobby. In just a few hours, the post went viral. A wave of public outrage exploded with hundreds of thousands of shares and comments, fiercely condemning the cruel actions of Garrett's family. Netizens were horrified by a husband's malicious intent to kill his wife for her fortune. Sharp comments rained down on them. Someone wrote, "This husband is crueler than an animal. He deserves the harshest punishment." Another commented, living off his wife, conspiring to kill her, and now playing the victim after being kicked out, an immoral family. The power of social media was incredible. Their personal information and address were quickly found and spread by netizens. The victim masks they wore in the building lobby were torn to shreds. The authorities arrived, dispersed the crowd, and asked Garrett's family to leave. They walked away dejectedly, followed by curses and contemptuous stares from the people around. The heavens are never blind. No matter how neatly a crime is covered up, it will eventually be exposed and judged by society. The social media storm quickly spilled over into the real world, turning the lives of Garrett's family into a series of tragedies. After the truth was revealed, all doors of hope were closed to them. They finally felt what it was like to be ostracized by the entire community. Garrett, the mastermind behind it all, became a public enemy. Out of money, he tried to find menial jobs. However, his face was plastered everywhere. When he went for an interview, the HR manager immediately recognized him and threw him out rudely. "Our company does not hire people with depraved morals like you. Please leave. Don't dirty our office." He was blacklisted from the entire job market. Tiffany's fate was no better. The video of her drama went viral among the students at her university. When she entered the campus, all eyes looked at her with disgust. The friends who once admired her wealth now avoided her. The final blow came when she was officially dropped from all her classes due to overdue tuition fees, and the student body ostracized her completely. Her college future was ruined. Meanwhile, Brenda had her worst day at the local grocery store. As she was about to pay for her groceries, the cashier recognized her from the viral video. The manager immediately stepped in, refusing her service and asking her to leave, shouting, "Get out! We don't serve people like you. Everyone knows what you and your son did to your daughter-in-law." Other shoppers joined in, loudly, shaming her until she ran away in a panic. The peak of their suffering occurred when they returned to the motel. The motel manager, a gruff man, was waiting at the door with their bags already packed. He crossed his arms and said, "You're moving out now. Reporters and angry people have been coming here all morning, disturbing the other guests. I've already called the cops to have you trespassed. Take your things and get off my property before they arrive." Night fell and the New York cold was bone-chilling. The three of them were stranded on the streets without money, without a destination, tired, hungry, and cold. Eventually, they dragged their worn-out suitcases to a space under a highway overpass, huddling in a corner to escape the wind. Brenda shivered, hugging Tiffany. Garrett sat in a daze, his eyes empty. In the biting cold, they finally felt the consequences of their own cruelty. Luxury clothes could no longer warm them. Expensive bags lay worthless. They had once left me in darkness, and to die. Now karma had made them feel the same desperation, multiplied. Today was the day of the divorce and asset dispute hearing between me and Garrett at the state courthouse. I entered the courtroom in an elegant black suit, my hair neatly tied in a bun. My demeanor was calm and confident. Behind me was the best legal team led by Mr. Davenport. In contrast, Garrett looked utterly pathetic. He was gaunt and haggarded with dark circles under his eyes. His clothes were wrinkled and dirty. Brenda and Tiffany, who accompanied him, could only bow their heads. The hearing began. My lawyer, Mr. Davenport, fluently presented all the evidence. He explained the origin of all the assets, both the penthouse and the company. All documents, bank reports, and deeds proved that the assets were my personal property acquired before the marriage, or with help from my family. Garrett had made no financial contribution whatsoever. The most tense part was when the judge played the CCTV footage showing Garrett throwing away my medicine, turning off the power, and shutting off the water valve. The entire courtroom rumbled with anger. My lawyer then petitioned for 100% of the marital assets and full financial restitution due to egregious marital fault and dissipation of funds. Garrett tried to defend himself with a weak voice. Your Honor, it was an accident. The medicine fell. I beg you to give me a small portion of the assets to start a new life. I have nothing left. The presiding judge banged his gavel. Defendant, do not evade. The CCTV footage proves your intent. The law protects rights, not greed and immoral acts. The hardship you are experiencing now is the result of your own actions. After deliberation, the panel of judges read the verdict. Our divorce was finalized. All assets, both the penthouse and the company, were declared my sole property. Garrett's claim was denied. Furthermore, the court ordered Garrett to repay every cent spent on the European trip, and the judge noted that all evidence had been forwarded to the district attorney for pending criminal charges of attempted murder. The judge's gavel fell, closing the dark chapter of my life. Justice had been served. Garrett collapsed onto the floor in shock. Brenda and Tiffany wept hysterically. This verdict not only shattered their dreams, but also burdened them with a huge debt that was impossible for an unemployed person like Garrett to pay. That was the price they had to pay for their boundless greed. The sky over New York was clear today. I stepped out of the courthouse, taking a deep breath of fresh air. The heavy burden that had been on my shoulders for so long was finally lifted. I felt light, at peace, and free. There was no more hatred, only the pure freedom of someone who had been reborn. Marcus had already opened the door of the luxury car for me. Just as I was about to get in, 3 ragged figures ran and blocked my way. It was Garrett, Brenda, and Tiffany. They looked so pathetic. Without any shred of dignity left, they all knelt on the cold asphalt. Brenda fell to her knees and pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Ara, please, I know my sins are great. Living under the bridge has opened my eyes. I was wrong. Greed blinded me. Forgive me. Tiffany hugged my legs, crying, all forgive me. I was foolish and joined in doing evil things to you. I've been kicked out of all my classes. My friends have abandoned me. Please give me a chance to change. Garrett cried before me, the tears of a grown man streaming down his face. Ara, I realize my mistake is enormous. I'm not asking you to come back. I'm not worthy. I will accept this punishment. I only beg you to give my mother and sister a little money so they can afford a bus ticket to leave New York and start over somewhere else. I promise I will work hard to pay off my debt. Please don't let us die of starvation on the streets. I stood silently looking at them. On the brink of life and death, humans finally realized what is truly valuable. Their tears of regret today seemed sincere, a moral awakening after experiencing extreme suffering. This lesson, though late, was the most valuable one for them. However, understanding does not mean condoning. Forgiving was to release the burden in my heart, not to go back and save those who had once hurt me. I no longer hated them, but I would not offer any more help. Money and help had been exchanged for this expensive life lesson. I looked at them one last time. My voice was soft, but firm. I accept your apologies. Between us, all accounts are settled. There are no more debts. The road ahead is your own choice. Live it and bear your own fate. Never appear before me again. After that, I resolutely got into the car. The door closed, separating my peaceful world from their suffering. I drew the window curtain, not looking back. I said to the driver in a light and cheerful tone, "Let's go now. Let's go home. Dad and Mom are waiting for lunch." The car glided smoothly on the bright road. As we pulled away, I saw 2 NYPD police cruisers rush up to the courthouse with their sirens blaring. Officers stepped out and immediately handcuffed Garrett for his pending criminal charges. Behind me, the three people were now facing the ultimate consequences of their actions, crying in deep regret. While before me stretched a vast sky, the warm embrace of my parents, and a new bright and peaceful life awaiting. The story of greed and betrayal had ended, replaced by true justice and priceless peace of mind. Ladies and gentlemen, closing this dramatic tale, perhaps the lingering cold silence of that dark room, or the image of regretful tears under the bridge, still leaves us with deep reflections. Perhaps from this story, we realize that the most frightening thing in this world is not illness but human greed and cruelty, especially from those we call family. The greatest lesson is that karma is real and just. Those who sow evil will reap destruction, ostracized by society and the law. On the other hand, this story also makes us aware of the importance of a woman's independence and resilience. Even in the worst situations, we must be the masters of our own lives, be financially independent, and be brave enough to defend our destiny. Never surrender your life into the hands of others, because the strength from within and the true bond of blood are our safest harbors. In the end, no matter how luxurious the clothes or how vast the fortune, none of it can cover up a rotten character. Only sincere love, gratitude, and kindness are the solid foundations for a person to live with their head held high in this.
My family said I'd make the wedding awkward. They said it like a fact, not an insult. My mother's voice was calm, my sister's fiancé smirking in the background. Just try not to ruin your sister's day for once. Okay, she added, like humiliating me was a favor. No shouting, no scene, just quiet exile wrapped in polite smiles. I watched them drive away that morning, the car stuffed with roses and promises. I didn't follow. I stayed home tracing sunlight across the floor, wondering how family could celebrate by erasing someone. That night, the news broke, and their perfect day went up in flames. I grew up in a house where silence was a form of love, where my mother's approval came in small nods, and my father's praise in fixed smiles. My sister Nyla was the shining one, the kind everyone rushed to protect even from her own mistakes. I was the builder, the one who cleaned the mess, who made sure things looked perfect again before anyone else noticed the cracks. Maybe that's why I became a restoration contractor. I liked fixing what other people broke old houses' furniture, sometimes even people. When Nyla announced her engagement, I wanted to be happy for her. I really did. I helped her choose flowers, measured the backyard for extra seating, even paid the deposit for the venue when her card declined. I told myself it was what family does, but the closer the wedding got, the less I was needed. Group chats went silent. Planning calls accidentally happened without me. At first I thought it was oversight. Then I realized it was intention. Mom became the messenger. She called with that overly careful tone, the one she used when she'd already made a decision for me. "It's going to be a small ceremony," she said. "We just want everything peaceful." I asked peaceful for who, she sighed like I was already exhausting her. "Just try not to ruin your sister's day for once, okay?" That line sat in my chest like a stone. I wanted to ask when I'd ever ruined anything when covering for Nyla's debts, or babysitting her kids, or co-signing her failed cafe loan counted as sabotage. But I didn't. You can't win a war they don't admit exists. The next week, I drove to my parents' house to drop off some tools Dad needed for his garage project. The house looked the same as always. Victorian trim, peeling paint curtains drawn. Inside, Mom was arranging white roses in a vase. For the rehearsal dinner, she said. The kitchen smelled like vanilla candles and control. "Your sister's dress fitting is tonight. You could come if you promise not to make things uncomfortable." I almost laughed. The line between invitation and insult was so thin in this family, it was practically invisible. "Don't worry, I told her I won't make anything uncomfortable." Her smile tightened as if relief and guilt shared the same face. That evening, I stood on my porch watching the sun drop behind the Rockies, the air sharp with pine and coming rain. I thought about how easily people can rewrite history, how my absence would become proof that I didn't care, not the result of being told not to come. Somewhere music was starting, a celebration I helped build when I wasn't meant to see. Maybe silence really was love in my family, or maybe it was just a prettier name for erasure. The day before the wedding, my phone buzzed with photos I was never meant to see. My cousin posted a rehearsal selfie, my parents front and center Neela in white, her fiancé Travis with that salesman smile that always looked like it came with fine print. The caption read, "Tomorrow's the big day. Everyone looked radiant, everyone except me, because I wasn't there." I told myself I didn't care that I'd earned a quiet Saturday free from family politics. But when the laughter in those pictures started to feel too loud, I turned off my phone and sat at my workbench. The Buchanan Project, a century-old farmhouse I'd been restoring, was waiting for me. I ran my hands along the smooth grain of the newel post I'd repaired. Strong, balanced, stable. Everything my family wasn't. By afternoon, a storm rolled in over Denver, the sky bruised gray thunder pressing against the windows. I made tea, not wine this time, and tried to convince myself that staying home was the right choice. No scenes, no whispers, no giving them more ammunition to paint me as difficult. Still, the quiet felt strange, like holding your breath for too long. At 6, Mom called. I watched her name blink across the screen until it stopped. No voicemail, no text, just silence, which in my family was never peace, it was punishment. When night fell, the city lights flickered through the rain. I stood by the window watching headlights blur on the wet street, wondering what was happening miles away at the Ridgewood estate. I could picture it too easily, my parents greeting guests with rehearsed smiles, Nyla glowing under chandeliers I helped choose Travis, charming everyone with empty compliments. A notification pinged. Another, then dozens. I picked up the phone. Group messages flooded in. "You're missing out." The ballroom looks insane. Best wedding of the year, I scrolled through each photo, a knife. My family, laughing, champagne flutes raised toasts to new beginnings. Then one message cut through the noise. A direct text from Mom. "Hope, you understand why we thought it best this way. We love you." No period, no heart emoji, just a statement clean and final. I set the phone down and stared at it. The rain outside thickened into a steady downpour. Water streaked the glass like the house itself was weeping. I whispered, "So I didn't go." And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel guilty for choosing myself. Still, guilt has a way of sneaking in through the quiet. By 10, I'd paced half the house, checking the locks, tidying tools that didn't need tidying. Every sound made me jump. The thunder, the creak of the old floorboards, it all sounded like footsteps, like ghosts I couldn't quite shut out. I sat on the floor beside my half-packed toolbox, the smell of varnish still clinging to my hands. If I showed up at the wedding, what would happen? Would they glare? Would Nyla cry? Would Travis grin and call me dramatic? I pictured myself standing outside the ballroom doors, invisible, but still somehow in the way. No, I wasn't going. Not this time. I'd spent my whole life fixing what they broke, covering their mistakes, cleaning their messes, pretending we were fine. But families like mine don't want peace. They want obedience dressed as forgiveness. I closed my eyes and listened to the storm clawing at the roofs. Somewhere inside that noise was freedom, the kind that comes only after you've stopped asking to be invited. Down the street, a transformer blew, plunging the block into darkness. My reflection vanished from the window, and for a moment it was just me and the sound of rain steady and relentless. I thought, maybe this is what starting over sounds like. But peace never lasts long in my family. Because a few hours later, when the lights came back, so did the world, and it was on fire. That night, the storm finally broke. Lightning flashed through my windows, white and violent, splitting the sky in half. I was lying on the couch, the television humming low in the background, some home restoration rerun I wasn't really watching. I told myself I didn't care what was happening at the Ridgewood estate. I'd done the right thing. Staying away was strength. Then my phone began to buzz. Once, twice, then nonstop. I ignored it at first. Probably more photos. More proof of what I wasn't part of. But the vibrations didn't stop, they multiplied. Calls, texts, notifications from people I hadn't heard from in years. I grabbed the phone. The screen glowed with chaos. "Are you seeing this? Oh my God, turn on channel 9. Rose, it's your sister. Something happened." My stomach dropped. I switched the TV to local news. The footage was shaky, taken by a guest's phone. The caption read, "Breaking news, violence erupts at Ridgewood wedding." For a second, I thought it was some mistake. Then I saw her. Nyla, my sister, in her white satin gown, makeup-streaked hair unraveling. She was screaming. Across from her stood Travis, the man who'd been all charm and easy smiles, now red-faced and furious. He shouted something, the words lost under the roar of the crowd. Then he raised his hand. The slap cracked through the speakers, so loud I flinched. Gasps echoed in the ballroom. The camera jolted. Someone screamed. Then the feed cut out. I sat frozen, my wine glass trembling in my hand. The rain hammered the roof like applause from another world. My phone lit up again, Mom calling. I didn't answer. The call went to voicemail, then another, then another. I stared at the missed call counter climbing higher, each one a small, desperate apology. Finally, I played one. Her voice came through thin and trembling. "Rose, please, your sister's hurt. She needs you. We're at the hospital. Please come." I pressed the phone to my chest, breathing shallow. For years, that was my role, to rush in when things fell apart, to clean, to fix, to forgive. But something in me shifted that night. They'd told me I would ruin the wedding. Turns out they didn't need my help. I turned the TV volume down. The anchor's voice was still talking about alleged assault and charges pending, but it all sounded distant, like static. I walked to the window. Outside, the rain had stopped. The street glistened under the streetlights, quiet and washed clean. I could have grabbed my keys, driven to that hospital, held Nyla's hand like I always did. I could have been the dependable one again. But what would it change? I hadn't been invited to her joy. Why should I be summoned to her wreckage? My reflection stared back at me in the glass, tired, pale, unflinching. "Not this time," I whispered. The phone buzzed again. Another call. Another chance to fall back into the role they'd written for me. I silenced it and set it face down on the table. The house was quiet again, only the clock ticking. Somewhere, sirens wailed in the distance. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel guilty. I felt free. The morning after the wedding, sunlight felt wrong, too bright, too normal for what had happened. I woke to another avalanche of messages, headlines, and 100 different versions of the same video. It was everywhere now, on TV, online, even replaying muted on a cafe screen when I went to grab coffee. "Local wedding ends in assault," the captions read, looping the same grainy footage over and over again. In the clip, Yu's white dress looked almost translucent. Under the chandeliers, her face streaked with mascara. Travis's shout came muffled, but the sound of the slap was unmistakable. The crowd's gasp was sharp enough to pierce the room every time I heard it. Someone's bouquet hit the floor. Champagne spilled. Cameras flashed. That's how it ended. They're forever captured in 30 seconds of chaos. By noon, the story had spread beyond Denver. Every outlet recycled the same details: prominent engineer assaults bride during Ridgewood estate wedding. A few tabloids mentioned family tensions. Someone even dug up Nyla's failed cafe venture, painting her as unlucky in business, unlucky in love. And me. They left me out completely, which was fine. For once, I didn't mind being invisible. The first knock came that afternoon. I didn't have to check the peephole. Only one person knocked like that, 3 quick raps, 1 long pause, then 2 more. The rhythm of control. I opened the door. Mom stood there, face pale, hair pulled back in a messy bun that didn't suit her. She looked smaller, like the weight of public shame had shrunk her spine. "Rose," she whispered, stepping inside before I could answer. "Your sister's resting. The police questioned Travis this morning." I nodded once, arms crossed. "You should probably sit." She didn't. She walked straight to my kitchen counter, the same place she'd scolded me months ago for not calling enough, and gripped its edge like it might hold her up. "It was horrible," she said. "He just snapped. No one saw it coming." I stayed quiet. Her eyes darted up. "I know you're angry. You have every right to be. But please don't make this worse." That line almost made me laugh. Worse. "You told me not to come." I didn't. And it still turned into a disaster. Tell me how that's my fault. I didn't say it was your fault. You didn't have to. For a long time, only the hum of the refrigerator filled the space between us. Then she whispered, "Your sister's asking for you." I exhaled slowly, trying to steady the rush of conflicting emotions. Anger, guilt, pity. Of course she is, I said finally. She's always asking for me when the pieces are already broken. Rose, please. She needs support. The press, I cut her off. The press will move on, they always do. But you, I stepped closer. You told me staying home was best. You told me my presence would ruin everything. She flinched. I was trying to protect her. No, I said. You were trying to protect the illusion. Her eyes glistened, but she didn't cry. My mother never cried when people were watching. After she left, I sat at the kitchen table, the weight of her perfume still hanging in the air, lilac and guilt. For years, I'd accepted that this was what love looked like in our family. Selective, conditional pretty when it wanted to be seen. But the truth was simpler. Love that demands your silence isn't love. It's management. 2 days later, my father came by. He didn't knock, just appeared in the doorway of my garage, wiping grease from his hands like he'd walked straight out of one of his half-finished projects. Your mom said she stopped by, he muttered. She did. He nodded eyes, tracing the tools hung on the wall. You always kept things tidy. Someone had to. He winced, but didn't argue. Your mother's taking it hard. She feels guilty. She should, I said. She built this. He looked down. Nyla's moving back in with them, the kids too. Of course she is. She wants to see you. I turned to face him. And what do you want, Dad? He hesitated. I want peace. I shook my head. Peace isn't pretending nothing happened. He didn't stay long after that. Just left a brown envelope on the workbench before leaving. Inside were copies of the loan documents, proof that the money I'd sent them for mortgage help had been used to cover Nyla's business debts. Every page was a reminder of how far the lies went. I could have confronted them right then. I could have screamed, called the bank, reported the fraud. But I didn't. Not yet. Because revenge, I'd learned, wasn't about fury, it was about timing. So I waited. A week later, a local reporter contacted me for comment. You're Rose Alvarez, right? The bride's sister, she asked. We've heard there's more to the story. I almost told her everything. About the favoritism, the lies, the way my parents rewrote history every time Nyla failed. But then I thought about what silence had done for me so far. It hadn't just protected me, it had revealed them. No comment, I said, and hung up. That night, I drove past my parents' house. Reporters still hovered on the sidewalk cameras trained on the porch light. Through the curtains, I saw Mom pacing phone pressed to her ear. Dad sat at the table, shoulders heavy. Nyla's silhouette moved upstairs slow and uncertain. I didn't stop. I just kept driving. The next morning, I mailed the bank copies of the documents. Not anonymously, not with malice, just truth delivered where it belonged. I didn't need to watch the fallout. A month later, the house went quiet. No reporters, no parties, no Christmas lights that year. My parents sold the property. Nyla started working 2 jobs, slowly paying her own bills. No one thanked me, and that was fine. I wasn't looking for gratitude. Sometimes justice doesn't shout. Sometimes it just leaves you alone long enough for the truth to echo. One evening, I sat on my porch, the mountains turning pink under the sunset, a faint chill crawling through the air. I thought about the girl who used to fix everything, the one who'd do anything for peace. She was gone now, replaced by someone who finally understood that not every house is worth restoring. My phone buzzed. A text from Nyla. I'm sorry. I didn't know how bad it was until it happened to me. I typed back, then don't repeat it. No lecture. No pity. Just a line drawn clean in the sand. When I set the phone down, the sky was deep blue and still. Somewhere behind those mountains, the Ridgewood estate stood empty. Flowers wilted lights off ghosts left to themselves. Their perfect day had burned down. And for once, I wasn't the one holding the match. Months passed and the chaos faded like smoke after a fire. The scandal had settled into silence. New headlines replaced the old and the world stopped caring. But I couldn't unsee what I'd learned, how fast love turns conditional when control is threatened, how easily family can mistake silence for forgiveness. The Ridgewood estate reopened for new weddings that spring. I drove past once out of curiosity. The roses were gone, replaced by tulips. No trace of what happened, just polished wood floors and freshly painted walls. It looked perfect again, like nothing had ever cracked. But I knew better. You can scrub blood off marble. You can't clean guilt out of memory. Nyla stayed quiet for a while. She got an apartment, a job at a local florist, and stopped leaning on anyone to rescue her. When she texted pictures of her kids helping her unpack, I didn't feel bitterness, just relief. Maybe she'd finally learned what I had standing on your own hurts less than kneeling for approval. As for my parents, they sold the old Victorian house and moved somewhere smaller. No one told me where, and I didn't ask. Some doors once shut don't need reopening. On weekends, I kept working, restoring old homes, sanding away rot, uncovering the beauty beneath years of neglect. One afternoon, while polishing an oak banister, I realized something simple. I'd spent my whole life fixing things that didn't belong to me. Now I only fixed what I chose. Sometimes I still think about that night, the lights, the scream, the headlines, but not with anger, with clarity. Because the truth is, I didn't destroy their perfect day. They did. I just stopped pretending it was perfect. I used to think love meant showing up no matter how many times they shut the door. Now I know love also means walking away when the cost is your peace. I still get messages from strangers who saw the video, people asking if it was me. I tell them the truth. It was all of us at some point loving the wrong people too long. Families break heel and sometimes stay broken, but silence. It's not weakness, it's freedom. If this story hit something in you, tell me where you're listening from and hit subscribe. You're not alone in this. I was standing in my own kitchen, frozen with a tray of lemon cookies in my hands, when I heard my brother tell his children that I'd never had kids. So naturally, I'd leave them everything when I died. He said it so casually, like he was discussing the weather, like my entire life's purpose was to be their eventual ATM machine. That was 3 months ago. Yesterday, those same nieces and nephews sat in my living room while my lawyer read them the news. The looks on their faces, I'll remember those forever. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me tell you how a single overheard sentence changed everything. My name is Catherine Wells, though most people call me Catherine, never Kathy, never Kate. I'm 70 years old, and I've spent the better part of 5 decades building something most people only dream about. I'm not talking about just money, though yes, there's plenty of that. I'm talking about a life built brick by brick through decisions that were mine alone to make. I never married. Not because I couldn't, but because I never found someone who made me want to compromise the life I was building. I dated, of course. There was even one man back when I was 32 who came close. But when he suggested I might want to scale back my real estate investments to focus on starting a family, I knew we wanted different things. I don't regret that choice. Not even a little bit. What I built instead was an empire, modest by Wall Street standards perhaps, but impressive by any reasonable measure. I started with a small inheritance from my grandmother, $15,000 that my brother Richard spent on a boat he sold 3 years later at a loss. I put mine into my first rental property, then another, then another. I worked as a legal secretary during the day and managed properties at night. By the time I was 40, I owned 18 units. By 50, I'd diversified into commercial real estate. By 60, I'd sold most of it and invested the proceeds wisely. Today at 70, I'm what they call comfortable. My portfolio is worth just over $4 million. I own my home outright. A beautiful colonial in Connecticut with gardens that took me 20 years to perfect. I take 2 trips a year. I donate to causes I believe in, and I've never once lost sleep over a mortgage payment or a credit card bill. I also never had children. That wasn't a choice I agonized over. It simply never happened, and I never felt the universe was denying me something essential. I poured that maternal energy into other things. My gardens, my book club, my mentorship of young women starting their careers, my volunteer work at the women's shelter. My brother Richard took a different path. He married young, had 3 children, and worked a comfortable middle management job for 37 years. He was never ambitious like I was, but he was content. Or so I thought. His wife Sharon was nice enough, though we never bonded deeply. Their kids, Michael, Brenda, and Julia, grew up in a suburban house 2 hours from mine. I sent birthday cards, Christmas gifts, showed up for graduations. I was the aunt who remembered, but not the aunt they called just to chat. and that was fine. I had my life, they had theirs. It was a Thursday in late July when everything changed. I wasn't expecting visitors. At 70, my calendar is full, but it's organized. I don't like surprises much anymore. So when my doorbell rang at 3 in the afternoon and I found Richard standing there with Michael, Brenda, and Julia behind him, my first reaction was concern. "Is everything all right?" I asked, already imagining health scares or family emergencies. "Everything's fine," Richard said too brightly. "We were just in the area and thought we'd stop by. Surprise!" Something felt off immediately. My brother and I were cordial, but we weren't drop-by unannounced close. And all 3 of his kids, now in their 30s and 40s, together on a Thursday afternoon. Michael lived in Boston. Brenda was in Philadelphia. Julia was the only one still in Connecticut. This wasn't casual, but I'm not rude. I invited them in, put on coffee, pulled out the lemon cookies I'd baked that morning for my book club meeting. They settled into my living room, and the strangest thing happened. They looked around. Not the way you look at a room when you're visiting, the way you assess property. I watched Brenda's eyes trace the crown molding, saw Michael take in the original hardwood floors, noticed Julia's gaze linger on the antique sideboard that had belonged to our grandmother. The conversation was stilted. Richard asked about my health with an intensity that felt intrusive. Julia wanted to know if I found the house too much to manage at my age. Michael asked if I'd updated my insurance lately. "I'm 70, not 90, I said, trying to keep my tone light. "I manage just fine." Of course, Richard said quickly. "We just worry about you, all alone in this big house." That stung a little, though I didn't show it. I've never been lonely. Alone and lonely aren't the same thing, and I've spent my entire adult life trying to make people understand that distinction. After about 45 minutes of this awkward conversation, I excused myself to refill the cookie tray. My kitchen is separated from the living room by a doorway and a short hallway. They clearly didn't realize how well sound carries in these old houses. That's when I heard it. "When do you think?" Julia's voice, quiet but clear. "Oh, hopefully not for years and years." That was Richard, but his tone was strange. Not sad or worried, calculating. "But she's 70 now. These things happen. I just don't want there to be any complications." Michael, always the worrier. "Has she said anything about her plans?" "She doesn't need to." Richard's voice grew more confident. "Think about it. Auntie Catherine never had children, never married. We're her only family. It all comes to us naturally." The tray nearly slipped from my hands. I gripped the counter, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. "You really think it's that much?" Brenda this time. "The house alone is worth at least $800,000, probably more," Richard said. "And she's got those investments. She's been careful her whole life. I'd estimate 3, maybe 4 million total." "My God," Julia breathed the words. "That's over $1 million each, even after taxes." "Could be more if we sell everything quickly," Michael added. "Real estate is still strong." "The point is," Richard said, and I could hear the smile in his voice, "Auntie Catherine never had children, so she'll leave us everything. It's just a matter of time. We just need to be patient and stay close. Visit more often. Make sure she remembers we care." Remembers we care. As if my memory were the thing in question. As if their sudden attention was motivated by love and not by appraisal. I stood in my kitchen, holding a plate of lemon cookies, and felt something inside me ice over. These weren't the words of people hoping an elderly relative would live a long, healthy life. These were the words of people waiting for an inheritance, counting money that was still mine, planning lives funded by my death. I took 3 deep breaths. Then I walked back into the living room with a smile that felt like it could crack my face. "Here we are," I said brightly, setting down the cookies. "Julia, you mentioned you needed to leave soon for an appointment?" It was a lie, but Julia seized it gratefully. They'd gotten what they came for, a visual inventory of their future assets. Within 10 minutes, they were all standing on my porch, promising to visit again soon. Richard hugged me, and I felt nothing but cold certainty in my chest. "Take care of yourself, sis," he said. "We worry about you." I watched them drive away. Then I went inside, sat at my kitchen table, and let myself feel the full weight of what I'd heard. I didn't cry. That's not really my way. Instead, I did what I've always done when facing a problem. I analyzed it. Fact 1. My brother and his children saw me not as a person, but as an eventual payday. Fact 2. They'd clearly discussed this before. This wasn't idle speculation. They'd calculated values, discussed timing, used the word naturally, as if my entire estate was already theirs. Fact 3. The only relationship they wanted to maintain with me was one that secured their inheritance. I thought about all those birthday cards I'd sent, all those checks for graduations and weddings. I thought about the time I helped Richard with his mortgage when he was laid off for 6 months. I thought about the investment advice I'd given Michael when he started his first job. I'd thought we were family in the distant but functional way many families are, but I'd been wrong. I wasn't a person to them. I was a retirement plan. Here's what hurt most. The phrase, "never had children," said like it was a character flaw. Like my childlessness was sad for me but convenient for them. Never mind that I'd built everything I had through my own effort. Never mind that I'd made choices that honored who I actually was instead of who society expected me to be. To them, my lack of children meant only one thing: more money for them. I sat at that kitchen table until the sun went down, and then I made a decision. If they were going to treat my life like something that existed only to eventually benefit them, I would show them exactly how wrong they were. That night, I barely slept. My mind was racing with possibilities, with anger, with something that felt almost like grief. But by morning, I knew what I was going to do. I'd spent my entire adult life making smart decisions. This would be another one. At 8 a.m. sharp, I called my lawyer, Dennis Morrison. We'd worked together for 23 years. He'd handled my property acquisitions, my will, my trusts. He knew my finances better than anyone. "Dennis," I said when he answered, "I need to discuss my estate plan. I'm making some significant changes." "Of course, Catherine. What did you have in mind?" "I'm going to need a few days to work out the details, but I want you to start drawing up paperwork for a legal adoption." There was a pause. "An adoption?" "Catherine, you're 70 years old." "I'm aware. I'm adopting an adult. It's perfectly legal." "Well, yes, adult adoptions are certainly legal, but may I ask who you're planning to adopt?" "I'm still deciding," I said, "but I'll know soon." The truth was, I already had an idea. For the past 3 years, I'd been volunteering at a women's shelter in Hartford. Every Tuesday morning, I'd go in and teach a class on financial literacy, budgeting, credit scores, savings plans, practical stuff that most of these women had never had the chance to learn. Some were fleeing abuse, others were struggling with addiction or mental health challenges. All of them were trying to rebuild lives that had been broken. One woman had stood out from the beginning. Her name was Sarah Chen, and she was 34 years old when we met. She'd left an abusive marriage with nothing but the clothes she was wearing and her 7-year-old daughter, Emma. No family support. Her parents had died years ago, and she'd been isolated from friends during her marriage. No savings, no credit history in her own name, no college degree. But she had something that couldn't be taught: determination. Sarah never missed my Tuesday class, even when she was working 2 jobs. She took notes. She asked questions. She followed every piece of advice I gave her. Within 6 months, she had a secured credit card and a modest savings account. Within a year, she'd moved into her own apartment. Within 2 years, she'd enrolled in night classes at the community college. We developed a relationship that went beyond the classroom. I'd become something of a mentor to her, and she'd become someone I genuinely cared about. I'd helped her with her taxes, co-signed her first apartment lease, given her advice when Emma was struggling in school. She'd invited me to Emma's 8th birthday party, her 9th, her 10th. I taught Emma to bake cookies and helped her with her math homework. Sarah reminded me of myself at that age, fierce, independent, determined to build something better. And Emma, bright-eyed and hungry for knowledge, reminded me of what I might have been as a child if I'd had the advantages I could now provide. I'd watched them struggle for 3 years, watched Sarah work herself to exhaustion while going to school, watched Emma wear the same winter coat 2 years in a row because new ones weren't in the budget. I'd helped where I could, but Sarah was proud. She accepted advice and opportunities, but never handouts. That Friday morning, I drove to the diner where Sarah waited tables on weekends. Emma was in school, so we could talk privately. Sarah looked tired. She always looked tired. But she smiled when she saw me, that genuine smile that had first made me invest my time in her. "Catherine, what brings you here? Want some coffee?" "Actually, Sarah, I want to talk to you about something. Do you have a break coming up?" We sat in a booth in the back. I ordered coffee I didn't want. Sarah sat across from me, her hands wrapped around her mug, curious but not anxious. We'd built enough trust that she didn't assume the worst anymore. "Sarah, I'm going to tell you something, and I need you to hear me all the way through before you respond. Can you do that?" She nodded, her expression growing serious. "I want to legally adopt you and Emma as my family. I want to do this because over the past 3 years, you've become more important to me than people I'm related to by blood. I've watched you fight for a better life with more courage and grace than most people could manage. I've watched Emma grow into a remarkable little girl, and I've realized that family isn't always about who you're born to. Sometimes it's about who shows up, who cares, who makes the effort." Sarah's eyes had gone wide. Her mouth opened, but I kept going. "I'm 70 years old and comfortably wealthy. I have no children of my own, and I've recently learned that the family I do have sees me as nothing more than an eventual inheritance. You and Emma have never asked me for anything beyond advice and opportunity. You've worked for everything you have, and I want to make sure that when I'm gone, everything I've built goes to people who will value it not because of the money, but because of what it represents." "Catherine, I'm not finished. This isn't charity. This is me choosing my family. If you agree, you'll be my legal daughter. Emma will be my legal granddaughter. You'll inherit everything I have, but more importantly, you'll have family. Real family. Someone who shows up for school plays and birthday parties and Tuesday dinners. Someone who cares whether Emma gets into a good college and whether you finish your degree. Someone who's in your corner not because they have to be, but because they want to be." Sarah was crying now, silent tears streaming down her face. "I need you to think about it," I said gently. "This is a huge decision. Talk to Emma. Take your time, but know that I'm serious, and I'm certain." Sarah wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "Can I respond now?" I smiled. "Yes. Catherine, you've already been family to us. You've already shown up for us in ways no one else ever has. If you want to make it legal, if you want to call me your daughter and call Emma your granddaughter, we would be honored. We'd be so honored." Her voice broke. "You've given us so much already. I don't need your money. I just need to know that Emma has someone besides me who loves her, that we're not alone in the world." I reached across the table and took her hand. "You're not alone, and you never will be again." Dennis thought I was crazy. He said it diplomatically, of course, but I could read between the lines. "Catherine, I have to ask, are you certain this isn't a hasty decision? Adult adoptions can be contested, especially by biological family members who might claim undue influence or—" "Let them try," I said calmly. "Sarah has never asked me for money. She's never manipulated me or tried to influence my decisions. She doesn't even know the full extent of my estate. I have 3 years of documentation showing our relationship, witness statements from the shelter, from my book club, from my neighbors. This isn't a whim, Dennis. This is me choosing my family." The paperwork took 6 weeks. Connecticut law is actually quite favorable to adult adoptions, especially when all parties consent and there's no question of exploitation. Sarah and I both submitted to psychological evaluations to prove we were of sound mind. Emma, at 10 years old, had to give her consent as well, which she did enthusiastically. "Does this mean I can call you Grandma?" she asked me, her eyes bright. "If you'd like to," I said. "I'd like to very much." The adoption was finalized on a Tuesday in October. We stood in a courtroom with Dennis, a family court judge, and 2 witnesses. It wasn't dramatic or emotional in the way TV makes these things look. It was quiet and official and legally binding. When the judge signed the papers, Sarah was legally Catherine Wells' daughter. Emma was legally my granddaughter, and my entire estate, every penny, and property would go to them. We celebrated with lunch at Emma's favorite restaurant, a pizza place with terrible decor and excellent breadsticks. Emma wore a dress she'd picked out special for the occasion. Sarah looked lighter somehow, like a weight had been lifted. And I felt something I hadn't felt in years, the bone-deep certainty that I'd made exactly the right choice. I didn't tell Richard. I didn't tell any of them. I went about my life as normal. I sent birthday cards. I answered the phone when Richard called, which he started doing more frequently. I maintained the pleasant, distant relationship we'd always had, but I also did something else. I rewrote my will completely. I left detailed explanations for why I'd made the choices I made. I documented that conversation I'd overheard, the dates, the exact words. I wanted it crystal clear that this wasn't senility or manipulation. This was a conscious choice made by a woman who understood exactly what she was doing. 3 months passed. During that time, Sarah finished her associate degree. Emma made the honor roll. I taught them both how to make my grandmother's apple pie recipe. We had Sunday dinners. We went to the movies. We became what we'd legally declared ourselves to be, a family. Richard called to say he and the kids were planning another visit. "Just want to check in on you, sis," he said. "You know we care." I almost laughed. Instead, I said, "That would be lovely." They arrived on a Saturday afternoon in January. All of them again. Richard, Sharon, Michael, Brenda, Julia. They'd clearly decided that maintaining their presence was part of securing their future. I served tea and cookies. I let them ask their thinly veiled questions about my health and my plans. I nodded along as Richard suggested again that the house was too much for a woman my age, and then I said, "Actually, I have some news I'd like to share with all of you." They leaned forward, interest clear on their faces, probably thinking I was going to announce I'd updated my will and wanted to discuss my wishes. They'd probably rehearsed their responses, gracious, modest, appropriately sad at the thought of my eventual demise. "I've adopted a daughter," I said calmly. "Her name is Sarah. She has a 10-year-old daughter named Emma. They're my legal family now." You could have heard a pin drop. Richard's face went blank with shock. Sharon looked confused. Michael, Brenda, and Julia all started talking at once. "You what? Adopted? At your age? Is this legal? Who is this person? Catherine, have you been taken advantage of?" I held up a hand, and they fell silent. "Sarah is a woman I've known for 3 years. She's earned an associate degree while working 2 jobs and raising her daughter alone. She's one of the most remarkable people I've ever met, and she's never asked me for a single thing except advice. Emma is bright, kind, and curious. They've become my family in every way that matters, and now that's official." Richard found his voice. "Catherine, this is insane. We're your family. We're your blood." "You're my brother," I corrected. "But family is more than blood, Richard. It's about who shows up, who cares, who sees you as a person and not a retirement fund." Brenda went pale. "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about your visit last July. I'm talking about the conversation you had in my living room while I was in the kitchen. The one where you calculated the value of my estate and discussed how much you'd each inherit. The one where you called me Auntie Catherine like I was a wealthy spinster in a Victorian novel who existed purely to fund your futures. The silence was deafening. Richard's face had gone from shocked to red. "Catherine, you misunderstood." "I didn't misunderstand anything. I heard you clearly. You said, and I quote, 'Auntie Catherine never had children, so she'll leave us everything. It's just a matter of time.' You discussed my death like it was a business transaction. You appraised my house while sitting in it. You calculated how much you'd make if you sold everything quickly." "That's not, we were just," Julia stammered. "You were planning your windfalls while I was baking you cookies," I said. My voice was calm, but my words were not. "Not once did any of you ask how I was really doing. Not once did you call just to chat. Every conversation was fishing for information. Every visit was an inventory. You didn't see me, you saw assets." Michael stood up. "We're contesting this. You're 70 years old. Someone clearly influenced—" "Sit down, Michael." I didn't raise my voice, but something in my tone made him pause. "I'm 70, not incompetent. I underwent a psychological evaluation. So did Sarah. The adoption is legal and ironclad. Dennis has documented everything, including what I overheard from you. If you want to drag this into court and have your greed put on public record, be my guest." Sharon, who'd been silent this whole time, put a hand on Richard's arm. "Maybe we should go." "Good idea," I said. "But before you do, let me be absolutely clear. I've lived my entire adult life making my own choices. I built my wealth through hard work and smart decisions. I chose not to marry, not to have children, and I've been happy. Now I've chosen my family, and that family is Sarah and Emma. When I die, they'll inherit everything. Not because I'm senile or manipulated, but because they earned it by being family in the truest sense of the word." Richard stood up, his face still red. "You're making a mistake." "No, Richard. The mistake was thinking I owed you something for existing. The mistake was treating me like a placeholder for your inheritance. The mistake was forgetting that I'm a human being with feelings and ears and the ability to make my own choices." They left. They didn't say goodbye. They just walked out of my house and drove away. I sat in the silence for a moment. Then I called Sarah and asked if she and Emma wanted to come over for dinner. That was 3 weeks ago. Richard has called twice, leaving voicemails that I haven't returned. Michael sent an email with the subject line, "Family Discussion," that I deleted without reading. Brenda and Julia haven't reached out at all. My lawyer says they might try to contest the adoption or the will, but he's confident they don't have grounds. I documented everything. I was thorough. And I have a whole community of witnesses who can attest to my relationship with Sarah and Emma, my sound mind, and the authenticity of our family bond. Last Sunday, Emma asked if she could plant tulip bulbs in my garden for spring. Sarah is studying for her final exams to complete her bachelor's degree. We're planning a small party for when she graduates. I'm teaching Emma to bake bread. We've started a tradition of Sunday dinners where Emma sets the table and Sarah and I cook together. This morning, Emma said, "Grandma, can you help me with my history project?" And my heart did something strange and wonderful, because that's what this is about. Not money, not inheritance, not securing assets. It's about being someone's grandmother, about having Sunday dinners and Tuesday game nights, about teaching a little girl to garden and watching her mother finally have the chance to build the life she deserves. It's about being chosen and choosing back. Richard and his children thought they had claim to my life's work because we shared genetics and a last name. They thought family was something you inherited automatically, like eye color or height. They were waiting for me to die so they could cash in. Sarah and Emma taught me that family is something you build. It's something you choose and work at and show up for. It's cookies on Tuesday afternoons and homework help and someone calling you just to tell you about their day. It's being seen as a person, not a bank account. It's love that doesn't come with an appraiser's estimate attached. I'm 70 years old. I've built a good life through hard work and smart choices, and my final choice To choose my family rather than accept the one that saw me only as an inheritance might be the smartest one I've ever made. My brother told his kids I'd leave them everything because I never had children. He was half right. I never had children. But that doesn't mean I'll die without family. It just means I got to choose them. And I chose Sarah and Emma. I chose the people who saw me as Catherine, not as Auntie Catherine's estate. I chose the family that showed up. Last week, Emma brought home a school assignment. She had to draw a picture of her family. She drew 3 people, her mother, herself, and me. At the top, in careful 10-year-old handwriting, she wrote, "My family." I've had that picture framed. It sits on my mantle now next to the legal adoption papers. Some people might say I'm a bitter old woman who disinherited her family out of spite. Those people would be wrong. I'm a woman who spent 70 years learning that family is a choice, not an obligation. That love is measured in presence, not genetics. That the greatest gift I can give isn't money, it's showing up. Richard and his children are learning that lesson the hard way. But that's not my concern anymore. My concern is making sure Emma knows her times tables for her test on Friday. My concern is helping Sarah study for her economics final. My concern is planning our summer garden and teaching Emma how to make pie crust from scratch. Those are the concerns of a woman with family, real family, the kind you choose and the kind that chooses you back. And when my time comes, years from now, God willing, I'll leave this world knowing that everything I built will go to people who valued me for who I was, not what I had. To a daughter who made her own way despite every obstacle. To a granddaughter who calls me grandma and means it. That's not revenge. That's justice. That's love. That's family. That's everything.
The funeral flowers had barely wilted when the phone calls began. I stood in my kitchen on a Tuesday morning, 3 weeks after we buried Russell, watching steam rise from my untouched coffee. The ceramic mug, the one with "World's Best Grandma" that my granddaughter Kathleen had given me years ago, felt foreign in my hands now. Everything felt foreign. The house, my reflection in the hallway mirror, even my own voice when I answered the relentless phone calls from my children. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and comment where you're watching from. Mom, we need to talk about the house. Donald's voice carried that familiar tone of barely contained impatience, the same one he'd used as a teenager when asking for money. Only now, at 32, he wasn't asking. I set the mug down without taking a sip. Good morning to you too, Donald. Don't start with me. Lisa and I have been discussing your situation, and frankly, it's not sustainable. This house is too big for you alone. The mortgage payments. There is no mortgage. The words came out flat, factual. Russell had paid it off 5 years ago, but I'd never mentioned that detail to the children. They'd assumed, and I'd let them. A pause. Then that laugh, sharp, dismissive. The same laugh he'd inherited from his father, though Russell had used it with affection. Donald wielded it like a weapon. Mom, please. Dad's pension barely covers your medications. We all know the financial strain you're under. I walked to the window above the sink, looking out at the garden Russell and I had tended for 23 years. The roses needed pruning. The herb garden was overgrown. Tasks that once brought us joy now stood as monuments to everything I'd lost. Your concern is touching, I said, my reflection catching in the glass. Gray hair that needed coloring, lines that had deepened in the past month, 63 years of living etched into features that still surprised me in mirrors. Don't be dramatic. Darlene agrees with me. We think you should consider moving in with one of us. Darlene agrees. I turned from the window. My daughter hadn't called since the funeral, hadn't answered when I'd called her. When exactly did Darlene share this opinion? Another pause. I could almost see Donald running his hand through his thinning hair, a gesture he'd picked up from Russell. We had dinner last night, as a family, to discuss your options. Your options. Not our mother's future or how we can help Mom through this difficult time. My options. As if I were a problem to be solved rather than a person to be supported. I see. I opened the refrigerator, staring at the casserole dishes still stacked inside. offerings from well-meaning neighbors that I hadn't touched. And these options include selling my home? It makes financial sense. You could help Lisa and me with our down payment. We've been looking at that colonial on Maple Street. And Darlene could use some assistance with Kathleen's college fund. It's a win-win situation. I closed the refrigerator door with more force than necessary. A win-win situation. Mom, you know I didn't mean it like that. But he had meant it exactly like that. Donald had always been transparent in his selfishness, even as a child. It was almost refreshing compared to Darlene's subtle manipulations, the way she'd learned to ask for things sideways, making me feel guilty for not offering what she'd never directly requested. "What did you tell your sister about my finances?" I asked. "Just the truth. That Dad's pension isn't enough, that the house is too much for you to handle alone, that you're probably struggling more than you're letting on. The truth." As if he knew anything about my actual circumstances. As if any of them had bothered to ask detailed questions about Russell's affairs, about the investments he'd made, about the modest inheritance from his mother that we'd quietly saved and invested over the years. I thought about the folder in Russell's desk drawer, the one I'd found while sorting through his papers, bank statements, investment portfolios, the deed to a small villa in Marbella that he'd purchased as a surprise for our retirement. A place where we can watch sunsets and drink wine without anyone asking us for anything, he'd said, showing me the photographs just 6 months before his heart attack. "I'll think about it," I said finally. "Mom, we're not asking you to think about it. We're telling you what needs to happen. Lisa found a buyer already. Her cousin Gregory is in real estate and he's got a client who's very interested. Cash offer, quick closing. Start packing your bags." My hand tightened on the phone. "You found a buyer for my house? We're trying to help you, Mom. The sooner you accept that this is the best solution for everyone, the easier this transition will be." Transition. As if grief were a business merger. As if the dismantling of 30 years of marriage could be reduced to paperwork and profit margins. And where exactly am I supposed to live during this transition? Well, that's what we wanted to discuss. Darlene's got that finished basement. And with Kathleen away at college most of the year, there's plenty of space. You'd have your own entrance, your own bathroom. It could work out perfectly. Darlene's basement. The same basement that flooded every spring, where she stored Christmas decorations and exercise equipment she never used. The same basement where I'd been relegated during last year's Thanksgiving dinner while the real adults ate upstairs. How generous of Darlene to offer. She's excited about it, actually. Thinks it could be good for both of you. You could help with Kathleen when she's home from school, maybe do some cooking. You know how Darlene struggles with meal planning. Of course. Darlene struggled with meal planning the same way she struggled with laundry, cleaning, and remembering to call her mother. But she excelled at delegating these struggles to others, particularly to the woman who'd raised her to be self-sufficient. "And Donald?" I asked. "What role do you play in this arrangement?" "Lisa and I will handle the house sale, obviously, the paperwork, the negotiations. We'll make sure you get a fair price." Fair. I almost laughed. Donald's definition of fairness had always been tilted in his favor, like a carnival game designed to separate fools from their money. "I need to think about this," I repeated. "Mom, there's nothing to think about. Gregory's client is serious. They want to close within the month. A month. They were giving me a month to dismantle the life Russell and I had built together, to surrender the home where we'd hosted their birthday parties and graduation celebrations, where we'd nursed them through chickenpox and heartbreak and the various crises of young adulthood. I said I need to think about it. "Fine, but don't take too long. Good opportunities don't wait around forever." The line went dead. I stood in my kitchen, holding the phone, listening to the sudden silence that seemed to echo through the empty house. Outside, a neighbor's dog barked. A car door slammed. Life continuing its normal rhythm while mine spun out of control. I walked to Russell's study, to the desk where he'd paid bills and planned our future for over 2 decades. The folder was still there, hidden beneath old tax returns. I pulled it out and spread the contents across the wooden surface we'd bought at an estate sale when Donald was still in high school. Bank statements showing balances that would make my children's eyes widen. Investment portfolios that had weathered market storms and emerged stronger. The deed to the villa in Spain. complete with photographs of whitewashed walls and a terrace overlooking the Mediterranean. Russell had been a quiet man, methodical in his planning. He'd never boasted about money, never flaunted our security. "Let them think we're struggling," he'd said once, when Donald had asked for yet another loan. "It builds character." I'd thought he was being cruel then. Now I understood it as wisdom. My phone buzzed. A text from Darlene. "Mom, Donald told me about the house. I know this is hard, but it's really for the best. Kathleen's so excited about having Grandma closer. Can't wait to discuss the details." Kathleen, my granddaughter, who'd spent summers with Russell and me, who'd learned to bake cookies in this kitchen and plant tomatoes in this garden, who'd called me every week during her first semester at college, homesick and overwhelmed, seeking comfort from the grandmother who'd always had time for her stories. When was the last time Kathleen had called? 2 months ago? 3? I scrolled through my phone, looking for recent messages from my granddaughter. Nothing since Christmas, when she'd sent a group text thanking everyone for gifts. No personal messages, no requests for advice, no updates about her classes or her boyfriend or her plans for summer break. The silence stretched around me, heavy with realization. They'd already moved on. All of them. Russell's death had been an inconvenience to be managed, not a loss to be mourned together. And I was simply another inconvenience, another problem requiring their efficient solution. I closed the folder and returned it to the drawer. Then I walked upstairs to my bedroom, to the closet where Russell's clothes still hung, still carrying the faint scent of his aftershave. I pulled out a suitcase from the top shelf. It was time to start packing, but not the kind of packing Donald expected. The law office smelled of leather and old paper, a scent that reminded me of Russell's study, but felt infinitely more powerful. I sat across from Connie West, the estate attorney Russell had chosen years ago, a sharp woman in her 50s with silver-streaked hair and eyes that missed nothing. "Mrs. Lawson, I have to say, this is highly unusual." Connie spread the documents across her mahogany desk, each page crisp and official. "Your husband was very specific about these contingencies, but I never expected we'd need to implement them." I smoothed my black dress, the same one I'd worn to the funeral, and kept my voice steady. "Russell always said I underestimated people's capacity for selfishness. I'm beginning to think he was protecting me from a truth I wasn't ready to see." Connie nodded, her fingers tracing the edge of a document. "The revocable trust he established gives you complete control over all assets. The children were never named as beneficiaries of the real estate, only the life insurance policy. Everything else, the house, the investments, the property in Spain, belongs entirely to you. And they don't know about the Spanish property? According to Russell's instructions, that information was to be shared only with you, and only after the initial 30-day period following his death." Connie leaned back in her chair. "He seemed to anticipate that your children might pressure you into hasty decisions." Pressure. Such a polite word for what Donald had attempted. I thought about his voice on the phone yesterday, demanding rather than requesting, treating me like an incompetent child who couldn't manage her own affairs. "The house sale they've arranged," I said. "Can it be stopped?" "You're the sole owner. No sale can proceed without your signature. If they've found a buyer and are making promises, they're operating under false assumptions." Connie's smile was thin but satisfied. "Russell was very clear about protecting your autonomy." I felt something loosen in my chest, a knot of anxiety I'd carried since Donald's call. "And the Spanish property? Fully paid, legally yours. The property management company Russell contracted sends monthly reports. The house has been maintained and is ready for occupancy whenever you choose." Whenever you choose. When was the last time someone had spoken to me about choice rather than obligation? Connie pulled out another folder. "There's something else Russell wanted you to have. He wrote this letter to be given to you exactly 1 month after his death. Today marks that date. The envelope was cream-colored, my name written in Russell's careful script. My hands trembled as I opened it, and his voice seemed to fill the sterile office. "My dearest Michelle, if you're reading this, it means I'm gone and you're dealing with the aftermath alone. I know our children, love them though we do, and I suspect they're already circling like vultures, convinced they know what's best for you. They don't. You are not a burden to be managed or a problem to be solved. You are an intelligent, capable woman who raised 2 children, supported a husband through his career changes, and managed our household with grace and wisdom for over 30 years. Don't let them convince you otherwise. The money and properties are yours to do with as you please. Keep them, sell them, give them away. It's your choice. But make that choice based on what you want, not what others expect from you. I've watched you sacrifice your own dreams for decades, always putting our family first. Now it's time to put yourself first. Go to Spain if you want. Travel the world. Write that novel you always talked about. Whatever brings you joy. The children will survive without your constant sacrifice. In fact, they might even grow stronger for it. With all my love and faith in your strength, Russell P.S. The key to the Spanish house is in my desk drawer, behind the photo of us in Venice. Mrs. Rodriguez next door has been caring for the garden and speaks excellent English. I read the letter twice, my vision blurring at the edges. Russell had known. He'd seen what I was too close to recognize, that my children had learned to view my love as a resource to be exploited rather than a gift to be treasured. Are you all right? Connie's voice was gentle. I folded the letter carefully. I'm better than I've been in weeks. What do I need to do to transfer the house deed to my name alone? It's already in your name alone. Russell removed the children from all property deeds 3 years ago, after Donald asked him to co-sign on that failed restaurant investment. The restaurant. I remembered the arguments, Donald's anger when Russell refused to risk our retirement savings on his sure thing. At the time, I'd thought Russell was being harsh. Now I saw it as prescient. There's one more thing, Connie said, pulling out a smaller envelope. Russell asked me to give you this bank card and PIN. It's connected to an account he opened last year. He called it your Independence Fund. The bank card felt solid in my palm. How much? $50,000. He deposited money every month, telling me it was for when Michelle finally decides to live for herself. $50,000. Money I knew nothing about, saved from his pension and investment dividends while I carefully budgeted our household expenses. Money intended to give me freedom rather than security. I left the law office with a briefcase full of documents and a clarity I hadn't felt since before Russell's heart attack. The house was mine. The Spanish villa was mine. The investments were mine. And most importantly, the choice of what to do with all of it was mine alone. My phone rang as I reached my car. Darlene's name on the screen. Mom, I'm so glad I caught you. I wanted to discuss the basement renovations. Lisa knows a contractor who could put in a kitchenette for you, maybe a separate entrance. It would be perfect. Your own little apartment. I unlocked the car but didn't get in. How thoughtful. I know you're probably worried about the cost, but Donald and I figured we could deduct it from the house sale proceeds. Think of it as an investment in your comfort. Your comfort. Not my independence or my happiness. My comfort. Like I was an elderly pet being relocated to more manageable quarters. Darlene, when was the last time you called me just to see how I was doing? A pause. What do you mean? I mean a phone call where you didn't want something, where you asked about my day, my feelings, my plans. When you called because you missed talking to your mother. Mom, that's not fair. I've been dealing with Kathleen's college expenses, and you know how busy work has been. Kathleen's college expenses. I leaned against my car, watching other people go about their normal Thursday afternoon errands. Tell me about Kathleen's expenses. Well, tuition is $28,000 a year, plus room and board, books, her sorority fees. Darlene, I've been sending Kathleen $500 every month since she started college. For 2 years. That's $12,000. Silence. Money that was supposed to help with her expenses. Money you never mentioned to Donald when you discussed my supposed financial struggles. Mom, that money helps, but it doesn't cover everything. Have you told Kathleen that I send that money? Another pause, longer this time. She knows you help out. Does she know the amount? Does she know it comes from my pension, not from some college fund Russell left behind? I don't see why those details matter. I closed my eyes, feeling something cold settle in my stomach. She doesn't know, does she? She thinks her college expenses are covered by your hard work and sacrifice. She has no idea that her grandmother has been quietly funding her education. Mom, you're making this more complicated than it needs to be. Am I? Or am I finally seeing how simple it actually is? I hung up and got into my car. My hands were shaking, but not from grief this time. From anger. Pure, clean anger that felt like waking up after a long, confusing dream. At home, I went straight to Russell's desk and found the key exactly where he'd said it would be. It was small and brass, attached to a keychain with a tiny Spanish flag. Behind it was a photograph I'd forgotten about. Russell and me in Venice on our 25th anniversary, both of us laughing at something the photographer had said. I looked younger in the photo, but not because of fewer wrinkles or grayer hair. I looked younger because I looked genuinely happy, unguarded in a way I couldn't remember being in recent years. My phone buzzed with another text from Donald. Mom, Gregory needs an answer by tomorrow. His client is getting impatient. Don't mess this up for all of us. Don't mess this up for all of us. I deleted the message without responding and opened my laptop. It took me 20 minutes to find the property management company's website and another 10 minutes to compose an email to Mrs. Rodriguez, the neighbor who'd been caring for the Spanish house. Dear Mrs. Rodriguez, my name is Michelle Lawson, and I am Russell's widow. I believe you have been caring for our house on Calle de las Flores. I am planning to visit Spain very soon and would like to arrange to stay in the house for an extended period. Please let me know what preparations need to be made. Thank you for your kindness in maintaining the property during this difficult time. Sincerely, Michelle Lawson. I hit send before I could second-guess myself. Then I pulled out the suitcase I'd retrieved yesterday and began to pack. But first, I opened Donald's childhood closet and began filling boxes with his old trophies, school papers, and the baseball glove Russell had bought him for his 10th birthday. Everything that mattered from his time in this house, carefully wrapped and labeled. I was halfway through Darlene's room when my phone rang. An international number. Mrs. Lawson. This is Pilar Rodriguez. I just received your email, and I am so sorry for your loss. Russell spoke of you often. Her English was accented but clear, her voice warm in a way that made my chest tight with unexpected emotion. Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. I hope it's not too much trouble, but I'm thinking about coming to Spain quite soon. Oh, no trouble at all. The house is ready. I check on it every week, and the garden is beautiful. Russell would be so happy to know you are coming. When were you thinking to arrive? I looked around Darlene's childhood bedroom, at the boxes of memories I was packing for children who saw me as an obstacle to their inheritance. Next week, I said. I'd like to come next week. The moving truck arrived at 7 in the morning, just as Donald's car pulled into my driveway. I watched from my bedroom window as my son climbed out, his face already set in the expression of barely controlled irritation I'd learned to dread. He was wearing his serious business suit, the yellow one Lisa had picked out for his job interviews, and carrying a manila folder thick with what I assumed were house sale documents. Perfect timing. The movers were efficient, professional men who'd arrived exactly when promised. I'd hired them to collect the carefully packed boxes from Donald and Darlene's old rooms, along with several pieces of furniture they'd claimed to want someday. Russell's leather armchair, the antique dining set from my mother, the piano Darlene had begged for as a child and abandoned after 6 months of lessons. Ma'am, where do you want these boxes delivered? The lead mover, a kind-faced man named Rodriguez, a coincidence that felt like Russell's subtle humor, consulted his clipboard. The first set goes to 247 Maple Street, I said, handing him Donald's address written in careful script. The second set to 892 Pine Avenue. Ring the doorbell and tell them these are gifts from Michelle Lawson. Memories they'll want to keep safe. Rodriguez nodded professionally, but I caught the slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. 20 years in the moving business probably meant he'd seen his share of family drama. Donald's sharp knock interrupted my instructions. I opened the door wearing the red dress Russell had always said brought out my eyes, my hair freshly styled, looking nothing like the grieving widow he expected to manipulate. Mom, what the hell is going on? Why is there a moving truck in your driveway? Good morning, Donald. I'm having some things moved. He pushed past me into the hallway, his eyes scanning the boxes labeled with his name. These are my things. My childhood things. Why are you packing up my stuff? I thought you'd want them. Memories are precious, don't you think? His face flushed, a red that started at his collar and crept upward. The same look he'd gotten as a teenager when caught in lies. Mom, we need to talk. Gregory's client is ready to make an offer. We need your signature today. I closed the door and leaned against it, watching him pace my entryway like a caged animal. Donald, sit down. I don't want to sit down. I want to know why you're acting so strange. First, you don't return my calls for 3 days. Now there's a moving truck. Sit. Down. Something in my voice stopped him mid-sentence. He sat on the bottom step of the staircase, the manila folder clutched in his hands like a shield. Where exactly did you tell Gregory's client the money from this house sale would go? I asked. What do you mean? I mean, did you tell them the proceeds would be split between you and Darlene? Did you calculate how much you'd each receive after paying off this mysterious mortgage you're so worried about? Donald's jaw tightened. Mom, you're not thinking clearly. Grief can cloud judgment. My judgment is perfectly clear, clearer than it's been in years. I walked to Russell's chair, the one the movers would soon carry to Donald's house whether he wanted it or not. Let me ask you something else. When you had dinner with Darlene to discuss my situation, did either of you ask how I was handling Russell's death emotionally? Of course we care about. Did you ask if I was sleeping? Eating? If I needed someone to talk to or just needed company? Did you ask what I might want to do with my life now that I'm alone for the first time in 30 years? He stared at me, the folder crinkling in his grip. Or did you spend the entire dinner calculating how much money you could extract from your father's death? That's not fair. Isn't it? I pulled out my phone and opened the calculator app. Let's see. If you sold my house for the amount Gregory quoted, $350,000, and split it between you and Darlene after imaginary closing costs, you'd each get about $160,000. Am I close? The color drained from his face. That's what I thought. Donald, do you know what your father's actual pension pays me monthly? Mom, I don't see why. $4,200 every month, along with his Social Security and the dividend payments from investments you know nothing about. I let the numbers sink in. Tell me again how I can't afford to keep this house. Donald stood up abruptly, the folder falling to the floor. You lied to us. I never lied. You assumed, and I didn't correct your assumptions. There's a difference. You let us think you were struggling. You wanted to think I was struggling. It made it easier to justify treating me like a problem to be solved rather than a person to be supported. The moving truck's engine rumbled outside. Through the window, I could see the men loading Russell's chair into the back. Mom, if you don't need the money, then why? Donald stopped, his businessman's brain finally catching up. You're punishing us. I'm giving you exactly what you asked for. That's not what we asked for. Isn't it? You asked me to move out of my house. I'm moving. You wanted my belongings distributed so they wouldn't be a burden. I'm distributing them. I picked up the folder he'd dropped, glancing at the sale documents with Gregory's agency letterhead. You wanted to handle my affairs for me. But Donald, the problem is these aren't your affairs to handle. He grabbed for the folder, but I held it away from him. Mom, be reasonable. We can work this out. Maybe you don't have to move to Darlene's. We could find you a nice apartment, something more manageable. More manageable for whom? The question hung between us like a blade. Donald's mouth opened and closed, searching for words that wouldn't incriminate him further. My phone rang. Darlene's name flashed on the screen. Answer it, I said. Put it on speaker. Donald shook his head, but I answered anyway and activated the speaker. Mom, what is this insanity? There's a moving truck at my house and 2 men are trying to deliver a piano I don't have room for. Hello, Darlene. The piano you begged for when you were 8. I thought you'd want it back. I don't want it back. I have no room for a piano. And Donald called me about some crazy idea that you're not selling the house. The house isn't being sold. Silence on the other end of the line. Then, what do you mean it's not being sold? I mean exactly that. This is my house. Russell left it to me. I'm not selling it. But Donald said you couldn't afford. Donald was wrong about many things. Another silence, longer this time. When Darlene spoke again, Her voice had that sharp edge I remembered from her teenage years. Mom, I don't know what game you think you're playing, but people are counting on this sale. I've already talked to Kathleen about her having a bedroom at my house when you move in. Kathleen. I looked at Donald, whose face had gone pale. Tell me about Kathleen, Darlene. What about her? When was the last time she called me? I don't keep track of Kathleen's phone calls. The last time she called me was December 15th, Christmas break. She wanted to know if I'd send her money for a spring break trip. I walked to the window, watching the movers secure Russell's chair. She didn't ask how I was doing. Didn't mention missing her grandfather. Just needed money. Mom, Kathleen's a college student. They're self-absorbed at that age. Is she? Or has she learned from watching her mother that grandmothers exist to provide financial support without expecting emotional connection in return? That's not... You're twisting everything. Am I? Darlene, how much money have I sent Kathleen over the past 2 years? No answer. $12,000. $500 a month directly to her account. Money you never mentioned to Donald when you claimed I was financially struggling. Money Kathleen apparently believes comes from your sacrifice, not mine. Donald was staring at me now, his mouth slightly open. You've been sending Kathleen money? Every month since she started college, because I love my granddaughter and want her to succeed. I turned from the window to face them both, Donald in person, Darlene through the phone. But love isn't supposed to be invisible. Support isn't supposed to be secret. When did my family decide that my contributions only mattered when they were hidden? Darlene's voice came through the speaker, smaller now. Mom, we never meant... Yes, you did. You meant exactly this. You wanted my resources without my presence, my money without my opinions, my compliance without my autonomy. I ended the call and looked at Donald. The moving truck will be at your house in 30 minutes. I suggest you make room for your childhood memories. Mom, please. We can fix this. How? The question stopped him cold. I could see him searching for the right words, the magic phrase that would restore his access to my resources without requiring genuine respect or relationship. We could have dinner, as a family. Talk about what you really want. What I really want. I laughed, surprising myself with the sound. Donald, what I really want is to live the rest of my life surrounded by people who see me as more than a source of emergency funding. What I want is to wake up in the morning without wondering which of my children will call with their hand extended. What I want is to be missed for my company, not mourned for my money. The moving truck's engine started outside. Donald stood up, the business documents scattered at his feet. Where are you going to go? I smiled. The first genuine smile I'd felt in months. Somewhere warm. Donald bent to gather the papers, his movements hurried and desperate. Mom, you can't just disappear. We're your family. Are you? He looked up at me from the floor, and for a moment I saw the little boy who used to climb into my lap after nightmares, who needed band-aids for scraped knees and stories to chase away the dark. Then he straightened, and the moment passed. When will you be back? I opened the front door, letting in the morning sunlight and the sound of the moving truck pulling away. I'll let you know. The flight to Madrid was 13 hours of crystalline clarity. I sat in the window seat Russell had always preferred, watching the Atlantic Ocean spread beneath us like a vast promise. The woman beside me, a chatty retiree from Phoenix visiting her daughter, had tried to engage me in conversation during takeoff, but something in my expression must have warned her off. I wasn't ready for small talk or the casual intimacy of airplane confessions. I was too busy savoring the silence of my phone. For 3 days after Donald left my house, they'd called incessantly. Donald, Darlene, even Lisa, who'd never called me independently in the 5 years she'd been married to my son. The voicemail started apologetic and grew increasingly desperate. Mom, I think we had a misunderstanding. Michelle, it's Lisa. Donald is really upset, and I think if we could just talk... Mom, Kathleen is asking questions about the money, and I don't know what to tell her. Fine, Mom. You want to play games? Two can play that game. Don't expect us to come running when you realize how lonely you are. That last message from Darlene had crystallized something essential. The threat was supposed to wound me, the suggestion that I'd come crawling back, begging for their conditional affection. Instead, It felt like liberation. I'd turned off my phone that evening and hadn't turned it back on since. The customs officer in Madrid was a young woman with kind eyes who stamped my passport with professional efficiency. Purpose of visit? Starting over, I said. She smiled. The first genuine smile I'd received from anyone under 40 in months. Welcome to Spain, Senora. Pilar Rodriguez was waiting for me in the arrivals area, exactly as she'd promised. She was a compact woman in her early 60s with silver hair pulled back in an elegant bun and eyes that crinkled with warmth when she smiled. She held a small sign with my name written in careful script. Mrs. Lawson. Welcome. Welcome. She embraced me like an old friend, and I found myself returning the hug with an intensity that surprised us both. How was your flight? Are you tired? Hungry? The house is ready for you. I made some simple food, just basics until you can shop for yourself. Her English was excellent, spoken with an accent that made everything sound musical. As we walked to her small Renault, she chattered about the weather, the neighborhood, the garden she'd been tending in my absence. Russell, he was so proud of this house, she said as we drove through the winding streets of Marbella. He would show me pictures on his phone. You in the kitchen in America. Your grandchildren. Always your grandchildren. My Michelle will love the kitchen here, he would say. She will make it sing with life. I pressed my lips together, not trusting my voice. Russell had talked about me here, in this place I'd never seen, to this woman I'd never met. He'd imagined a future for us that death had stolen, but somehow Pilar's words made it feel real again. The house took my breath away. It was smaller than our American home, but perfectly proportioned, with whitewashed walls and blue shutters that caught the afternoon light. Bougainvillea spilled over the garden walls in explosions of purple and pink, and lemon trees heavy with fruit lined the stone pathway to the front door. It's beautiful, I whispered. Russell, he chose well, Pilar said, producing the brass key I'd found in his desk. Come, let me show you inside. The interior was cool and bright, with terracotta floors and windows that opened onto a small terrace overlooking the Mediterranean. The furniture was simple but elegant, a couch the color of cream, a wooden dining table for 4, built-in bookcases waiting to be filled. In the kitchen, copper pots hung from hooks, and the countertops were tiled in blues and whites that reflected the sea beyond. I stocked the refrigerator with basics, Pilar said, opening cabinets to show me plates and glasses, olive oil and wine. There is bread, cheese, fruit. Tonight you rest. Tomorrow we explore the village together. Yes? I nodded, suddenly overwhelmed by the kindness of this stranger who owed me nothing but had cared for my husband's dream as if it were her own. Pilar, I can't thank you enough. No thanks necessary. We are neighbors now. In Spain, neighbors are family. She patted my arm gently. I live just there. She pointed through the window to a similar house 50 yards away. So if you need anything at all, you call me. Russell made me promise to take care of you. After she left, I stood alone in my Spanish kitchen and felt something I hadn't experienced in months. Peace. I unpacked slowly, hanging my clothes in the bedroom closet, placing Russell's photograph on the bedside table, arranging my toiletries in the bright bathroom with its clawfoot tub and window facing the sea. Each action felt deliberate, meaningful in a way that packing boxes for Donald and Darlene had not. As the sun began to set, I poured myself a glass of the wine Pilar had left and stepped onto the terrace. The Mediterranean stretched endlessly before me, painted in shades of gold and coral by the dying light. Sailboats bobbed in the distance like white prayers, and the sound of waves against rocks below created a rhythm that seemed to match my heartbeat. My phone, forgotten in my purse, began to ring. I considered ignoring it. I'd successfully avoided all contact for 4 days, but something made me check the caller ID. Kathleen, my granddaughter, calling for the first time since Christmas. I answered on the 4th ring. Grandma? Oh my God, finally. I've been trying to reach you for days. Her voice sounded different. Not the casual entitlement I'd grown used to, but something sharper, more focused. Hello, Kathleen. Grandma, where are you? Mom won't tell me anything except that you had some kind of fight with her and Uncle Donald, and now you're gone and there's all this weird drama about a house sale that didn't happen. Kathleen, slow down. I can't slow down. I'm furious. Do you know what I found out? Do you know what Mom told me yesterday? I sank into one of the terrace chairs, watching the last light fade from the sky. What did she tell you? She told me you've been sending me money for college. $500 every month for 2 years. She said it like it was some big burden she'd been hiding to protect me. But Grandma, Kathleen's voice cracked. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't I know? The pain in her voice cut through me like a blade. Your mother thought it was better. Better for who? Better for her, so she could take credit for my tuition payments? Better for Uncle Donald, so he could pretend you were poor and needed to sell your house? Kathleen was crying now, ugly sobs that carried across the ocean connection. Grandma, I am so ashamed. I am so ashamed. Kathleen, you have nothing to be ashamed of. Yes, I do. I let them convince me you were just this sad old lady who needed taking care of. I stopped calling because Mom said you were fragile and might get too attached if I talked to you too much. She said it was healthier to give you space to grieve. Healthier. I closed my eyes, feeling the warm Spanish breeze carry the scent of lemons and salt water. So, I gave you space, Kathleen continued, her voice getting stronger with anger. And meanwhile, you were paying my sorority dues and my textbook costs and probably my spring break trip, and I never even thanked you. I never even asked how you were doing without Grandpa. Kathleen? And now they're telling everyone you've had some kind of breakdown and disappeared. But Grandma, you haven't had a breakdown, have you? You've just finally had enough of their shit. The unexpected profanity made me smile despite everything. Language, Kathleen. Sorry. But am I right? I looked out at the darkening sea, at the lights beginning to twinkle in the village below. Yes, you're right. Where are you? Spain. Spain? I heard the shift in her voice, surprise replacing anger. Like, the country Spain? Your grandfather bought a house here, for our retirement. I'm sitting on the terrace right now, looking at the Mediterranean. A long pause. Then quietly, is it beautiful? It's the most beautiful place I've ever seen. Grandma, I need to tell you something. I need to apologize. You don't need to apologize for anything, sweetheart. You were told lies by people you trusted. That's not your fault. But I should have known. I should have called you more, should have asked questions. Kathleen, listen to me. I stood up, pacing the small terrace as the first stars appeared overhead. You're 20 years old. Your job right now is to study and grow and figure out who you want to become. It's not your job to manage family finances or decode adult manipulations. But I want to do better. I want to be better. Then be better. Call me because you miss me, not because you need something. Visit me because you enjoy my company, not because you're obligated. Love me because I'm your grandmother, not because I pay your bills. Another pause. Can I visit you? In Spain? The question caught me off guard. Kathleen, I don't know how long I'll be here. I don't care. I have spring break in 3 weeks. I can change my plans, cancel that stupid Cancun trip that you probably paid for anyway, and come see you instead. I want to meet this grandfather's dream house. I want to sit on that terrace and hear about your new life. Your new life. The phrase sent warmth through my chest. What would your mother say? I don't care what my mother says. Actually, that's not true. I care. But I'm not going to let what she says control my choices anymore. Kathleen's voice was growing stronger, more determined. Grandma, I'm 20 years old, and I just realized I don't really know you at all. I know the version of you that they presented to me. The grandmother who bakes cookies and sends birthday cards and needs to be handled carefully. But you're not that person, are you? I thought about the woman who'd confronted Donald in her hallway, who'd systematically dismantled her children's assumptions, who'd boarded a plane to Spain with no return date. No, I said. I'm not that person at all. Good, Kathleen said fiercely. I can't wait to meet the real you. After we hung up, I sat in the darkness for a long time, listening to the waves and feeling something unfamiliar stirring in my chest. For the first time in months, I was looking forward to tomorrow. And for the first time in years, I wasn't alone. 3 weeks later, I watched Kathleen emerge from the Malaga airport terminal, and I barely recognized my granddaughter. Gone was the polished college student I remembered from Christmas photos. hair perfectly straightened, makeup camera ready, clothes chosen for Instagram approval. This Kathleen wore faded jeans and a simple white t-shirt, her dark hair pulled back in a messy bun, her face free of everything except sunglasses and a genuine smile that transformed her entire appearance. "Grandma!" She dropped her backpack and ran toward me, and I found myself caught up in an embrace that felt nothing like the perfunctory hugs I'd grown accustomed to at family gatherings. This was desperate, grateful, real. "Let me look at you," I said, holding her at arm's length. She was thinner than I remembered, but there was something solid about her presence that hadn't been there before. "You look amazing," she said, studying my face with the same intensity. "Like, actually amazing. Your tan and your hair. Did you cut it?" I touched the shorter style Pilar had convinced me to try at her salon in town. "Just a trim. It's perfect. You look—" She paused, searching for words. "You look like yourself." During the drive to Marbella, Kathleen pressed her face to the passenger window like a child, exclaiming over olive groves and whitewashed villages, asking questions about everything we passed. Her enthusiasm was infectious, reminding me of Russell's wonder during our few international trips together. "This is it," I said as we pulled into the driveway of the Spanish house. "Your grandfather's dream." Kathleen stood in the garden for a long moment, taking in the bougainvillea, the lemon trees, the terrace where I'd spent hours reading and writing in the journal I'd started keeping. Then she turned to me with tears in her eyes. "He knew, didn't he? He knew you'd need this place." I think he did. That first evening, we sat on the terrace sharing paella that Pilar had insisted on preparing for Kathleen's arrival. The older woman had fussed over my granddaughter like she was her own, and I watched Kathleen respond with the natural warmth that had been missing from her interactions with her parents. "Tell me about your life here," Kathleen said, settling into the chair beside mine as the sun began to set. "I want to know everything." So I told her about the morning walks through the village, where shopkeepers had learned my name and preferences, about the Spanish lessons with Miguel, the retired professor who lived down the street, about the book I'd started writing, not the novel Russell had encouraged me to attempt, but a memoir about marriage and motherhood, and the slow erosion of self that can happen when love becomes service, and service becomes obligation. "You're writing a book?" Kathleen's eyes widened. "Grandma, that's incredible. I had no idea you wanted to write." I didn't know either, until I had the quiet to listen to my own thoughts. Kathleen was quiet for a moment, then, "Mom called me yesterday." I tensed, but Kathleen held up a hand. She tried to convince me not to come. "Said you were having some kind of breakdown, and that seeing me might make it worse." She said I was being selfish, coming here instead of spending spring break with the family. "What did you tell her?" "I told her that maybe it was time for someone in our family to be selfish on your behalf." Kathleen's voice carried an edge of steel I'd never heard before. And then I asked her point blank, "If you're having a breakdown, why haven't any of them come to check on you? Why haven't they called you directly instead of talking about you like you're a problem to be managed?" What did she say? Nothing. She couldn't answer because the answer would have revealed the truth, that they don't actually care about your well-being. They care about their access to your resources. The bluntness of it should have hurt, but instead, it felt like vindication. "Kathleen, I need you to understand something," I said carefully. "I don't expect you to choose sides in this. Donald and Darlene are your family too." "No." Kathleen's voice was firm. "They chose sides when they decided to use me as a weapon against you. When they let me believe you were poor and fragile while you were paying my bills. When they tried to isolate you from the people who might actually support you." She leaned forward in her chair. "Grandma, I've been thinking about this for weeks, and I realized something. They didn't just lie to you about your finances. They lied to me about you." "What do you mean?" "They convinced me you were this fragile old lady who needed to be protected from too much excitement or emotion. They said calling you too often might make you dependent, that I should give you space to grieve. But that was never about protecting you, was it? It was about controlling the narrative." I stared at my granddaughter, amazed by her clarity. "Kathleen, they wanted you isolated so you'd be desperate enough to accept their terms. And they wanted me distant, so I wouldn't witness what they were doing to you. Kathleen's hands clenched into fists. Do you know what the worst part is? It almost worked. I almost became the kind of person who could ignore her grandmother's loneliness because it was convenient. But you didn't become that person. Only because you forced the truth into the open. If you hadn't left, if you hadn't made them show their real faces. Kathleen shook her head. I might have gone my whole life never knowing who you really are. We sat in comfortable silence as the stars emerged overhead. Finally, Kathleen spoke again. Can I stay longer than a week? The question surprised me. What about school? I talked to my professors before I left. I can do independent study for the rest of the semester. Write papers. Take exams online. I don't want to go back yet. I want to spend real time with you. Time that isn't measured in holiday visits or phone calls with agendas. Kathleen, your education will still be there when I'm ready for it. But this chance, this time with you, I might not get it again. She looked at me with Russell's eyes, steady and determined. Grandma, I'm 20 years old, and I just realized I've never had a real conversation with you. All my life, you've been the person who remembers birthdays and sends care packages and shows up to family events with homemade desserts. But I don't know what makes you laugh, or what you dream about, or what you were like before you became our grandmother. And you want to know those things? I want to know everything. The next morning, Kathleen joined me for my daily walk through the village. She charmed the baker with her attempts at Spanish, helped Pilar tend the garden, and listened with rapt attention as Miguel told stories about his years teaching literature at the University of Madrid. Your grandmother, she has the soul of a writer, he told Kathleen over lunch at the cafe where I'd become a regular. She sees details others miss, understands the weight of small moments. She's always been like that, Kathleen said, looking at me with new appreciation. I just never paid attention before. That afternoon, we drove to a small beach I'd discovered the week before. A hidden cove accessible only by a winding path through pine trees. Kathleen spread a blanket on the sand while I unpacked the picnic lunch we'd assembled together. Grandma, can I ask you something personal? I looked up from the sandwiches. Of course. Are you ever going back? The question I'd been avoiding, even in my own thoughts. I don't know. But you could stay here permanently? Legally, I mean? Russell researched it thoroughly. I have residency options, healthcare, everything I'd need. I handed her a sandwich and settled beside her on the blanket. Why do you ask? Because I think you should stay. The certainty in her voice surprised me. Kathleen, I think you should stay. And I think you should let Mom and Uncle Donald figure out their own lives without expecting you to fund their mistakes or validate their choices. Kathleen took a bite of her sandwich, chewing thoughtfully. And I think I should transfer to a university here. What? There are American programs in Madrid, Barcelona, even here in Malaga. I could finish my degree in international studies, become fluent in Spanish, maybe learn about a different way of living. She looked out at the Mediterranean, her expression thoughtful. Or maybe I could take a gap year, work with Pilar at her pottery studio, help you with your book, figure out who I am when I'm not performing for an audience. Kathleen, that's a huge decision. So was getting on a plane to Spain. So was cutting your hair and writing a book and refusing to sell your house. Kathleen turned to face me fully. Grandma, for my entire life, I've been making decisions based on what other people expected from me. What Mom wanted, what my professors wanted, what my sorority sisters thought was appropriate. But sitting here with you, I feel like I'm seeing clearly for the first time. What do you see? I see that you're not the fragile old lady they painted you as. You're probably the strongest person I know. And I see that I don't want to be the kind of person who abandons someone I love because it's convenient. Kathleen's voice grew stronger. I want to be the kind of person who shows up, who chooses love over comfort, truth over convenience. Kathleen, your mother will never forgive me if I let you derail your life. This isn't derailing my life. This is saving it. Kathleen grabbed my hands, her grip warm and sure. Grandma, I was sleepwalking through college, going through the motions because it was expected. But I'm awake now, and I want to spend my awakeness with someone who sees me as more than a project to be managed. That evening, we called the university together and arranged for Kathleen's temporary leave of absence. Then we called Pilar to ask about the pottery studio apprenticeship. Finally, with the Spanish sun setting behind us and the sound of waves providing a soundtrack to our conversation, Kathleen made one last call. To her mother. Mom, it's Kathleen. I'm extending my stay in Spain. No, I'm not having a breakdown. I'm having a breakthrough. I understand you're angry, but I'm 20 years old, and I get to decide how I spend my time. Actually, Mom, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm choosing Grandma because she's the only person in our family who's ever treated me like I matter more than what I can provide. Kathleen ended the call and turned off her phone. Any regrets? I asked. She smiled, Russell's smile, full of quiet determination. Just one. That it took me 20 years to figure out where I belonged. As we sat together on my Spanish terrace, watching the stars emerge over the Mediterranean, I realized that my story of loss had become a story of finding. I'd lost the illusion of family that demanded my diminishment, but I'd found the reality of family that celebrated my strength. And for the first time since Russell's death, I wasn't just surviving, I was thriving.
My name is Megan Anderson, 33 years old. On the morning of my birthday, my mother stood on the porch I rebuilt with my own hands and slapped a 30-day eviction notice onto my bedroom door. She looked me dead in the eyes and said loud enough for the whole street to hear, "You're not my daughter anymore. You're just a tenant who's been freeloading off me for years. Pack your shit and get out." My brother stood right behind her, smirking while holding the coffee mug I bought him last Christmas. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I simply took the photo, the notice, the tape, the porch my father and I built together, then got in my truck and drove to the hardware store on Main Street that closes at 5. What none of them knew was that the old man who owned that store had been quietly keeping a record for me for 12 years, 29 days left. But this time, I'm the one who decides when the counting stops. Welcome back to Revenge Episodes. If you've ever been called a tenant in the house you bled for, drop a comment and hit subscribe. You're in the right place. The morning she taped that notice to my door, I was already awake in my own apartment across town, drinking coffee out of a mug with a Blue Ridge Restoration logo on it. That's the name of my company. I built it from the ground up. I have a North Carolina general contractor license, number NC-CR-88602, and I've been restoring craftsman houses in West Asheville for the better part of a decade. It says something about my mother that she posted the notice at 8 in the morning on a Sunday. She didn't call me first. She didn't wait until I came over. She wanted the neighbors to see it before I did. My phone buzzed at 7:52. It was Bethany O'Connor from across the street. She sent one photo, the paper on the door, and one line of text. "You need to come. Now." I put the mug down. The rim was already chipped from a job in Weaverville last October. I remember thinking, of all things, that I should replace it. Before I tell you what happened when I got there, I have to tell you about the summer my father died. Because everything about that Sunday morning, my mother's voice, my brother's smirk, the porch under her feet, the man who owned the hardware store on Main Street, all of it started on a Tuesday in June 2014 when I was 21 years old. My father's name was Callum Anderson. He was 51 when his heart gave out in the backyard, near the tomato bed he had built himself out of cedar scraps left over from the porch. I found him. My mother was inside on the phone. My brother Colton was upstairs with a video game. I gave chest compressions until my elbows locked. It didn't matter. At the funeral, Owen Fitzgerald stood 2 rows back, with his hands folded in front of him, and didn't say a word to anyone. Owen owned Ridgeline Hardware and Lumber on Main Street. He had been my father's best friend since they were teenagers in Weaverville, back in 1975. When the service ended, Owen walked over, put one hand on my shoulder, and said only this: "Your daddy asked me to keep an eye out." I didn't understand what he meant. I thought he was being kind. 2 months later, a real estate agent named Frank knocked on our door with a folder full of comps. He offered my mother $95,000 for the house, as is, cash close in 14 days. The roof was bowed. The wiring hadn't been touched since 1968. Black mold bloomed on the north wall of the basement. My mother didn't need to be talked into anything. She was already reaching for the pen. I sat down at the kitchen table my father had built the year I was born, and I said, "Don't. Please. Give me a year." She laughed. Not cruelly, almost fondly, like I had suggested rebuilding it with fairy dust. She said, "With what, Megan? A hammer and a hope?" I said, "Yes." She told Frank she'd think about it. I don't know what changed her mind that week. I think, honestly, she liked the idea of watching me fail. She let me try because she was certain I couldn't do it. 3 weeks later, I walked into Ridgeline Hardware and asked Owen to teach me how to read a blueprint. He didn't ask why. He led me into the back and pulled down a sheaf of blue graph paper. Then he opened a fresh ledger, a hardbound book with a blue cloth cover, and wrote across the top of the first page in pencil, in that careful builder's hand of his, Megan A. account. Then he asked me what I needed to buy that day. I said, 40 2x4s. He wrote, September 12th, 2014, Megan A. 2x4 lumber, 40 pieces, $312. That was the beginning. I spent the next 8 years rebuilding my parents' house from the studs out. I did the roof myself in the fall of 2017. I rewired the whole first floor in the winter of 2018. I re-poured the front steps in the spring of 2019 and finished the last board of the cedar porch. The porch my father had started when I was 10 and never quite finished, in December of that year. In 2020, my grandmother Eleanor moved in with us, and I built her an in-law suite off the back with a doorframe wide enough for her walker. She used to run her fingers along the top of that doorframe every night before bed. The last thing she said to me before she died in November of 2022 was, "Your father would have known this doorframe." I still don't know how she knew he built the porch. He was dead before I told her. Through all of it, my brother Colton lived in the living room. He had dropped out of Appalachian State in 2018 and moved home to figure things out. He never figured anything out. He played Xbox on the same couch for 8 years while I stripped the wallpaper in the hallway and screwed drywall into ceiling joists over my head. He never once picked up a hammer. He would sometimes yell at me to turn the compressor off during Mario Kart tournaments. I paid for all of it out of my own pocket. Every board, every gallon of paint, every roll of Romex wire. Owen's ledger recorded all of it. So did my bank statements. So did the neighbors, though I didn't know it yet. By 2024, the appraiser I hired put the house at $478,000 and wrote at the bottom of the report, "Improvements, post-2014, attributable to non-titled contributor." I paid him extra to write that sentence exactly the way I asked. I never told my mother about the appraisal. I never told her about the ledger. I never thought I would need to. That's the house I drove up to on the morning of my 33rd birthday. Craftsman on Haywood Road, cedar porch, dogwood in the front yard beginning to bud out. West Asheville was quiet the way it only ever is on a Sunday morning before 11. Some sprinklers, some church bells, a jogger with a golden retriever. 3 of the neighbors were already looking through their front windows when I turned onto the street. Mr. Franklin at number 4 had his hose running but wasn't watering anything. Mrs. Peterson at number 9 held her coffee cup on her porch and didn't drink from it once. Bethany O'Connor stood on the sidewalk between our 2 houses with a birthday casserole in her hands, and when she saw me pull up, she set the dish down carefully on our bottom step, straightened her back, and walked back to her own house without a word. That's how I knew, before I saw the door. The notice was folded lengthwise, taped in 3 places with yellow masking tape. The kind of tape you use when you don't own a real roll of blue painter's tape and don't care. It was the tape I kept in the kitchen junk drawer for grocery lists. She had used my tape. I read the whole thing standing there. It was written on printer paper, with the header of an eviction template I recognized from a landlord-tenant board website. She had filled in my name in the tenant field. She had filled in her own name in the landlord field. She had backdated a lease start of January 2015, monthly rent of $1,100, and claimed I was 13 months in arrears, $14,300. The number was crisp. Someone had done math. I looked up. My mother was already on the porch. She had come out from behind the screen door with a mug of coffee in her hand. Behind her, in the doorway, my brother Colton leaned against the frame in a Carhartt jacket and cargo shorts, holding the mug I had given him at Christmas. It was navy blue ceramic with white block letters that read, "World's Okayest Brother." It had been a joke. I had wrapped it in craft paper and tied it with a yellow ribbon and put it under the tree because he had said, one night in November, that he thought I took myself too seriously. It was our first Christmas in 3 years without a fight. He was drinking coffee out of it now. He was smiling. My mother spoke first. Loud. Rehearsed. Every syllable placed exactly where she wanted it. "You're not my daughter anymore. You're just a tenant who's been freeloading off me for years. Pack your shit and get out." She was looking at me when she said the first sentence. On the second and third, she looked past my shoulder, toward Mrs. Peterson's kitchen window, where the coffee had gone cold. I did not scream. I did not cry. I took out my iPhone. I photographed the notice in tight detail. I photographed the yellow tape. I photographed the door frame where I could still see the roller mark from the interior latex I had painted in March of 2018. I photographed a wider shot with my mother on the porch and my brother in the doorway with the mug. Then I took one more. Colton in profile, drinking. Mug lifted, smiling. My mother said, "Really, Megan? That's dramatic." I said, "No, that's a record." Colton said, "Whatever, dude." I put the phone in my back pocket. I walked back down the porch steps my father had begun and I had finished. I got into my truck. I did not slam the door. I turned the key. The clock on the dashboard read 8:47. Ridgeline Hardware closes at 5 every day. It has since 1955. I had 8 hours and 13 minutes. I didn't need that much. I drove down Haywood, took the on-ramp for the Parkway, and came off at Merriman. When I pulled onto Main Street, Owen was already turning the open sign on the door. He had opened early. It was a Sunday. Ridgeline is closed on Sundays. He unlocked the door for me and locked it again behind me. He didn't ask what happened. He walked into the back room and came out with the blue ledger under his arm and set it on the counter. Then he looked up at me and said, "Your daddy told me this day was coming." That's when I sat down on the little wooden stool by the register and let myself breathe for the first time since 7 in the morning. I said, "Owen, what did he tell you?" Owen opened the ledger to the first page. He said, "He told me you'd need a witness. He didn't know what for. He asked me to keep a record either way." So I did. He turned the page. September 12th, 2014. Megan A. 2x4 lumber, 40 pieces, $312. There were 8 years of pages after it. Some were pencil, some were ink. Some had my name written in his careful print. Some had it in his wife's rounder cursive because she had covered the register the summers he was recovering from his knee replacement. Every roll of Romex I had bought, every bundle of shingles, every gallon of oil-based primer, every 20-penny nail. At the back of the ledger was a cloth pocket. Owen unzipped it. Inside were 12 manila envelopes. He said, "These are affidavits from the crews you hired over the years. I asked them to sign them 2 years ago. I told them, someday she'll need this. Not why, just someday." He opened one. Diego Ramirez, dated August 2023. It said, in Diego's neat handwriting, I worked 6 weekends on the roof of 12 Haywood Road in October 2017 under the direction of Megan Anderson. She was the contractor of record. She paid me in cash and provided the materials. Then Owen said, there's more. Neighbors too. 6 of them. Signed and dated on different days over the years. I asked one at a time. Nobody ever asked why. I closed the ledger. I put my hand on the cover. I said, he knew this was coming? Owen said, he knew your mother. I did too. Then he told me one more thing. He said, there's something you need to see about the man she married. But not today. Come back on Tuesday. Rest today. Tomorrow, go home and pull all your files. Statements, permits, the appraisal. Bring copies. Tuesday, we'll talk about Corbin. I didn't know it then, but he had already made calls. He had been making calls for weeks. I drove home to my apartment. I sat on the floor of my office and I opened the filing cabinet. That's where the numbers started to line up against the word freeloading. I stayed up until 1 a.m. that Sunday night with 3 piles of paper on the office floor. The first pile was materials. 8 years of bank statements with memos I had made a habit of writing myself. Materials, Ridgeline, $186,300, cumulative, out of my own accounts. Every dollar of it built into a wall or a floor or a window in her house. The second pile was taxes, 6 years of Buncombe County property tax receipts, paid directly by me between 2020 and 2025, totaling $18,400. My mother's name was on the deed, but the checks had cleared my account. She had been unemployed for 8 months in 2020 after the salon she managed closed during the shutdowns. I had picked it up quietly. She had never once said thank you. She had also never once repaid a cent. The third pile was direct support. Zelle and Venmo transfers to my mother's account, $34,200 total across 5 years, with memos like utilities help and grocery share. She had cashed every one of them. I labeled the covers of each stack with a Sharpie. On the third one, I wrote a single line at the bottom, for someone who's been freeloading off her. Then I opened Zillow. There it was. 12 Haywood Road. Listed. $395,000 cash offer pending. Photographed by a professional 2 weeks ago. The listing said seller's rep Corbin Whitfield. The photos had been taken while I was on a job in Black Mountain. I could tell from the light coming through my bedroom window. My bedroom. My childhood bookshelf. My father's photograph on the nightstand, tilted the way I always leave it. Foothills Fix and Flip, LLC. The buyer. I did not know who Foothills Fix and Flip was yet. I would find out. But I already knew who Corbin Whitfield was, because he had been living in my father's house for 3 years. My mother had married him in August of 2023. She met him, so I had been told, at a church coffee hour. He had a soft Tennessee accent and he called me sweetheart every time we spoke. He had come to Thanksgiving in 2023 and carved the turkey with my father's knife. The knife my father had bought at Ridgeline in 1996 and etched his initials into the handle with a burin. I didn't know yet that Corbin had been at my father's funeral. I didn't know yet what he had been carrying. That would come on Tuesday. For now, I closed the laptop and slept for 4 hours on the couch with the 3 stacks of paper still on the floor. In the morning, I made a phone call to my Aunt Melissa in Charlotte, my father's sister. She had never gotten along with my mother, and she had stopped coming to family functions in 2015. I hadn't called her in 6 months. She picked up on the second ring. I said, Aunt Melissa, are you sitting down? She said, Owen already called me. He said you'd get here in your own time. I sat down on the kitchen floor and I laughed the way you laugh when you're too tired to cry. Sunday, 1 week later. March 29th. Palm Sunday. My mother had left me a voicemail on Tuesday, another one on Thursday. both in her most reasonable voice. Honey, come to dinner. Just family. She never mentioned the notice. She never mentioned Colton. She never mentioned the porch. She acted, from the sound of her breath into the phone, as if nothing had happened. I went. I went because Owen told me to. He said, "Let them show you who they are. Bring nothing but your ears." I brought my ears, and I brought my father's watch, which I had started wearing on my wrist that week for reasons I couldn't yet articulate. The table my father built in 1993 was set for 4. My mother had made pot roast. Corbin sat in my father's chair at the head of the table, holding my father's carving knife. Colton sat across from me, opening his second beer of the meal. The world's okayest brother mug was upside down in the sink behind him, unwashed since the previous Sunday. Coffee had dried in a ring at the bottom. My mother said grace. It was longer than usual. She thanked God for family. Then she said, "Megan, honey, family means putting the family first. Corbin and I have been talking. This house has been too much for me for a long time. You've had your time here. It's time for a new chapter." Corbin nodded slowly, the way a man nods when he's already rehearsed the choreography. I said, "A new chapter for who?" Colton said, "Colorado's got real cheap rent, you know. Denver. Or Fort Collins if you want mountains." Corbin's foot hit the leg of Colton's chair under the table. It was subtle. Not subtle enough. I did not answer Colton. I looked at Corbin instead. He was cutting my mother's slice of roast for her, because he liked to be seen doing that, and he called me sweetheart 3 times in the following 2 minutes without ever addressing what my mother had actually done. "Sweetheart, your mama's tired. Sweetheart, you've got your own life now. Sweetheart, let's just be reasonable." I ate 2 bites of pot roast. I stood up. I said, "Mom, I want you to know I saw the listing on Zillow." She did not blink. She said, "Then you know it's time." I said, "I know a lot of things, actually. I'll tell you the rest when I'm ready." I put my napkin down and I left. Corbin followed me to the door and tried to touch my shoulder. I stepped back. He said, "We're going to need you to sign a paper next week. It's routine." I said, "Nothing about this is routine." I got in the truck. 2 blocks away, my Aunt Melissa called from Charlotte. She said, "Owen called me. He said you needed to know before it's too late." She said, "Megan, honey, sit down. That man, Corbin, he was at your father's funeral in 2014. He came with a folder. I always wondered what was in it. I pulled into a Waffle House parking lot and I did not go in. I sat with my hands on the wheel while my aunt told me what she knew. That Corbin Whitfield was my father's second cousin on my grandmother Anderson's side. That he had come up from Knoxville the day of the funeral in a rented Buick. That he had spent 40 minutes in the kitchen with my mother while the wake was still going on in the front room. That when he left, my mother had cried in a way that looked, my aunt said, more like she had been given something than lost something. I said, "Melissa, why didn't you tell me?" She said, "Because I didn't have proof, honey. Not then. I do now, because Owen has been making calls, and because that son of a bitch is back." Monday morning, I drove to Ridgeline Hardware at 7:15 in the morning. Owen unlocked the door before I knocked. He had 2 coffees ready. He opened a second envelope on the counter. Not from the ledger this time, from the drawer beneath the register. It was a Xerox of a page from the Watauga Democrat, dated November 12, 2019. A short article, local obituary and news brief combined, the way small mountain papers still do it. The headline, "Boone woman, 68, dies after fall at home. Estate to longtime partner, Grace Ellery, 68 years old, widowed, Boone, North Carolina. Fell down the interior staircase of her own home. Estate, including the house on River Street, bequeathed by revised will to her longtime partner, Corbin Whitfield. I read it 3 times. I said, "Owen, when did you find this?" He said, "6 months ago. September." He said, "I gave the original to your mother." I sat down on the wooden stool again. My hands were very still. Sometimes when I'm calm, the hands stop moving before the mind does. That was one of those times. He said, "I waited for her in the church parking lot on Sunday, September 7th. First Presbyterian. After the 10 o'clock service. I handed her the article. I said, 'This is the man you're living with, Judith. This is the pattern. I have already spoken with his first wife. This is not gossip. This is documentation.' I said, 'And?' Owen said, 'She sat in her car.' I watched her from the sidewalk. She read the whole thing. Then she tore it in 4 pieces, opened the driver's door, dropped the pieces in the trash bin next to the handicap parking sign, and drove home. That was 6 months and 15 days ago. 6 months and 15 days. I did the math in my head. September 7th to March 22nd. You're not my daughter anymore. Anymore. She had a start date for it. My mother had picked a Sunday in September to stop being my mother, and it was the Sunday she chose Corbin over the truth Owen was handing her in a church parking lot. I didn't cry. I want to be honest about that. I wanted to, but I didn't. I was too far past crying, and too close to the next thing I had to do. I said, "There's a first wife." "You mentioned a first wife." Owen said, "Sharon Whitfield. She lives in Nashville now. I have her number. You should call her yourself. She'll know your voice is different from mine." I called her from the Ridgeline parking lot at 9:04 a.m. She picked up on the 4th ring. I said my name and I said Owen's name. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Oh, honey, I've been hoping someone would call." She talked for 22 minutes. She had married Corbin in 2007. He had emptied her mother's coin collection in the fall of 2010, disappeared for 6 months, and come back in the spring of 2011 with divorce papers already drafted and a story about a business opportunity in Chattanooga that had gone bad. He hadn't wanted anything from the marriage except her signature on those papers. She had signed. She said, "I signed because I wanted him gone." I didn't understand yet that he'd already gotten what he needed. She said, "Get away from him, Megan. If you still can. If your mother still can. And if she can't, get everything of yours out of that house." I said, "He's trying to sell the house." She said, "Of course he is." Then she said something I've thought about many times since. She said, "That's what he does. He finds a woman who owns something, and he waits." I made a list on a legal pad on the passenger seat of the truck. Sharon Whitfield, 2007 to 2011. Coin collection. No house. Grace Ellery. Partnership circa 2016 to 2019. House on River Street. Staircase. Revised will. Judith Anderson. Married 2023. House on Haywood Road. Listing on Zillow. 3 women. 14 years. A pattern. I drove home. I made a copy of every document I had. I put the originals in a fireproof box at my apartment and the copies in the ledger's back pocket at Owen's. Redundancy is the first rule of documentation. My father taught me that. That night, I drove past my mother's house at 11 p.m. The upstairs light was on. I could have knocked. I could have shown her everything. But I remembered Owen's line. She saw, she chose, and I did not stop. I wrote a single sentence in the Blue Ridge Restoration Daybook on my desk before I slept. Not to punish, not to take the house. To make sure the truth stands where he tried to sell a lie. I underlined the word stands. The for sale sign went up on the front lawn on Monday, April 6th. Corbin hammered it in himself. Mr. Franklin turned off his hose across the street and stood on his porch with his arms crossed until Corbin was done. Mr. Franklin did not wave. Mr. Franklin did not say anything. He just watched. That evening, Bethany O'Connor sent me a text at 8:14 p.m. It read, "I don't know what's happening, but if you need someone to tell what I saw, I'm here." I remember the roof. October 2017. The rain. Then 3 dots appeared. Then they stopped. Then a single line. "Anything you need, Megan." I saved the text. I did not answer it that night. On Wednesday, my brother set off a small firework in the backyard at 10:30 p.m. because he had been drinking and because he was excited about a Colorado apartment listing he'd found online. Mr. Franklin called the non-emergency line. The officer knocked. Colton hid in the kitchen. When the officer left, Colton came outside, and I know this from Bethany because she was watering her side azaleas. Colton stood on the cedar porch my father and I had built and shouted Denver, baby, at the empty street. The firework foil was still stuck to a board of the porch when I drove past on Thursday. Friday, April 10th, Marshall Grady sent an email. He was the head of acquisitions at Foothills Fix and Flip, LLC. I was on the CC line, along with Corbin, my mother, a title officer, and a lawyer at the buyer's firm. The email was short and professional. Walkthrough scheduled for Saturday, April 18th at 2 p.m. Purpose: final inspection and disclosure verification. Attendees requested included any resident on record. He had CC'd me because he had done his homework. That told me a great deal about Marshall Grady before I ever laid eyes on him. I replied, "Confirmed," and nothing else. Then I called Owen. He said, "We've got 8 days. That's plenty. Come by tomorrow morning." That night, I sat at my kitchen table with the blueprint my father and I had drawn together on graph paper the summer I was 13. It was a porch room, a 3-window enclosure that would tuck into the east side of the cedar porch, with a built-in bench along the south wall and a wall of bookshelves on the west wall. We had labeled it Maggie's Reading Corner. He never got to build it. I had never got to build it. 9 days later, there would be a walkthrough, and after that, one way or another, I was going to build it. I folded the blueprint and slid it into the back of Owen's blue ledger next to the affidavits. Wednesday, April 15th. Back room of Ridgeline Hardware. Owen made coffee. He always made too much of it. The room smelled like old cedar sawdust and drip coffee and Old Spice aftershave, and if I close my eyes now, I can still put myself in that room. The crews came in one by one. Diego Ramirez brought his son. Wesley Blackwood came straight from a framing job in Weaverville with pencil behind his ear. Trent Halloran drove down from Marshall. Percy Doyle rode a motorcycle in from Fletcher and set his helmet on the counter. Rocco Bellini came last, with a box of cannoli from a bakery on Charlotte Street. He didn't know what the meeting was for. He said, "If Owen's calling, I'm coming." Always been that way. Each of them re-signed and notarized their affidavits, not for court, for the record. Bethany O'Connor came at 4 in the afternoon with a 2-page handwritten statement in her purse, folded twice, wrapped in a bandana. Her handwriting is slanted forward like it's in a hurry to get out of the way of what it's saying. Her statement began, "I have lived at 15 Haywood Road since 2015. I have watched Megan Anderson rebuild the house at 12 Haywood Road from a state of disrepair. I have watched her work through weekends, through weather, and through injury. I know who built that house because I saw it happen." Mr. Franklin came at 5, said nothing, signed his statement, and left. Peterson, Ballard, Whitaker, and DeSoto all followed. Owen assembled everything in a hard cardboard folder, the kind of folder he used to store his own business records in, and tied it with brown mason's line the way a carpenter ties a bundle of shims. He did not use a rubber band. Owen has opinions about rubber bands. Then he said, "One more thing." He handed me a manila envelope. Inside was a printout of a text message thread between him and Sharon Whitfield, dated the day before. She had confirmed she would call Corbin's cell phone from her own on Saturday afternoon at exactly 2:30 p.m. So would a woman in Boone who had been Grace Ellery's next-door neighbor and who now had, quote, some things she'd been meaning to say for 6 years. So would the adult daughter of Sharon's next-door neighbor, who had also been Corbin's fiancée for 4 months in 2012 before he vanished. 3 phone calls, 2:30 sharp. Southern time. I said, Owen, are you sure? He said, your daddy asked me to keep an eye out. That was 12 years ago. I've had a lot of time to think about what an eye out means. Friday afternoon, my Aunt Melissa drove up from Charlotte and checked into a small hotel on Merriman. She did not come to my mother's house. She called me from the parking lot of the hotel and said, I'll be at that walkthrough tomorrow. Your father should have someone with his name in the yard when it happens. That's going to be me. Friday night at 8 p.m., I went to Ridgeline. Owen had already locked the front door. He let me in. We drank coffee in the back room for 20 minutes without speaking. When I finally moved to leave, he said, just be there tomorrow, Megan. Everything else knows how to walk itself. I drove home through West Asheville in the dark. I saw my mother's kitchen window from Haywood Road, warm and yellow. Corbin's silhouette moved across it. My mother stood at the sink. I did not stop. Saturday, April 18th. The dogwoods on Haywood Road had opened during the week. The morning was clear, cool, 17 degrees Celsius by noon. I drove up in my work truck at 1:47 p.m., wearing the same steel-toed boots I had worn on the day I relaid the porch decking in the spring of 2019. I carried nothing with me. Owen had asked me to bring nothing. He had said, come empty-handed. The record will come to you. Marshall Grady's SUV was parked at the curb. Marshall himself was on the porch shaking Corbin's hand. He was 45, a broad, sunburned man in a pressed blue shirt, and Levi's, with a folder under his left arm. His inspector and his title clerk stood behind him. My mother was in the doorway. Colton was not there. He had gone. I would learn later he had spent the night with a girl in Woodfin, having been told by Corbin that Saturday was, quote, going to be complicated. At 2 p.m. exactly, without anyone signaling it, the neighbors stepped out onto their porches. Mr. Franklin came out of number 4 with his newspaper folded under his arm. Bethany O'Connor came out of number 7 with her 8-month-old daughter on her hip. Mr. Peterson, a former fire captain, 73 years old, came out of number 9 and stood in the middle of his lawn like a man at a graveside. Mrs. Ballard at number 6. The Whitakers, both of them, at number 3. Mr. DeSoto at number 11 with his hands in his pockets. 6 porches, 6 households. Not a word between them. Marshall Grady glanced up. His pace slowed by half a beat. He did not stop, but he registered. That's a thing a man of his profession does. He was already reading the situation the way a title officer reads a preliminary report. At 2:04, Owen Fitzgerald walked around the corner of Haywood Road with the brown folder under his arm. He had come on foot from Main Street, 4 blocks. He was 71. He walked at the pace of a man who had walked that route thousands of times and knew it did not require hurry. At 2:07, 4 pickup trucks pulled up along the curb 2 blocks down. 12 men in work jackets stepped out. Diego Ramirez led them. They walked, in loose formation, up the sidewalk on the far side of the street and stopped at the property line. They did not step onto the lawn. They did not need to. They stood in a line, and Diego took off his Blue Ridge restoration cap and held it in both hands. Corbin saw them. His hand went to his phone. Owen said, in his ordinary voice from the sidewalk, Mr. Grady, could I have a moment before you sign anything, sir? Marshall said, Of course, Mr. Fitzgerald. He had never met Owen before. He knew the tone. He walked down the porch steps to the hood of his SUV. Owen laid the folder on the hood and untied the mason's line and opened the first section. The ledger. 12 years of pages. Marshall read for 4 minutes and did not speak. Then Owen turned to the second section. The affidavits. Marshall lifted the top one. Diego's. He read it and set it down. He lifted the next. Wesley's. Then Trent's. He set them all down on the hood in a neat overlapping pattern the way an inspector lays out samples. Corbin said, from the porch, "Marshall, this is highly irregular. We should just—" Marshall lifted one hand. He did not look up. He said, "I'm reading, sir." At 2:16, Bethany O'Connor walked across the street with her daughter on her hip. She handed Marshall her handwritten statement. Then she turned toward the porch, but she spoke loudly enough for the whole street to hear, exactly the way my mother had spoken 27 days earlier. "I watched her put that roof up in the rain, Mr. Grady." October 2017. Her mother wasn't home that weekend. I remember because my daughter was 2 months old. Her baby yawned. Bethany added, "I have 3 other Saturdays like it." At 2:22, my Aunt Melissa stepped out from behind Owen. She had been standing there the whole time. Nobody had noticed her arrive. She said, without preamble, "I'm Melissa Anderson Whitmore, Callum Anderson's sister. That man on the porch," she pointed at Corbin, "is my father's brother's grandson. He was at my brother's funeral in June of 2014. He came with a folder. I have always wondered what was in it. I would still like to know." Corbin said nothing. My mother, who had been standing very still on the porch, moved one hand to the porch rail and did not let go. At 2:28, Marshall Grady closed the folder. He removed his ball cap. He walked up the porch steps to where my mother was standing. He said, "Ma'am, my company operates on clean title. What I'm looking at here is not a title I could defend. We are withdrawing our offer, effective right now." "I'm sorry." Corbin opened his mouth. Marshall did not look at him. He said, "Sir, our email will confirm by end of day." Then he walked back down the porch steps, gathered his inspector and his title clerk with a single look, and got into his SUV. He did not slam the door. Foothills Fix and Flip did not slam doors. My mother turned to me. She said, "Megan, honey." I did not look at her. I looked at Owen closing the folder. I looked at the line of 12 workers on the sidewalk. I looked at Bethany with her daughter on her hip. I looked at Mr. Franklin lowering his newspaper. I looked at my aunt standing on the lawn where she should have been standing for the last 12 years. I spoke in the same tone I used to call an order into the lumber desk on a Tuesday morning. "You said I'm not your daughter anymore. You said I've been freeloading off you for years. You told me to pack my shit and get out." 3 sentences. No emphasis. No raised voice. They heard you. Now they've seen what 12 years actually looks like. I nodded once toward the folder as Owen tied it back up with Mason's line and tucked it under his arm to hand to me. "I'll decide when the counting stops." At 2:33, Corbin's phone rang. A number he had saved as Sharon. He looked down at the screen. He did not answer. It rang again a minute later. Boone, area code. He did not answer. It rang a third time. Nashville. Owen leaned toward me and said quietly, without looking at Corbin, "Told them 2:30. Give or take 3 minutes for Southern time." Corbin stepped down off the porch. He walked to his car without saying anything to my mother. He drove away. My mother sat down on the top step of the cedar porch. She did not stand up for 20 minutes. My Aunt Melissa sat down beside her at 2:40 and did not say a word for the rest of the hour. The 12 men on the sidewalk broke formation in loose ones and twos. A few came across the street to touch my shoulder before they left. Diego held his cap against his chest and said, "Ma'am, whenever you're ready to build again." Wesley said, "Anytime." Rocco said, "You still owe me a cannoli." Bethany came home. Mr. Franklin picked up his newspaper. Mr. Peterson stood on his lawn for another 10 minutes before going inside. By 3 o'clock, Haywood Road was quiet again. I sat down on the top step of the cedar porch next to my mother. My aunt was on her other side. None of us said anything for a long time. Finally, my aunt stood up and said she was going back to her hotel and that she would be at my apartment for breakfast in the morning. Then she left. My mother turned to me. Her mouth opened. Then it closed. Then she said, in a voice I had never heard from her before, "I don't know what to say." I said, "That's a start." I stood up. I did not go inside. I walked to my truck. I laid the brown folder on the passenger seat. I drove to Owen's tiny house on Ora Street and sat with him on his back porch and drank a beer for the first time in 6 months. We did not talk about my mother. We talked about my father and about a fishing trip they had taken in 1998 and about the summer Owen had helped my father hang a screen door on a house they were renting in Weaverville when I was 6 years old. I slept in the guest room. It was Saturday night. I did not dream. Corbin was gone by Monday morning. His car was not in the driveway at 6:30 a.m., and when my mother called his cell at 7:15, it went straight to a robotic voice saying the number was no longer in service. He had emptied their joint checking account at 11:04 the night of the walkthrough, $4,800, before switching off the phone. His clothes were gone from the closet, but he had taken almost nothing else. Not even his good coat. He left it hanging on the back of the kitchen chair where my father used to sit. My mother called me 6 times between 7:15 and 9 a.m. that Monday. I did not pick up on the first 3. On the 4th, I let it go to voicemail. On the 5th, I picked up. I said, "I'll come by Wednesday." Not before. She said, "Megan, please." I said, "Wednesday? That's how this works now." I hung up. Colton got home from Woodfin on Sunday night and packed his own things in a trash bag on Monday. He didn't speak to my mother. He didn't call me. On Tuesday, he applied for a night shift at the Circle K on Weaverville Road, 11 at night to 7 in the morning, $14.25 an hour. He got the job on the spot because the manager needed someone fast. He rented a room on Merriman Avenue for $775 a month, with 3 roommates and 1 bathroom. He texted me on Thursday, April 23rd. He wrote, "Hey, can you look at my resume?" I looked at it. It was 2 pages of things he had not done. I edited it down to half a page of things he had actually done, including the framing help he had once given me on my in-law suite in the summer of 2020, when he was avoiding a temp job. He had held 2 studs upright for me for a total of 45 minutes. I put it on the resume anyway. He was still my brother. He sent back, "Thanks." He did not apologize. He did not ask about the house. He did not mention Corbin. It was, I understood, the most he could do that week. Wednesday, April 22nd. I went to my mother's house at 11 in the morning. I brought the folder Owen had made. I brought a legal pad. I brought 2 options that I had written out in ink on Tuesday night at my kitchen table. I sat in my father's chair. My mother sat in hers. I set the pad between us. Option 1, I told her, was that she sell me 60% of the house at appraised value, minus documented improvements. That came to $145,700. I would set up a payment plan she could afford. She could stay in the house until she chose to leave. She would sign a deed transferring 60% to me immediately. Option 2, I told her, was that we execute a life estate deed. She would live in the house rent-free for the rest of her life. I would become a co-owner immediately at 40% and full owner at 100% upon her passing. She could not sell, transfer, mortgage, or lien the house without my written consent. She could not add anyone else to the deed. If she remarried, the marriage would not affect the property. If she took in a boarder, she would need my sign-off. If Corbin came back, he could not set foot in the house. I told her I had already spoken with a trust and estate attorney at Whitfield and Boone on King Street in Charleston, no relation to Corbin, who had drafted both options as pro forma agreements. It would cost about $1,100 to finalize either one, and it would be recorded at the Buncombe County Register of Deeds within 2 weeks. She read the pad. She did not look at me. She said, "You're letting me choose." I said, "Yes." She said, "I don't deserve to choose." I said, "That's not for you. That's for me." She picked option 2. She signed the pad with the pen my father had used for his crossword. She signed it Judith Anderson, not Judith Anderson Whitfield. It was the first time she had signed anything without the hyphen since 2023. On the following Monday, April 27th, the pastor at First Presbyterian, David Merrick, came to see my mother at 4 in the afternoon. I know this because she told me later. He asked her to take some time off from the flower ministry. He didn't put it stronger than that. It didn't need to be stronger than that. Everyone at First Presbyterian already knew. She began attending the 10:30 service at a Methodist church on Beaver Dam Road, 20 minutes away, starting the first Sunday in May. She sat in the back. She did not sign up for anything. I did not ask her to explain herself. I did not ask her to apologize. I told her, when she brought it up in early May, that I would need 3 things from her before we resumed any relationship past monthly Sunday dinner. 1. 6 months of individual therapy with a licensed clinician of my choosing. 2. A direct apology to Bethany O'Connor in person, on Bethany's porch, on a day of Bethany's choosing. 3. A handwritten letter to my Aunt Melissa. Not to be forgiven. To acknowledge. She started therapy on May 6th. The other 2 are still open. That's what a boundary looks like. It's a plan with dates on it. I started building the porch reading room on Saturday, May 2nd. I asked Diego to help me. He brought Wesley. We used cedar for the frame because that's what my father used for the porch itself. We used old-growth heart pine for the built-in bench, salvaged from a barn in Madison County that had come down in a March storm. We used the same brand of ash-white paint I had used on the porch railings in 2019. The 3 east-facing windows opened out. The shelves ran floor to ceiling along the west wall and were deep enough for my father's collection of Wendell Berry and John McPhee and every North Carolina builder's manual he had ever bought. We finished on Wednesday, May 20th. The last brick I laid was a chimney brick pulled from the original 1948 hearth of the house. I had saved it in a milk crate in my garage since the 2016 chimney repair, without knowing why. I placed it on the floor at the threshold of the reading room. I set my calloused thumb against it and pressed once. That was all. Then I framed the eviction notice. I had kept it, folded in the fireproof box in my apartment since March 22nd. I bought a walnut frame at a shop on Charlotte Street. Diego had cut me an oak mat to size out of a scrap from the job. The notice went in behind glass, yellow masking tape and all. I hung it in the porch reading room, low on the west wall, directly beneath the black and white photograph of my father at 28 that my grandmother Eleanor had kept over her bed for 50 years. It's not a trophy. Nobody has to walk into that room. It's for me. I wrote in the Blue Ridge Restoration Daybook the night I hung it. She said I was a tenant. I answered by building a room she'll never need to walk into unless I invite her. That's what belonging looks like when you have to define it yourself. I did not underline anything. On Sunday, May 3rd, my brother left the world's okayest brother mug in the kitchen sink of my mother's house, upside down, coffee dried in a hard ring at the bottom. He didn't wash it. He didn't say anything about it. He packed his trash bag and left. My mother didn't touch it. She wouldn't have known why not to. I found it on Monday evening when I stopped by. I did not wash it. I did not break it. I set it into a small cardboard box from the Home Depot on Tunnel Road, sealed the box with a strip of yellow masking tape, the same kind she had used on my door, and wrote on the top with a Sharpie, in block letters, Colton. I put the box on the top step of the cedar porch, outside. He did not come get it. 3 weeks later, on the night of May 21st, a cold spring rain came through Buncombe County. The temperature dropped to just under freezing for about 4 hours around 3 in the morning. The ceramic of the mug cracked along the seam. I found it that way the next morning when I came by to install the last shelf in the reading room. May 22nd was the day I set the salvaged chimney brick at the threshold. I put the box, mug and all, in the trash. Not every loss needs to be photographed. That was one I let go without a witness. Sunday, May 24th, 6 in the evening. I did not move back into the house. I still don't live there. I kept my apartment across town and I sleep there most nights because that is where my company runs from and where my life is. But I began a monthly Sunday dinner at the house. First Sunday only. Once a month. The first one was that night. I made a pot roast from my grandmother Eleanor's recipe, the one that calls for a full head of garlic and a cheap red wine and 8 hours of low heat. Owen came. He wore the same flannel he had worn on the sidewalk on April 18th. My Aunt Melissa drove up from Charlotte. Bethany and her husband Ryan brought the baby, who slept in a car seat on the reading room bench for most of the meal. Diego and his wife came by for dessert. Colton was invited. He was working the night shift at Circle K. He said, in a text, "Maybe next month." I said, "Sure." My mother came out from her side of the house. She sat quietly at the end of the table. She did not speak much. Aunt Melissa spoke to her once, and it was to ask her to pass the salt. And my mother did. When she saw the reading room, my mother stopped in the doorway and put one hand on the cedar jamb. She did not cry loudly. She stood there for a moment and cried the way a person cries when they are looking at something they used to be able to reach and can no longer touch. Then she wiped her eyes on her sleeve and came in and sat on the heart pine bench and did not speak for a while. Owen stood in the doorway of the in-law suite after dinner and put his hand flat against the doorframe. The same doorframe my grandmother had touched on her last night. He held it there for a long moment. Then he came back into the kitchen and asked me for another slice of the peach pie Bethany had brought. At 8:30, everyone left. I stayed until 9 to wash the dishes. Then I drove downtown to Ridgeline Hardware. Owen was already there. He had told me on the way out of dinner that he would be. He unlocked the door. It was 3 minutes past 5 o'clock in the evening as a general concept, but 4 in the morning by the internal clock of hardware store owners who have kept the same hours since 1955 and who close on time and open on time and let almost no one else in. He had opened for me twice now in 12 years. Both times were Sundays. Both times were for the same reason. He walked to the back shelf where the account ledgers lived. He pulled down mine. Blue cloth cover. Some of the corners were soft from 12 years of hands. He set it on the counter and opened it to the last page. He had left it blank on purpose in 2014. I did not know that then. He told me that night. He said, "A ledger's supposed to have a last page waiting for it. It's not finished till you write on the last one." He picked up the same nub of carpenter's pencil my father had used in 2013 to sketch a shed for Owen's daughter's wedding shower. He wrote across the last page slowly in block letters, "Callum. Done. 12 years. She built the room." He set the pencil down. He closed the ledger. He slid it back onto the shelf between two others. Next to the ledger, on the same shelf, was a small framed photograph. Him and my father in front of Ridgeline in 1978. Both of them 22 years old, both of them in flannel, both of them squinting into the sun. Owen had bought the store from his father that spring. My father had stopped by that day with a six-pack. Owen turned off the light. We stepped outside. He locked the door behind him. The clock on the wall next to the register read 5:03. Main Street was going soft with dusk. The dogwoods on the sidewalk had lost most of their petals now, and the whites were down around the tree wells. The sign over the door, painted by hand in 1974, read, "Ridgeline Hardware and Lumber. Established 1955. The paint had faded but had not been redone. Owen would not repaint it. He said the fading was the point. He walked me to my truck. He did not hug me. He shook my hand with both of his the way my father used to shake his own father's hand. He said, "Drive safe, kid." He said, "Same time next month?" I said, "Same time next month." I drove back through West Asheville past the porch on Haywood Road. My mother's kitchen light was on. She would be washing the roasting pan by hand because she did not trust the dishwasher with it. She would be listening to the same NPR station my father used to leave on in the kitchen when he worked. She would go to bed at 10 and read for an hour and turn out the light. The house was still hers to live in for the rest of her life. But it belonged, in the way that mattered, to the people who had built it and to the ones who had watched it built. I still don't call her mom in my head most days. I call her Judith. Some days that hurts. Some days it doesn't. That's what grief is for a mother who's still alive. It's a different kind of counting. She said I wasn't her daughter anymore. She was, in the smallest technical sense, half right. I was never just her daughter. I was my father's daughter, and Owen's honorary niece, and Bethany's neighbor across the street, and Diego's boss for the third weekend of every October, and Melissa's only girl on my father's side, and Eleanor's granddaughter, and the woman who built a reading room out of cedar and heart pine on the east side of a porch that had waited 20 years for its own second half. You don't get to erase people who built themselves in front of witnesses. The counting stops when I say it stops. It stopped that Sunday night on Main Street when Owen closed the ledger, wrote his last line, and turned off the lights at 5:03 p.m., 3 minutes late by his own clock, for the first and only time in 40 years. If someone in your family ever tried to erase the years you gave them and rebrand you as a freeloader, I want to hear it. Drop your story below. The specific line they used, the birthday it happened on, the object they were holding when they said it. I read every one. Subscribe to Revenge episodes for more stories where the receipts outlive the lies. See you in the next one. At the $400 million signing gala, my husband brought his mistress and introduced her as his wife. My mother-in-law slapped me and told me to get lost, saying I was an eyesore. I walked over to the chairwoman of the partner conglomerate and said, "Mother, let them taste bankruptcy." The crystal chandelier on the ceiling of the Plaza Hotel's grand ballroom, brilliant as the Milky Way, cast sparkling streaks of light onto the polished marble floor. People walked about, laughing and talking, champagne flutes swirling in their hands, designer dresses brushing past each other amidst the scent of bespoke perfumes. In the midst of that extravagant space, I felt as out of place as an off-key keynote in a flawless symphony. Today was a momentous day for the Sterling Apex Group, the day of signing a commercial real estate contract worth $400 million a number, staggering enough to overwhelm anyone. But for me, Sloane, the wife of the young CEO Vance Sterling, this was just another evening in my 3 years of marriage. An evening where I knew I would be invisible again. My husband, Vance, was standing in the center of the ballroom, raising his glass, smiling radiantly beside his father and important partners. He wore a perfectly tailored Tom Ford suit, looking elegant and charismatic. But not once tonight did his eyes wander to where I was standing. My mother-in-law, Eleanor, was even worse. She glided past me like a cold breeze. Her deep crimson Oscar de la Renta evening gown exuded pride and power exactly like her personality. She was busy greeting, shaking hands, and receiving compliments. In her world, I was just a superfluous decoration. I was used to it. Over the past 3 years, I had learned to get used to pouring my own sparkling water, finding a hidden corner to sit in, and smiling to myself under the scrutinizing gazes of Manhattan's elite. They looked at me, an ordinary-looking girl in a simple off-the-rack dress, and then at my husband, their eyes filled with an unspoken question. Why her? I used to think that if I just lived decently, obediently, and worked hard, people would eventually love me. But after 3 years, I began to understand that whether people love you or not has nothing to do with how you live. The climax of the evening, or rather the climax of my endurance, was when Vance led another woman by the hand into the center of attention. Her name was Cleo, a rising runway model with a striking figure, wearing an emerald sweetheart evening gown that hugged every curve of her body. She linked her arm intimately through Vance's, and without a hint of embarrassment, my husband introduced her to the high society crowd. "Let me introduce you all. This is Cleo, my soulmate." A few people politely clapped and a few looked at me with pity, but my husband didn't even glance in my direction. Eleanor stood nearby, and not only did she not stop him, but she also smiled with deep satisfaction. She nodded at Cleo, her eyes affectionate, as if this were the daughter-in-law she had always wanted. My heart felt like it was being squeezed in a vice. Soulmate? Then what am I? The legal wife on paper, the person who gave up her career in architecture to stay home and care for his family. The person who stayed silent through all his late-night client dinners in Soho. And now I had become an outsider in my own marriage. I couldn't take it anymore. Taking a deep breath, I fought back the tears welling up in my eyes and walked toward them. I didn't scream or make a scene. I just stood in front of my husband, my voice terrifyingly calm. "Vance, could you explain this a bit? Isn't your wife still standing right here?" The whole room seemed to freeze. The melodic jazz quartet suddenly felt out of place, and all eyes turned toward us. Vance looked flustered. He detached Cleo's arm and stammered, "Sloane, don't. I don't make a scene here. We can talk when we get back to the penthouse." The penthouse? The home where I have never felt I belonged. Cleo stood beside him, smirking defiantly. She looked at me like I was a fool. But the person who ended it all wasn't my husband. It was my mother-in-law. Eleanor stepped forward, her beautifully contoured face hardening into authoritarian lines. Without a word, she swung her hand. A dry slap echoed, drowning out the ambient music. One side of my face burned, the pain excruciating. I clearly heard the gasps of shock from the Wall Street executives and socialites. I stood there, my neatly pinned hair now unraveled, a few strands hiding half of my face. I didn't shed a single tear, but my heart felt torn apart. "Get lost," Eleanor hissed, her voice sharp as a surgical scalpel. "Stop being an eyesore to me, you ungrateful little nobody." No one spoke up to defend me. My husband, the man I had loved and sacrificed for over 3 years, just stood there paralyzed. He looked at me, then at his mother, as if calculating which side would be easier to live with. I looked around at the eyes filled with pity, curiosity, and even gloating. Amidst hundreds of powerful people, I felt utterly alone. The physical pain was nothing compared to the humiliation gnawing at my soul. They hit me, humiliated me, just because I dared to demand my rightful status. So in their eyes, I wasn't even worth as much as a centerpiece on the table. I slowly straightened up, my hand subconsciously touching my burning cheek. I didn't look at my husband, nor at the woman who had struck me. Instead, I smiled a strangely gentle smile. That smile didn't seem to belong to me, nor to someone who had just been publicly humiliated. It made Eleanor freeze, and the gloating look in the Mistress Cleo's eyes momentarily shift to panic. Then I turned. Every step of my stilettos clicked firmly and clearly against the marble floor. I wasn't walking toward the exit to Fifth Avenue. I was walking straight toward the VIP table, where the titans of industry were seated. All eyes followed my every step, curious and confused. Eleanor seemed to snap out of it. She barked, "Where do you think you're going? Leave immediately." But I paid no attention. My destination was right in front of me. The woman sitting in the center of the banquet table had her hair in a sleek chignon, and her jet-black vintage Dior dress exuded an indescribable elegance and authority. She had a kind face, but her eyes were piercingly sharp. That was Margot Kensington, chairwoman of Vanguard Holdings, the most important partner in Sterling Apex's $400 million mega development. From the beginning until now, she had silently observed everything, her face showing no emotion. I stopped right beside her chair. The entire ballroom held its breath. Behind me, my husband and mother-in-law seemed to sense something was terribly wrong. Their faces began to pale. I leaned down, my hair falling to cover part of my expression. Then in the silent space I called out softly, but loud enough for everyone at the VIP table to hear. Mother, that word dropped like a bomb in the middle of the plaza. Everyone at the VIP table turned to look at me in shock. My husband, Vance, was rooted to the spot. The crystal flute in his hand slipped and shattered on the floor. Eleanor's jaw dropped, her eyes wide, unable to believe what she had just heard. Whispers erupted throughout the hall like a broken beehive. Margot looked up at me. In her sharp eyes, a flash of heartbreak and furious anger suddenly appeared. She said nothing, only giving a slight nod as a silent confirmation. I knew she understood. I leaned close to her, my voice a whisper, but chillingly cold, just loud enough for the executives nearby to shudder. Let them taste bankruptcy. As soon as I finished, I stood up straight. My mother, Margot, kept her face entirely composed, but her actions were incredibly decisive. She gave a slight nod to the chief of staff standing behind her. The executive immediately understood, walked onto the stage, and took the microphone from the bewildered host. His voice rang out clear and resolute. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the chairwoman of Vanguard Holdings, Margot Kensington, I would like to make an urgent announcement. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we have officially decided to withdraw from the Sterling Apex Urban Redevelopment Project. All previous agreements and letters of intent are hereby void. Thank you and good evening. A brief statement, but its destructive power was greater than 1,000 insults. The entire hall was shaken. $400 million, the dream of the entire Sterling dynasty, the crown jewel of Apex, had shattered into smoke in a single moment. I saw my father-in-law, Richard Sterling, stagger, clutching the edge of a table. I saw Vance, his face as white as a sheet, looking at me with absolute horror and panic. And I saw Eleanor, the woman who had just screamed, "Get lost," at my face, now trembling, pointing a manicured finger at me, stammering incoherently. She rushed toward my mother, her contoured face now distorted with panic. She tried to force a strained smile, her voice trembling, stripped of all upper-crust authority. "Marotte, what nonsense is this girl saying? She's not right in the head, probably just having a nervous breakdown from stress. We are all family. Whatever it is, let's just step into a private suite and talk it out." I found it laughable. Just a few minutes ago, she treated me like a disease. Now she hastily claimed we were family. My mother merely glanced at Eleanor, her eyes as cold as a New York winter. She didn't respond to her, but turned to look at me, her voice calm, but full of fierce protection. "My daughter, I understand. As for my son-in-law, today I have finally seen his true colors." That sentence contained no profanity, but it was like an invisible backhand squarely across Vance's and his entire family's faces. It was both an affirmation and a corporate death sentence. Only then did Vance seem to wake from a trance. He looked at me, his eyes no longer cold or disdainful, but filled with absolute terror. He rushed over, ignoring the stars of hundreds of Manhattan's elite, and suddenly dropped to his knees at my feet. The hands that wore a limited edition PC Philippe that signed billion-dollar contracts were now pathetically clutching the hem of my skirt. "Sloane, I beg you, everything. Everything is just a terrible misunderstanding. Cleo and I are nothing, just colleagues. Please don't be angry. Don't do this, Sloane." His voice was choked with sobs, tears welling in his eyes. I looked at the man kneeling at my feet, the man I had once loved with all my heart. Now I felt nothing but disgust rising within me. Who was he putting on this act for? For me or for my mother, the billionaire holding the fate of his entire legacy in her hands? Why didn't he say these words when he introduced that woman as his soulmate? Why didn't he speak up when his mother slapped me? I quietly detached his hands and took a step back. I looked straight into his eyes. My voice as cold as my mother's gaze. "Vance, stand up. You're a terrible actor in this play. You should save these words for your soulmate." I purposely emphasized the word soulmate, causing Cleo, who had been standing frozen the whole time, to turn a few shades paler. I didn't want to stay in this suffocating place a second longer. I turned to my mother and gave a slight nod. My mother stood up, draped her cashmere wrap over her shoulders, and walked away with me. We walked through the crowd, which parted like the Red Sea, past the amazed, curious, and panicked eyes of Vance's family. I didn't look back, but I could still hear Vance's desperate cries and Eleanor's frantic screams echoing off the marble pillars. But all those sounds to me now were just the echoes of a dead past. The Maybach glided through the Manhattan night, leaving behind the magnificent facade of the plaza and the unfinished tragic comedy. The streetlights flashed past the tinted windows, casting streaks of light and shadow on my face. Outside was the noisy, bustling city that never sleeps, but inside the car the silence was strangely profound. My mother didn't ask anything, she just held my hand, a warm, steady hand. It was that very handhold that caused the strong wall I had tried to build to collapse. Tears began to fall, not out of humiliation, but because I finally had a safe harbor to be vulnerable. The car didn't head to the modest walk-up apartment in Atoria, Queens, where I had lived with Vance for the first 2 years of our marriage, before he made it big. It headed toward the Upper East Side and stopped in front of a magnificent historic limestone townhouse hidden behind iron gates. This was my true home, the place where I grew up, where every little corner was filled with memories. For 3 years, I had voluntarily left this place, hiding my heiress identity in a shell, just to seek a love that I naively thought would remain untainted by money. As soon as I stepped inside, the familiar scent of fresh hydrangeas and beeswax polish made my heart settle. Everything was the same, from the contemporary art in the foyer to the soft cream sectionals. Only the human heart had changed. Mother brewed me a cup of chamomile tea and sat down beside me, her eyes full of sorrow. "I shouldn't have let you do this foolish thing." I smiled sadly, the heat from the fine china warming my freezing hands. "I just wanted a love that wasn't, because I'm the Vanguard heiress. I wanted someone to love me just for who I am." That was the reason I had begged my mother 3 years ago to let me hide my identity, living like an ordinary junior architect. And then I met Vance, a talented young project manager, with a warm smile. I thought I had found true love. I began to tell my mother about my 3 years living in that shell in the apartment that Eleanor constantly disparaged as a shoebox. About the elaborate dinners I spent all afternoon cooking, only to receive passive-aggressive complaints when they were served. About the times Vance came home late from entertaining clients, reeking of bourbon and women's perfume. When I asked, he would just gaslight me, telling me I was acting crazy. About the Hermes Birkins and Chanel jackets I had to hide deep in my closet, for fear my mother-in-law would call me a gold digger, draining her son's accounts. I had lived like an unpaid maid, a walking ATM for my husband's covert debts and a silent shadow in my own home. I endured it because I loved Vance and because I kept hoping that one day my devotion would be recognized. I thought I could use sacrifice as currency for happiness. But I was wrong. The meeker you are, the easier you are to despise. The more you endure, the more people cross the line. When my mother finished listening, she didn't cry, but a rare, terrifying anger flared in her eyes. She pulled me into a warm embrace, the embrace I had longed for over the past 3 years. "My sweet girl, you've suffered enough. From now on, no one in this city will dare look down on you, I promise." I buried my head in her shoulder, my tears soaking her silk blouse. I cried for my naivety, cried for the 3 years of my 20s that had been trampled. My innocence had ultimately exacted an exorbitant price. The next morning, I woke up in my familiar canopy bed. The early sunlight peeked through the heavy drapes. The space was unusually quiet, a stark contrast to the sirens and street noise of Queens. For the first time in 3 years, I slept deeply without nightmares, without waking up with a start to my mother-in-law's demanding texts or Vance's phone buzzing in the middle of the night. I thought last night was just a nightmare, but the red swelling on my cheek was still there, a cruel reminder in the vanity mirror. I walked downstairs. Mother's private chef had already prepared breakfast, just a simple plate of homemade buttermilk waffles and fresh coffee, but it tasted incredibly delicious. Perhaps because it had been a long time since I could eat breakfast without rushing, without hearing bitter complaints about my calorie intake. While I was eating, my mother quietly placed an iPad on the marble island. I glanced at the headlines on the financial apps. They were all identical. Last-minute shock. Vanguard Holdings pulls plug on $400 million mega project with Sterling Apex. What is the future for Sterling Apex after the failed deal of the decade? Sterling stock plummets at the opening bell. Everything unfolded exactly as predicted. An empire built on leverage was now on the verge of collapse. In just one night, I scrolled through my phone. Business forums and Reddit threads were buzzing. People analyzed and speculated about the real reason behind the contract cancellation. Some said Sterling's financials were cooked. Others thought it was a hostile takeover attempt by a rival firm. But no one knew that the epicenter of this Wall Street earthquake stemmed from a single slap. I felt the first sweet taste of revenge, a creeping satisfaction in my heart when thinking of Vance and Eleanor's faces right now. But that feeling passed quickly, replaced by a strange emptiness. Would watching them file for Chapter 11 really make me happy? Could financial ruin erase the scars of 3 years of psychological abuse? I wasn't sure. I only knew that things couldn't stop here. This wasn't just about personal vendettas. It was about reclaiming my dignity for the years I had sacrificed meaninglessly. My phone started buzzing incessantly. It was Vance. He called over and over. When I didn't answer, he switched to iMessage. A barrage of blue bubbles flooded in, ranging from begging and pleading to emotional blackmail. Sloan, I know I was an idiot. Forgive me this once. It was all my mother's fault. I never wanted this. Do you know if we lose this Vanguard deal? My whole family is ruined. Are you really that vindictive? If you don't answer, I'll come to the townhouse to find you. I read every line, my heart completely undisturbed. Vindictive. He calls me vindictive. So, when he paraded a runway model around and introduced her as his soulmate, when his mother struck me across the face in front of New York's elite, where was their cruelty hidden? I didn't reply. I just quietly blocked his number. Once the initial shock passed, logic had to return. I knew I couldn't fight this battle alone. The retaliation wasn't just about bankrupting Sterling Apex. There were complex legal issues regarding the divorce and equitable distribution of assets in New York State. I needed a shark, a brilliant and ruthless litigator. My mother agreed. She said she would point me to the top corporate and family law firm in Manhattan. The next day, following the address my mother gave me, I took the private elevator up to a law office located in a sleek glass skyscraper in Midtown. The office was designed impeccably, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Central Park, but the lush potted fiddle leaf fig in the reception area gave it a grounding feel. As I was waiting, a man in a sharp charcoal suit walked out of a glass conference room. He was tall, with a strong jawline, bright eyes behind tortoiseshell frames. Sorry to keep you waiting. I am Declan, the senior partner who will be handling your case. The familiar cadence of his voice made me look up, and I was stunned. This face, this voice, though more mature and weathered, I still recognized him. Declan, are you Declan Hayes from my undergrad cohort at Columbia? I blurted out, unable to hide my surprise. The man in front of me also froze. He looked at me intently, and then a warm, genuine smile bloomed on his face. Sloan, it really is you. It's been forever. I never expected we'd meet again under these circumstances. It turned out that the prestigious law firm my mother endorsed was co-founded by my old college friend. The world of Manhattan power players can be truly small sometimes. Meeting an old acquaintance greatly eased the initial tension. Declan invited me into his corner office. We sat and talked, reminiscing about our days at Columbia. I still remembered the Declan of the past. A brilliant scholarship student, always quiet and reserved, but the only person who stood up to defend me when I was harassed by a group of entitled frat guys. After graduation, we lost touch. I never imagined the intense, studious guy from years ago would become a heavyweight litigator. After catching up, we got down to business. I told Declan my entire story, from the reality of my 3-year marriage to the disaster at the plaza the night before. Declan listened very attentively without a single word of judgment, only offering a look of deep empathy and a fleeting, dangerous flash of anger when I mentioned the slap. When I finished, he remained silent for a long time, tapping his Mont Blanc pen on his legal pad before speaking. His voice was full of determination. "Sloane, rest assured I will utterly dismantle them for you. Not just because we are friends, but because I have my own reasons for wanting to see Sterling Apex burn." His words piqued my curiosity. But I didn't press. "I trust you." The way he looked at me still held that special protective care, just like years ago in the university library. Having a reliable ally by my side made me feel much more secure. I knew this battle would be a grueling legal war of attrition, but I was no longer alone. An alliance had been formed, and we were ready for discovery. A few days later, I met Declan again at his office. Outside the window, the Manhattan skyline was obscured by a gray drizzle. But inside my heart, there was a quiet, calculating pause. We already had our initial strategies for the divorce filings, ensuring Vance wouldn't get a dime of my premarital Vanguard trust. But Declan's words from the other day that he had a personal vendetta against Sterling kept lingering in my mind. I sensed that behind my case, there was another story, a deeper wound. After reviewing the financials, Declan pushed up his glasses, his gaze staring far away past the skyscrapers. He stayed silent for a long time, as if weighing his words. "Sloane, perhaps I should tell you the real reason. Dealing with Sterling isn't just pro bono work for me, it's a debt of blood." I didn't interrupt, just waited quietly. I knew this was not an easy story to unearth. Declan stood up, walked to the window, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists in his pockets. "That $400 million project, that luxury eco-community Sterling planned to build upstate. Do you know what land it sits on?" I shook my head. During my marriage, I had only vaguely heard Vance brag that it was a pristine plot in the Hudson Valley, prime real estate for wealthy weekenders, but I never looked into the zoning or acquisition. Declan's voice dropped, tinged with a distant sorrow. "It used to be a working farm, an apple orchard. It was where my maternal grandparents lived for their entire lives. The land wasn't massive, just enough for a farmhouse, a barn, and rows of Macintosh and Honeycrisp. My childhood, my summers were tied to that place, to the smell of cider and the quiet mornings. Listening, my heart tightened. An image of a peaceful pastoral life emerged, completely contrasting with the cutthroat corporate luxury I had just navigated." Declan continued, his jaw tight. 10 years ago, Vance's father, Richard Sterling, came looking for them. He talked about county development, eminent domain loopholes, promising fair market value, but then they used every dirty mob adjacent trick in the book to force the appraisal down and apply pressure. Gentle farmers who only knew their harvest their whole lives. How could they fight against a billionaire developer's legal army? My grandparents and a dozen other local families refused to sell. They held their ground because it was generational land, the blood, sweat, and tears of a century. But then Richard sent private fixers to intimidate them. One night, my grandmother's greenhouse was smashed to pieces. Another day, my grandfather's loyal shepherd dog was poisoned. My grandfather was so frustrated, so overwhelmed by the legal fees and harassment that he suffered a massive stroke. Finally, to pay off the medical debt to keep him alive, my grandmother had to bite the bullet and sign the deed over to a Sterling shell company for pennies on the dollar. Declan turned back to look at me, the unhidden pain etched into his sharp features. My grandfather didn't make it before he died in that hospital bed. He held my hand tightly, repeatedly telling me to study the law, so that one day I could demand justice for the people the system forgets. This debt isn't about equity, Sloane. It's a generational trauma. The repressed anger of honest people crushed by corporate greed. Declan's story blew through me like an Arctic wind, fanning the flames of resentment within me. But it also made my mind clearer and sharper than ever. I realized that to defeat a cunning syndicate like Richard and Vance Sterling, we couldn't just rely on family court and PR. We needed hard evidence of racketeering and to stay one step ahead of their fixers. Focusing intensely on the task helped me temporarily forget my personal betrayal, turning my grief into a tactical advantage. Declan and I sat down to draft a forensic plan. The battle would be fought on two fronts: I, with the advantage of having lived in their house for 3 years, would be responsible for providing internal breadcrumbs. Declan, with his subpoena power and investigative resources, would gather the hard proof. I began to dig through my memories, trying to string together fragmented pieces I had never paid attention to while playing the beautiful housewife. I recalled my father-in-law's late-night burner phone calls. He always went out to speak in hushed tones, but I still caught a few names repeated over and over. I remembered the times Vance came home late from networking, leaving crumpled receipts from underground poker games and exclusive gentlemen's clubs carelessly in his suit pockets. I remembered Eleanor casually boasting about her gifts to certain officials on the city's zoning board. Most notably, I remembered a figure named Silas, an intimidating man who my father-in-law occasionally met privately at a secluded cigar lounge in Tribeca. Every time he returned from meeting Silas, Richard looked intensely paranoid. I wrote down all those names, addresses, and seemingly harmless habits on a legal pad. 3 years of being treated like a piece of furniture had ironically given me a surveillance perspective no one else had. Those fragments of information might be the keys to unlocking Sterling Apex's RICO violations. Meanwhile, Declan began an even more grueling task. He sought to reconnect with the Hudson Valley families who had lost their land a decade ago. It wasn't easy. 10 years is a lifetime. Many had moved out of state, scattered everywhere. The few who remained carried an invisible, paralyzing fear. They had been crushed by money and muscle once, so they no longer dared to believe the system worked. Some hung up on him, some slammed their screen doors shut when they heard the name Sterling. But Declan wasn't deterred. He patiently visited each home, not in his tailored Tom Ford suits but in jeans and a jacket. As a grandson whose family was also destroyed, he shared his grandparents' story. He shared their pain over diner coffees. Gradually, the icy wall of fear and distrust began to melt. A few people started digging out old tax records, the falsified environmental reports Sterling had used. With each passing day, we gained a little more leverage, a few more paper trails. Declan's office slowly filled with plat maps, shell company dossiers, and red string. As we delved deeper into the investigation, the Starings began to make their countermoves. They couldn't just sit still and watch their stock tank and their secrets get probed. But I didn't expect their retaliation to be so physical and brazen. One evening, after leaving Declan's firm, I drove my Range Rover home. I parked in the townhouse's private underground garage. The space was silent with only the hum of the ventilation and my echoing footsteps. As I locked the car and turned toward the private elevator, a heavy figure stepped out from behind a concrete pillar, blocking my path. I startled, reflexively taking a step back. Under the fluorescent lights of the garage, I recognized the man. It was Silas, the fixer I had seen at the cigar lounge. Richard's go-to guy for making problems disappear. He wasn't exceptionally tall, but he was built like a cinder block, his face bearing a jagged scar across his jawline, his gaze dead and cold. "Evening, Mrs. Sterling, or should I say, Miss Kensington, you look different without the apron." His voice was a growly rasp carrying undisguised menace. I tried to stay calm, gripping my Birkin bag tightly, my thumb hovering over the panic button on my phone. "What do you want, Silas?" he sneered, a smile devoid of any warmth. He stepped closer, the strong stench of cheap cologne and stale tobacco wafting from him, making my stomach turn. "I just wanted to drop by and check on the boss's arranged daughter-in-law. I hear you've been very busy lately, meeting with big-shot lawyers, digging through public records upstate." "Why go through all that trouble, Sloane? I'm telling you this as a courtesy. Some graves shouldn't be dug up. Leave the past where it is. Fish can't survive in toxic waters. You're young, rich, you got a whole life of shopping ahead of you. Don't make things difficult for yourself over a bunch of dirt farmers." Every word he spoke was a veiled threat. He didn't raise his voice, but his chillingly calm demeanor made it all the more terrifying. I knew he wasn't making empty threats. In the New York real estate underworld, a man like him made people vanish, but the cold spike of fear was fleeting, quickly replaced by an even stronger resolve. If they had to resort to sending their bulldog, it proved Declan and I were on the right track. We had hit an artery. I took a deep breath, forcing my voice to remain steady. Thank you for the unsolicited advice, but I know exactly what I'm doing. Now, step aside before I call my security detail. A flash of raw anger sparked in his dead eyes. He stared at me for a few agonizing seconds, then smirked, stepping back. Have it your way. Seems you grew a spine. But remember, glass houses shatter easily. Let's hope you're smart enough to know when to walk away. With that, he blended back into the shadows toward the exit. I power walked to the elevator, my hand shaking as I hit the button. I didn't look back, but I felt his gaze on me until the doors slid shut. Silas's threat was no empty talk. I knew that, but I couldn't have predicted they would strike so quickly or so lethally. A few days later, in the late evening, I had to drive across the RFK bridge to meet an old municipal clerk Declan had finally tracked down in Queens. In the afternoon, a sudden nor'easter had rolled in, dumping torrential rain and making the asphalt incredibly slick. Traffic on the bridge was heavy, moving cautiously. As my SUV was descending the curve of the bridge, I lightly tapped the brakes to keep my distance from a semi-truck ahead. But something horrific happened. My brake pedal sank completely to the floorboard without an ounce of resistance. My heart leaped into my throat. The brakes were dead. With no stopping power, my heavy SUV began to hurtle forward down the incline, picking up speed. Blind panic seized my mind for a fraction of a second. Immediately, I forced myself to recall the defensive driving courses my father had made me take. I took my foot off the gas, pulled the electronic emergency brake, and slammed the transmission into a lower gear, praying the engine braking would slow the massive vehicle. The car violently fishtailed, the screech of the tires on the wet pavement deafening over the rain. Everything played out in slow motion. I saw the steel bumper of the semi-truck looming closer and closer. I violently yanked the steering wheel into the adjacent lane, hydroplaning and nearly clipping a yellow cab. Horns blared around me. Other drivers stared in horror. I just gritted my teeth, white-knuckling the leather steering wheel, desperately wrestling to control 2 tons of runaway metal. Finally, after a bone-jarring scrape against the concrete Jersey barrier, my car ground to a halt. The airbags deployed with a violent pop, punching the breath out of me and leaving me dazed. I sat motionless in the driver's seat, my ears ringing, my heart pounding so hard I thought my ribs would crack. The acrid smell of burnt rubber and the gunpowder scent from the airbags filled the cabin. Outside, traffic had backed up, the red glow of taillights illuminating the pouring rain, trembling violently. I forced the door open and stumbled out into the downpour. Looking at the crushed front quarter panel and the long black skid marks on the bridge, the reality of death washed over me. A fraction of a second slower, and I would have been crushed under the 18-wheeler, or launched into the East River. The shock faded, immediately replaced by an icy, seething, murderous rage. I didn't call an ambulance. I called Declan, and then I called the NYPD. When the police and a forensic mechanic arrived at the scene, the preliminary inspection under the floodlights confirmed my darkest suspicion. My brake lines had been severed, a clean, deliberate cut with a wire snip. This was no mechanical failure. This was attempted homicide. Sitting in the freezing rain, watching the flatbed tow my ruined car away, my heart turned to flint. Silas's voice echoed in my head. Glass houses shatter easily. They didn't just want to intimidate me. They wanted me in a body bag. They wanted to silence Vanguard's A's and the divorce proceedings forever. The final moral boundary had been obliterated. Any lingering hesitation, any tiny pathetic thought of a quiet settlement left inside me vanished. This war would now end in total annihilation. The accident on the RFK bridge served as a brutal catalyst. It didn't break me. Instead, it forged my will and Declan's into titanium. The incident also generated massive heat. The NYPD officially opened a criminal investigation into attempted murder and vehicular sabotage, though we knew tying it directly to Richard Sterling would be incredibly difficult. The police pressure forced the Sterling family to bunker down. We knew our window was closing. We had to accelerate our offensive before Silas pulled another lethal stunt. Luck finally smiled upon us, not from the detectives, but from Declan's relentless underworld digging. After days of running on pure adrenaline and espresso, Declan came to my townhouse with a flash drive. He told me that through a private investigator he retained, he had secured security camera footage from a luxury condo building across the street from my garage entrance. The camera was angled to catch the sidewalk, but it caught a sliver of the alley leading into my private parking structure. We sat in my study, our eyes glued to his MacBook screen. He repeatedly looped the footage from the night before my accident. The image was grainy due to the rain and the low light, but after staring at it a dozen times, we spotted the ghost. At exactly 3:15 a.m., a man in a dark hoodie stealthily approached the garage gate, bypassed the electronic lock with a cloner, and slipped inside. 10 minutes later, he walked back out. We couldn't clearly see his face, but his hulking build and distinct limp were undeniable. Declan used an enhancement software to clean up a single frame. When the man reached up to pull his hood down, a tiny detail emerged under the glow of a street lamp. On the man's thick wrist was a crude tattoo of a scorpion. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. I remembered that night in the garage when Silas had leaned against the pillar. His suit sleeve had ridden up, and I had seen that exact same scorpion. But Declan didn't stop there. He leaned on his criminal defense contacts. By morning, he had a name. The man in the video wasn't Silas himself, but a known enforcer named Jax, a violent felon who did the dirty hands-on work for Silas's crew. Jax had just made parole and was officially on the payroll of a security consulting firm owned by Sterling Apex. The puzzle pieces locked together with a satisfying click. Holding this digital evidence, though perhaps not enough for a district attorney to immediately indict a billionaire, I felt a surge of predatory relief. We had the smoking gun. I looked at Declan, whose tie was loose and who hadn't slept in 3 days, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. "Thank you, Declan. If it weren't for you," Declan just smiled, rubbing his tired eyes, his expression incredibly soft when he looked at me. "Between us, Sloane, there's no tally. What I'm doing for you, I'm doing to fulfill my grandfather's dying wish. We're in this together." The intensity in his eyes made my breath catch slightly. Amidst the storm of assassination attempts and corporate espionage, his steadfast presence was an anchor keeping me from drifting into madness. We knew the endgame was approaching, and with our backs to each other, we wouldn't fall. While we were meticulously building a federal case, the Sterling camp was imploding from within. This high-stakes chess game didn't just involve me, Declan, and the Starings. There were other pawns parasites willing to turn on their hosts to survive. Cleo, the runway model Vance had flaunted as his soulmate, was one such parasite. She saw the Sterling Apex stock plummeting to penny stock levels and possessing a predator's instinct. She knew the ship was sinking. One afternoon, I received a call from a block number. The female voice on the other end was sweet, but laced with desperation. "Hi, Sloane, it's Cleo. We really need to talk." I arched an eyebrow. Entirely unsurprised, I agreed to meet her. We met at an exclusive, dimly lit speakeasy in Tribeca during off hours. Cleo arrived wearing oversized Celine sunglasses and a trench coat. Looking paranoid, she slid into the leather booth and didn't beat around the bush. "Sloane, I know you're out for blood, and I have something that will hand you Vance's head on a silver platter." With that, she placed her iPhone on the table and tapped play on a voice memo. Vance's voice rang out. The audio slightly muffled, but unmistakably him, and the words were utterly vile. "Relax, Cleo. Sloane is clueless. She's a trust fund brat who just wants to play house. Once the Vanguard deal closes and I secure the $400 million, my dad and I are restructuring the assets offshore. I'll blindside her with divorce papers and she won't see a dime of alimony. Then we take the yacht to Street Bart's, just you and me." Next came Cleo's breathy giggle and Vance's disgusting promises. I sat there sipping my sparkling water, my expression entirely blank. Even though I felt absolutely zero love for the man anymore, hearing the premeditated malice, the sheer sociopathy of his plan made my blood run cold. For 3 years, I had been married to a smiling shark. Cleo stopped the recording and looked at me, expecting me to break down. Well, with this, you completely nuke his character in divorce court. The judge will give you whatever you want. I stayed silent, swirling the lime in my glass, waiting for the invoice. She leaned in, a greedy glint in her eyes. I'll airdrop you this file right now. But I want $5 million. A drop in the bucket for the Vanguard heiress, right? I looked straight into her heavily contoured face, my gaze unnervingly calm. I felt disgust. Disgust for the man who spoke those words and equal disgust for the opportunist sitting across from me, trying to extort a woman her boyfriend had abused. They truly deserved each other. I realized I would rather burn my money than give a cent to someone like Cleo. I chuckled softly, a genuinely amused sound that wiped the smugness off her face. Cleo, I appreciate the hustle, but I don't need your tape. Her jaw tightened. Are you crazy? He was going to leave you with nothing. I stood up, adjusting the lapels of my blazer, and now he has nothing. I suggest you keep that recording. Who knows? Maybe TMZ will pay you $50 for it when he's indicted. With that, I dropped a $100 bill on the table for the water and walked out, leaving Cleo sitting alone in the gloom, looking panicked. I knew a narcissist like Cleo wouldn't take a loss quietly, and I was counting on her lack of impulse control. The next day, through a few carefully placed calls to friendly journalists at Bloomberg and the Wall Street Journal, I leaked confirmed rumors that the SEC was looking into Sterling Apex's offshore accounts. The banks were calling in their leverage. The Sterling family accounts were days away from being frozen. The panic in the financial sector was absolute. As I predicted, Cleo broke first. Her fantasy of a $5 million payout from me was dead, and her sugar daddy was about to be federally indicted. To a woman whose entire brand was proximity to wealth, being associated with a broke, disgraced CEO was social suicide. She decided that if she couldn't get a payout, she would get clout. Cleo didn't sell the recording to a tabloid. Instead, she posted the raw audio directly to her millions of followers on Instagram and TikTok, accompanied by a multi-part tearful video alleging that Vance had emotionally manipulated her, lied about his marriage, and trapped her in a toxic dynamic. She weaponized therapy speak to paint herself as the ultimate victim of a narcissistic billionaire. The posts went unimaginably viral. The internet, already salivating over the Vanguard Sterling fallout, treated this like the Super Bowl of drama. The recording of Vance bragging about hiding assets and dumping his wife trended worldwide. The image of the brilliant, philanthropic young CEO collapsed into dust. He was universally branded a sociopath, a fraud, and the internet's most hated man. I sat in my library reading the vicious comments and memes about Vance on my iPad, feeling no vindication, only a dry sense of irony. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I hadn't even had to dirty my hands with the audio. The rats had cannibalized each other. Eleanor, who spent her life obsessed with her social standing, was now the mother of a pariah. I just sat by the fire, sipping wine, watching their digital execution. One evening, during a torrential New York downpour, I was reading briefs from Declan when my head of security buzzed the intercom. Vance had managed to bypass the street gate and was standing outside my front door. I told security to hold. I wanted to look him in the eye one last time to see if there was a shred of humanity left. I stood in the grand foyer, opening the heavy oak door, just enough to look through the wrought iron security gate. Vance stood on the stoop, completely exposed to the freezing rain. His bespoke suit was soaked, plastering to his gaunt frame. The arrogant swagger was entirely gone, replaced by the twitchy desperation of a cornered animal. Seeing me, he grabbed the iron bars, his face pale, eyes bloodshot. "Sloan, please tell your guys to let me in. Just 5 minutes, I beg you." His voice cracked, barely audible over the rain hitting the pavement. I didn't press the buzzer. I stood safely inside the warm foyer, looking at him like an exhibit in a museum of failures. "My lawyers told you to direct all communication to them, Vance. We have nothing to say." We do. He nodded frantically, water streaming down his face, masking whatever tears he was trying to fake. "Sloan, I am so sorry. I'm a piece of garbage. I lost my mind. The tape, it was just locker room talk to shut Cleo up. I swear I always loved you. I actually laughed. It was a harsh, bitter sound. Loved me. You showed your love by letting your mother hit me in public. By parading a mistress. By plotting to hide your assets offshore so I'd be left destitute. He gripped the bars harder, his knuckles white. It was the pressure, Sloane. You don't know what it's like. My father, the board, the debt. They expected me to be a ruthless killer in the boardroom. I had to project power. And Cleo, she was just a distraction from the stress. It meant nothing. I listened to his pathetic monologue, a masterclass in gaslighting and deflecting blame. He hadn't changed. He was just sorry he got caught. I looked him dead in the eye, my voice cutting through the rain like glass. Are you done, Vance? Because the saddest part of all this isn't the cheating or the theft. It's that even now, shivering on my porch, you're still a coward. You blame your father, the board, the stress. A real man would own his betrayal. If you loved me, you would have defended me. If you respected me, you wouldn't have plotted to steal from me. Save your tears for the federal judge. I reached out and slammed the heavy oak door shut, locking the deadbolt. I didn't look back to see him standing in the rain. The chapter was closed. I thought that after the leaked audio and his pathetic display on my doorstep, the Starings would finally hire crisis PR and go quiet. I underestimated the sheer unhinged narcissism of Eleanor Sterling. To her, public perception and avoiding prison were worth any lie. Her final desperate maneuver was so sociopathic, I couldn't have anticipated it. She weaponized the one thing society views as sacred. One morning, my phone rang with a call from a distant aunt in Connecticut. Her voice was breathless with scandalous excitement. Sloane, darling, why didn't you tell us the good news? Dealing with a divorce is one thing, but hiding a pregnancy. I froze, my coffee cup halting halfway to my mouth. Auntie? What on earth are you talking about? Eleanor. Eleanor Sterling just did an exclusive sit-down with Page 6. She showed them the ultrasound photos. She said you're 10 weeks pregnant with Vance's baby and that she's begging you to think of the child and stop this hostile divorce. The room spun. I hung up the phone, a wave of profound nausea washing over me. They were using a fictitious unborn child to manipulate public sympathy and trap me in the marriage. Eleanor was trying to paint me as a vindictive, hormonally unbalanced woman willing to destroy her baby's father and grandparents just for spite. I immediately called Declan. He was already reading the article. Within hours, his private investigators tracked the source of the leak. Eleanor, using her vast checkbook, had bribed a concierge doctor at an elite Upper East Side clinic. Together, they forged an airtight medical file, positive blood tests, high HCG levels, and a stolen sonogram image labeled with my name showing a 10-week fetus. Looking at the digital copies Declan procured, I felt a rage so pure it burned white hot. This woman who had physically assaulted me was now playing the weeping grandmother on national media to save her son from prison. The court of public opinion is fickle and vicious. Once Page 6 published the exclusive, the narrative shifted violently. Eleanor appeared on morning talk shows, dabbing her dry eyes with a tissue, begging me to come home for the sake of her grandchild. She claimed the entire Vanguard fallout was just a horrible misunderstanding blown out of proportion by my pregnancy hormones. Online, the trolls turned their vitriol toward me. Wow, she's pregnant and still trying to bankrupt her baby daddy. Psycho, she's just a spoiled heiress using the courts to punish him. Think of the kid. You selfish brat, the pressure was suffocating. Paparazzi camped outside my townhouse, but I did not crack. The bigger the lie, the harder the fall. Eleanor wanted to break my spirit, but she had just handed me the rope to hang her with. I didn't issue a frantic Twitter denial. In a media war, words are useless against medical evidence. You have to drop a nuclear bomb of truth. I sat in my mother's private office. Margot Kensington looked at me completely unbothered by the media circus. Let them dig the hole a little deeper, Sloane. Then we bury them. The press conference was held at the Vanguard Holdings corporate auditorium in Manhattan. The room was packed wall-to-wall with journalists, financial reporters, and paparazzi cameras flashing like strobe lights. They were all expecting a tearful breakdown, a messy reality TV-style confrontation about the pregnancy. I walked onto the stage, flanked by my mother and Declan. I wore a razor-sharp ivory Tom Ford pantsuit, my hair sleek, my posture impeccably straight. I looked nothing like a distressed pregnant housewife. The room fell dead silent as I adjusted the microphone. I looked directly into the lenses of the network cameras. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, before I address the fabricated tabloids regarding my personal life, Vanguard Holdings has a major corporate announcement. I pressed a clicker and the massive screen behind me lit up with architectural renderings. Vanguard Holdings is committing $50 million to develop a comprehensive affordable housing and community center initiative. And specifically, this project will be built in the Hudson Valley on the exact acreage that Sterling Apex unlawfully attempted to seize for a luxury resort. We are returning the land to the community, building sustainable housing for the working-class families who were displaced by corporate greed. The room erupted. The financial reporters scrambled to type. I was publicly castrating Sterling's legacy and turning their stolen land into a monument of philanthropy. I raised a hand, silencing the room. Now, regarding the rumors that have dominated the news cycle, the claims made by Eleanor Sterling that I am pregnant. I paused, letting the silence stretch until it was agonizing, our categorically, provably, and pathologically false. A murmur of shock rippled through the press corps. But the ultrasound, the doctor's records, a reporter shouted from the front row. I didn't answer. I stepped back and let Declan take the podium. He didn't smile. He pressed a button and an audio file played over the auditorium surround sound. It was a wiretap Declan's investigators had legally obtained through a whistleblower at the clinic. "Listen to me, doctor." Eleanor's unmistakable haughty voice echoed in the room. "I don't care how you fake the sonogram. Just put her name on it and make it look 10 weeks along. The wire transfer for $500,000 will be in your Cayman account by noon." Then the doctor's nervous voice. "Mrs. Sterling, this is medical fraud. I could lose my license." "If you don't do it, you'll lose a lot more than your license," Eleanor snapped. "Once the media runs this, Sloan won't dare divorce Vance. The public backlash will force her to drop the lawsuits. Just print the damn photo." The audio cut out. The silence in the auditorium was absolute, deafening shock. The truth was naked, hideous, and undeniable. The journalist faces morphed from eager gossip mongers to furious investigators. They realized they had been played as pawns in a felony fraud scheme. But Declan wasn't finished. Eleanor Sterling's actions constitute criminal fraud, extortion, and defamation, Declan stated, his voice booming. The Manhattan District Attorney has already received this evidence, but the corruption of Sterling Apex runs far deeper than tabloids. Declan gestured to the wings, and a group of people walked onto the stage. They were older, wearing simple, worn clothes, looking out of place under the bright lights, but carrying a profound dignity. They were the Hudson Valley farmers and residents, Declan's neighbors, whom Richard Sterling had destroyed 10 years ago. An elderly man leaning on a cane took the microphone. His voice shook, but his anger was clear. He detailed the terror campaign, the poisoned dogs, the smashed greenhouses, the fraudulent appraisals, and the legal bullying that forced them off their ancestral land. He spoke of his neighbor who died of a stroke from the stress. There were audible gasps from the press. Some reporters stopped taking pictures, genuinely moved. It was no longer a Manhattan Society scandal. It was a devastating indictment of systemic abuse. I stepped forward, putting an arm around the old man. "I stand here today not as a victim of a bad marriage, but as an advocate for the real victims. Vanguard's new housing initiative is the first step in restoring what the Sterlings stole. Thank you." The fallout was apocalyptic. What happened in that auditorium triggered a chain reaction that obliterated the Sterling family. By 6:00 p.m. that evening, the FBI and the NYPD executed coordinated raids. I watched it live on CNN from the comfort of my living room. Federal agents swarmed the Sterling Apex headquarters in Midtown, carrying out boxes of hard drives. Richard Sterling, the untouchable titan of real estate, was walked out of his Park Avenue penthouse in handcuffs, looking frail and terrified. Eleanor was arrested at a luxury spa in the Hamptons, screaming at the arresting officers as they shoved her into the back of an unmarked cruiser. Her perfectly coiffed hair ruined. Vance was apprehended by federal marshals, trying to board a private jet at Teterboro Airport. He didn't fight. The footage showed him staring blankly at the tarmac. A broken man who finally realized his daddy's money couldn't buy his way out of a federal indictment. The charges were staggering: RICO violations, wire fraud, medical fraud, extortion, and conspiracy. Sterling Apex filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy the next morning. In the weeks that followed, my life settled into a strange, quiet peace. The media storm moved on to the next scandal. I spent my days reading, working on the Hudson Valley architectural designs, and taking long walks through Central Park. I was learning to breathe again. One rainy Sunday afternoon, while sorting through boxes from my childhood bedroom, I opened an old cedar chest. Inside were keepsakes from my late father, Arthur. He was a brilliant structural engineer who had died in a tragic scaffolding collapse on a construction site when I was 15. The official report called it a freak accident. My mother had been devastated, and I had buried the grief deep in my psyche. I pulled out a faded Polaroid of my dad, holding me on his shoulders at a Mets game. As I stared at his smiling face, a jarring, terrifying memory surfaced. I remembered the weeks before he died. He had been agitated, pacing the house, arguing on the phone about load-bearing stress and criminal negligence. I frantically dug through the chest until I found his old leather-bound site journals. I flipped to the final entries from 15 years ago, the project he was managing, the contractor overseeing the site. My blood ran cold. The holding company listed on the site plans was a subsidiary of Sterling Apex. Back then, Richard Sterling was just an up-and-coming developer cutting corners to build his empire. I took the journal downstairs and showed my mother. When she saw the subsidiary name, the color drained from her face. "Mom," I whispered, my voice shaking. "Dad's accident. Was it a Sterling site?" She slowly sat down, clutching the journal. "Yes, it was Richard's first major high-rise. Your father was the chief structural engineer. He was meticulous, Sloan. He never made mistakes. I never believed it was just an accident. But the OSHA inspectors cleared the site, and we had no proof. The grief I had buried for over a decade ignited into a roaring inferno. What if my father's death wasn't a tragedy? What if it was a murder? I didn't tell Declan immediately. I needed to look the devil in the eye. I arranged a visitor's pass to the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, where Vance was being held without bail. The federal holding facility was bleak, smelling of bleach and despair. I sat down behind the thick plexiglass in the visitation room. Vance walked in wearing a khaki prison jumpsuit. He looked 10 years older, hollowed out, the arrogance entirely scrubbed from his soul. He picked up the heavy black phone receiver. I picked up mine. "Did you come to gloat?" he asked, his voice raspy. "You won, Sloan. You took everything." "I didn't come to gloat, Vance. I came to ask you a question about 15 years ago about my father, Arthur." Vance's eyes darted away, a flicker of genuine panic crossing his face. "I don't know what you're talking about." "The site collapsed. The one Richard built. My father was going to blow the whistle on your dad's cheap materials, wasn't he?" Vance stared at me, his chest heaving. In his absolute despair, facing decades in federal prison, perhaps he realized he had nothing left to lose. Or perhaps he just wanted to drag his father down with him. He let out a hollow, psychotic laugh. "An accident? You think my dad built a billion-dollar empire playing by the rules? You're naive, Sloan." He leaned close to the plexiglass, his breath fogging the barrier. "My father doesn't just owe your family money. He owes you blood." Vance hung up the phone and walked back to his cell, leaving me staring at the glass. I left the prison, the cold wind whipping off the East River. It was no longer a corporate vengeance plot. It was a homicide investigation hidden for 15 years. I immediately called Declan and brought him the journal. He mobilized his entire investigative team. Reopening a 15-year-old construction fatality was nearly impossible, Evidence is paved over, witnesses move on or die. But we found a thread in my father's journal. He repeatedly mentioned a site foreman named Harlan Graves. My dad wrote that Heron was a good man, but terrified of Richard Sterling's thugs. If we could find Heron Graves, we might find the truth. It took Declan's team 2 weeks, utilizing skip tracers and tax records to locate him. Harlan had quit construction the day after my father died, sold his house in Queens, and disappeared into the Adirondack Mountains upstate, living off the grid. Declan and I drove 4 hours north into the deep woods. We found Harlan's modest log cabin sitting by a frozen lake. An old man with a thick white beard and weathered skin was chopping firewood on the porch. When we approached and introduced ourselves, the color washed out of his face. At first, he refused to speak, citing his age and poor memory. The fear of Richard Sterling was still hardwired into his brain. I took out the Polaroid of my father and laid it on the wooden table. "Mr. Graves, I am Arthur's daughter. I didn't come to punish you. I just want to know why my father didn't come home. For 15 years, my mother and I have lived with a ghost. Please give my dad peace," Declan gently added. "Richard Sterling is in federal custody, Heron. He can't hurt you anymore, but we need your testimony to make sure he never sees daylight again." Harlan looked at the photo, his hands trembling. He covered his face and began to weep the heavy, agonizing sobs of a man who had carried a crushing guilt for a decade and a half. He confessed everything. Harlan explained that Richard Sterling had ordered the use of substandard counterfeit steel for the main scaffolding to cut millions in costs. My father Arthur discovered the fraud. He threatened to go straight to the Department of Buildings and the press, which would have ruined Richard. The night before the accident, Harlan saw Silas Richards' fixer and a crew of men tampering with the primary load-bearing joints on the scaffolding. Harlan was threatened with his family's lives if he spoke up. The next morning, my father went up for his inspection. The rigging gave way instantly. Richard paid off the corrupt safety inspectors and wired a massive sum into an offshore account for Heron to buy his silence and disappear. I sat on the porch, staring out at the frozen lake, tears streaming down my face. My father, a man of uncompromising integrity, was murdered for profit. With Harlan's sworn affidavit, Declan approached the U.S. Attorney's Office. They obtained a highly restricted search warrant for a secondary off-the-book storage facility Richard kept in New Jersey. Inside a fireproof safe hidden behind drywall, the FBI found the Holy Grail, Richard Sterling's personal ledger. It wasn't just accounting. It was a paranoid man's insurance policy as it is against his own fixers. It detailed the payoffs to the inspectors, the wire transfer to Heron, and a chilling entry on the day my father died. Arthur wouldn't listen to reason, had Clear's throat. Silas handled the scaffolding, a tragic cost of doing business. One body paves the foundation. When Declan read that entry to me over the phone, I didn't cry. I felt an absolute, profound serenity. The monster was finally trapped in the light. The federal trial of Richard Sterling became the media event of the decade. The courtroom in Lower Manhattan was packed with reporters, the displaced Hudson Valley families, and the ghosts of Richard's victims. My mother and I sat in the front row. I wore a tailored black suit, my face an impenetrable mask. Beside me, Declan sat as my legal counsel, his presence a steady anchor. Richard Sterling looked like a corpse. The billionaire aura had rotted away, leaving only a frail, terrified old man in an orange jumpsuit. Eleanor sobbed hysterically in the gallery. Vance refused to make eye contact with anyone. Faced with the ledger, Harlan's testimony, and the mountain of financial fraud evidence, the defense crumbled. The judge's gavel struck like thunder. Richard Sterling was sentenced to life in federal prison without the possibility of parole for conspiracy to commit murder, racketeering, and fraud. Vance received 20 years for his role in the corporate extortion and offshore evasion. Eleanor was given 5 years for medical fraud and witness tampering. As the bailiffs led Richard away, the gallery erupted in applause. My mother pulled me into a fierce embrace, weeping tears of pure relief. I looked up at the high ceiling of the courtroom, knowing my father could finally rest. During the bankruptcy liquidation, Vanguard Holdings shocked Wall Street by purchasing the entirety of Sterling Apex's assets. Everyone assumed we would dissolve the company and erase the stained name from the earth. But I didn't. I kept the Apex name for the new subsidiary. I purged the entire Sowite, implemented strict ethical oversight, and transformed a symbol of corporate sociopathy into an engine for community development. The name wasn't the crime. The men who wielded it were. My first act as the new head of Apex was to travel back to the Hudson Valley. We didn't just build the affordable housing, we tracked down every family Sterling had displaced. I sat in their living rooms and handed them newly drafted deeds. We sold them back their ancestral plots for exactly $1, alongside massive financial restitution packages drawn directly from the liquidated Sterling estates. When an elderly woman, Declan's grandmother's best friend, held the deed to her farm and wept with joy, holding my hands, I knew I had found my life's purpose. I had taken the weapon used to destroy my family and turned it into a plowshare. Life settled into a beautiful, productive rhythm. The Vanguard Apex housing initiatives flourished. I felt lighter, unburdened by the need to prove my worth to people who couldn't see my soul. Throughout it all, Declan was my constant. He was my brilliant legal mind, my confidant, and my partner in dismantling empires. We worked late nights over blueprints and legal briefs, sharing takeout Chinese food and easy laughter. The trauma of the past had bonded us, but the shared vision for the future was what made us inseparable. One brisk autumn evening, Declan and I were walking through Central Park. The leaves had turned into brilliant shades of gold and crimson. The city skyline twinkled through the bare branches. It was quiet, peaceful. Declan stopped near the Bow Bridge. He turned to me, the amber light from a lamppost reflecting in his eyes. "Sloane, you know I've always admired you, even back at Columbia." I smiled, my heart doing a strange, lovely flutter. "Really? You spent all your time buried in tort law textbooks. I thought you barely noticed I was there." He laughed softly, stepping closer. "I noticed everything, but I was just a scholarship kid trying to survive. And you were this brilliant, beautiful force of nature. I never thought I'd have the right to stand beside you." He took my hands in his grip warm and calloused. "Sloane, walking through fire with you these past months. It's been the honor of my life. You are the strongest woman I've ever known. I realize now that what I feel isn't just admiration or friendship. I love you, Sloane. I always have." The confession wasn't a shock, but it filled me with a radiant, overwhelming joy. After years of manipulation and transactional affection, I finally felt a love that was pure, protective, and built on profound mutual respect. I didn't need to say a word. I just stepped into his arms, burying my face in his coat, feeling the steady, honest beat of his heart. Years passed. The storm that had ravaged my life was now just a chapter in a textbook on corporate ethics. One afternoon, I received a letter processed through the federal penitentiary system. The handwriting on the envelope belonged to Vance. I sat at my desk looking at it. I didn't feel the old spike of anger or anxiety. I just felt a distant curiosity. I opened it to finally close the door. The letter was short, the handwriting shaky. He didn't beg for an appeal or ask for money. "Sloane, sitting in an 810 cell gives a man too much time to think. I see clearly now what a monster I became trying to chase my father's approval. I threw away the only real thing in my life. I hear you and Declan are married, and the Hudson Project is a massive success. I am genuinely glad. You deserved a partner, not a parasite. I'm paying my debt, and I know I deserve every second of it. Do you remember our first date in Central Park? You dropped a little silver hairpin. I kept it in my pocket for years, thinking I had caught something beautiful, but I was the one who crushed it. I'm sorry. Be happy." I folded the letter and dropped it into the paper shredder. I felt no lingering malice, only a quiet pity for a man who traded his soul for a facade. Forgiveness wasn't about telling him he was absolved. It was about the fact that his memory no longer had the power to make my pulse race. On a bright Sunday morning, Declan and I drove up to the Hudson Valley to visit the completed community project. The old orchards had been revitalized alongside the sustainable, beautifully designed homes. The sound of children playing echoed across the fields. Families were browsing a local farmers market set up in the town square. We walked hand in hand along the paved trails. People waved and smiled at us, not with the sycophantic fear of Manhattan socialites, but with genuine warm gratitude. I realized that true power isn't the ability to destroy someone at a gala or the capacity to hoard millions in offshore accounts. True power is the ability to take the shattered pieces of your life and build a shelter for someone else. Declan squeezed my hand, looking out over the vibrant living community we had fought so hard to protect. "What are you thinking about, Mrs. Hayes?" I smiled, leaning my head against his shoulder. "I'm thinking that revenge is exhausting, but building a beautiful life, that's the best victory of all." We stood there together under the clear upstate sky, leaving the ghosts of the past behind, ready for whatever the future held.
They say you find out who your family truly is the moment you tell them no. Folks around town know me as Harper, the daughter who pays everyone's bills, the good girl who never argues, never fights, just keeps the peace while my parents and their golden child sister walk all over me. But not this time. It started with a group text, sunny emojis dancing around hotel photos. Mom wrote, "Harper, we're going to Cancun. You can come if you pay your own way." Okay, fair enough. But then she added the twist of the knife. "And of course, your sister deserves this trip too, so you'll cover her share." My fingers went numb. I wrote back with all the calm I could muster. "No thanks. Have fun." That should have ended it. But the next morning, my phone blew up with transaction alerts. Flights, resort suites, spa packages, restaurant deposits. Thousands of dollars, my card. No heads up. No request. Just stolen. I nearly dropped the phone. My throat closed up. For a second, I thought maybe it was fraud. But then I saw the names attached to the airline tickets. Mom, Dad, Emily, even my brother Tom. They'd done it behind my back. My heartbeat thudded in my ears as I opened the app, scrolled down to dispute all, and pressed confirm. Then I froze the card completely. 15 minutes later, I got a message from Tom, written like a screaming toddler. "They're denying our tickets. What did you do?" My hands were steady as I typed back. "What you said. I'm paying my own way." Silence. Then, an hour later, pounding at my front door, so hard I thought the hinges might crack. I tried to breathe, but keys rattled in the lock, the spare I'd hidden under the porch tile. Mom's voice snapped through the hall like a whip. "Open this door, Harper. Now." And that's when I heard him whisper my name from behind the door. My brother Tom's voice, raw, furious, echoing through the entryway, crashed into me as the front door swung wide open. They'd used my spare key without hesitation, barging in like they owned the place. I stood in the kitchen, hands gripping the counter, forcing myself to stay calm. Tom stomped in first, eyes blazing. "What did you do?" he barked, like I'd burned the house down instead of saving my own paycheck. Mom was right behind him, face bright red, hair still perfectly curled for vacation. "We were at the gate. Harper," she shrieked. "Do you have any idea how humiliating that was?" I bit back a laugh. "Humiliating?" I repeated. "You stole from me. And you're worried about embarrassment?" Dad came in last, pretending to play peacemaker, even though the guilt was written all over his face. "Sweetheart," he started, "we thought you'd agree, once you calmed down. We were trying to help your sister." My voice snapped like a breaking branch. "Help her? Or reward her? Emily does nothing, and you reward her with a luxury vacation. On my card." Tom crossed his arms. "She's stressed. She deserves this." I laughed, bitter and sharp. "And I don't. I work 2 jobs, but you expect me to bankroll your whole family? You didn't even ask." Mom's eyes went glassy with fake tears. "We didn't think you'd be so ungrateful," she whispered. Ungrateful. That word stabbed me deeper than any curse. I took a shaky breath, holding my ground. "You charged me without permission. That's theft, Mom." Tom threw up his hands. "We're family. Families help each other." "Funny," I spat. "You only remember that when it's time to use me." No one spoke. The whole house felt like it was waiting to explode. Then Emily herself stepped through the door, all fake innocence, her voice sickly sweet. "I can't believe you'd ruin this for me, Harper," she said, lower lip quivering. "You know I need a break." I almost screamed. "You're right," I snapped, my voice cold as ice. "You need a break. From me. From my money. From my life." Emily's mascara-streaked tears started falling, but for once, I didn't care. Because I was done paying. And that's when I heard him whisper my name from behind the door. This time it was Dad, trying to squeeze his big frame between Tom and Mom, his voice lowered like he was about to deliver a wise lecture. But I saw the panic hiding in his eyes. Panic that maybe, for the first time, I wasn't going to fold. "Let's be reasonable," he said carefully. "These things are expensive. We couldn't book last minute. We needed your card." I felt the rage crawl up my spine like a living thing. "You needed my card," I repeated, my voice shaking with disgust. "Not asked for it. Not discussed it. Stole it." Emily sniffled dramatically, leaning against the doorframe. "I'm your sister, Harper. I thought you loved me." I stared at her, eyes burning. "I do love you," I said, calm but lethal. "That's why I didn't press charges for fraud." She flinched like I'd slapped her. Mom stepped forward, her voice turning syrupy, the performance she'd perfected all my life. "Honey," she purred, "don't you feel even a little bad? We had to stand at the gate like criminals." I folded my arms. "Good," I said, without blinking. "Because you were acting like criminals." Tom slammed his fist on the hallway table, making a vase rattle. "You're tearing this family apart." That made me laugh, a dark, humorless sound I didn't even recognize in myself. "No," I shot back. "I'm just refusing to let you keep tearing me apart." The quiet after those words was heavy, like the walls themselves had stopped breathing. Emily tried again, voice cracking. "You owe me, Harper. Mom says you're the reason I have anxiety. You owe me for ruining my childhood." Something inside me snapped clean in two. "I don't owe you," I hissed. "One more dime, one more tear, one more second." Her mouth opened, then closed, stunned for once. Dad tried to pull me aside, lowering his voice. "Think about how this looks to the family, Harper. If people hear about this." I cut him off so sharply he jumped. "Let them hear. Let them all hear. I'm not your bank anymore." My heart was pounding so loud it drowned out everything else. Because for the first time in my life, I didn't feel afraid. And that's when I heard him whisper my name from behind the door. Emily's voice this time, small, cracked, but still dripping poison beneath the sugar. She edged closer, almost close enough to touch me, her mascara dried into little black rivers on her cheeks. "Please," she whispered, "I can't go on this trip without you. You know I can't handle it alone." I stared at her, stunned at the audacity. "Alone? You'd have Mom, Dad, Tom, the entire cheering squad you've always had. You don't need me." She shook her head wildly. "You don't get it. Mom always makes me share a room with her. She nags, she criticizes. I can't breathe without you there." That nearly broke me. For a flash, I saw my baby sister again, not the spoiled adult. The girl who used to hide in my bed at night, trembling from nightmares. But that girl was gone, replaced by someone who stole from me and called it love. I sighed, voice steady. "You made your choice, Emily. You let them use me, and you let them use you as bait." She blinked, confused. "What bait?" "You," I snapped. "You are their favorite tool. They wave you at me like a gilt dagger. And I fell for it every single time. Until now." Emily stumbled back a step, like I'd struck her, her lower lip trembling again. Mom lunged forward, grabbing Emily's shoulders. "Don't listen to her, sweetheart. Harper's just bitter." I shook my head, my jaw tight. "I'm not bitter. I'm awake. You taught me how to give until there was nothing left. But now you're shocked I finally kept something for myself." Tom muttered, "Selfish. That's what you are." I turned to him, calm as a blade. "Selfish? You mean not paying for 4 grown adults who refuse to lift a finger?" That's called boundaries. For a moment, even Tom went silent. Dad rubbed his face like he was exhausted by my existence. Where will you even go for the holidays now? You'll be alone. I stood straighter, stronger than I'd felt in years. Then I'll be alone, I answered. But I'll be free. Mom made a strangled noise, somewhere between a gasp and a curse. And that's when I heard him whisper my name from behind the door. Dad's voice, low and dangerous, rolled through the living room like thunder as he stepped closer, closing the distance with that old-school fatherly intimidation I'd grown up fearing. But this time I didn't flinch. He jabbed a finger at me. "This is not how we raised you," he growled, anger pulsing in every syllable. "Family sacrifices. Family shares." I met his stare, my voice even. "Funny. Family also respects each other. I haven't seen any of that." He shook his head, face red. "You always have to be the martyr, don't you? Always the victim." That made me laugh, a hollow, exhausted sound. "No, Dad." I was the volunteer. I signed up to fix everything. I paid every bill, calmed every fight, kept everyone's secrets. You trained me to think that was love. Tom stepped up beside him, scowling. "We're family. We don't take each other to the bank." I shot him a look so sharp he actually stepped back. "Isn't that exactly what you just did?" No answer. Emily tried again, voice dripping with a pity that felt like a trap. "We can't go on this vacation without you, Harper. I need you there. Please." I stared at her, my heart pounding, feeling years of rage and exhaustion settle into a single, perfect clarity. "Emily," I said quietly, "you need me because they taught you to. They taught you to see me as your lifeboat." Her mouth opened, then shut. Mom spoke up, voice trembling. "So, what? You'll just leave us to suffer? You'd do that to your sister?" I let the silence grow heavy before answering. "I'm not leaving you to suffer," I corrected. "I'm leaving you to stand on your own 2 feet. And if that feels like suffering, that's not my problem anymore." Tom swore under his breath, and Dad looked like he might explode, but I didn't back down. I took a slow breath, feeling stronger with every second. "Get out of my house," I told them, my voice as cold as stone. "All of you." They froze, stunned, as if they'd never heard me stand up for myself in my entire life. Emily reached out, one last desperate try. "Please, Harper. Please don't do this." I shook my head. "I already did." And that's when I heard him whisper my name from behind the door. It was my neighbor, Mr. Carter, poking his head around the side door, drawn by all the yelling. His eyes darted over my parents, my sister, my brother, all of them crowding my living room like vultures, then landed on me, steady and concerned. "You okay in here?" he asked, voice gentle but firm. I swallowed, blinking back a rush of tears I hadn't planned to show. "Yeah," I rasped, "I'm okay." Dad turned on Mr. Carter, annoyed. "This is a family matter," he snapped. Mr. Carter didn't even flinch. "Sure doesn't sound like family," he said calmly, giving me a look of quiet support. "Sounds like bullying." Mom gasped, hand flying to her chest. "How dare you?" But he ignored her, stepping closer to me. "You want me to stay until they leave?" I felt something in my throat give way, gratitude, relief, maybe both. "Yes," I whispered. My family stared at me like I'd betrayed them, as if picking a neighbor's backup was a crime worse than what they'd just done. Emily's voice broke, pitiful and manipulative. "Harper, you'd really throw away your own blood for him?" I squared my shoulders, calmer than I'd felt in years. "No," I said softly. "I'm throwing away abuse. Learn the difference." Tom shook his head in disbelief. "So this is it? You're cutting us off forever?" My lips tightened. "No," I answered. "I'm cutting you off until you learn respect." Mr. Carter stepped between us, crossing his arms. "You heard her," he said, protective as a wall. "Get out." Dad's face turned a dangerous shade of red. "We will not leave." I stepped forward, cutting him off. "You will," I snapped, voice ringing like a bell. "Because if you don't, I'll call the police and report fraud. You think I won't? Mom's mouth fell open. You wouldn't dare. Try me, I fired back. The silence was suffocating. Slowly, one by one, they started to move. Tom shoved past Mr. Carter, red-faced. Emily sobbed dramatically, making sure I saw. Mom glared like she wanted me to drop dead. But I didn't flinch. And that's when I heard him whisper my name from behind the door. It was Mr. Carter again, voice steadier this time as he closed the side door behind my family, sealing them out. The quiet that followed felt almost holy, a silence, so thick it felt like a hug. He turned to me, eyes kind but serious. You sure you're okay? I let out a shaky breath, my whole body trembling now that the adrenaline was fading. I don't know, I admitted, but I think I will be. He nodded, stepping closer. You did the right thing, you know. Sometimes the only way to survive is to walk away. Tears blurred my vision. Why does that feel so wrong, then? Mr. Carter sighed. Because they trained you to think keeping their secrets was love. Those words cut deeper than anything my parents had thrown at me. I swallowed hard, voice breaking. I just wanted them to love me back. He rested a hand on my shoulder, warm and solid. You showed them what love really costs. That takes guts most people will never have. I nodded, wiping my cheeks, breathing a little easier. Thanks, I whispered. Just then, my phone buzzed again, a new text from Emily. The screen lit up with her pitiful attempt at guilt. You've destroyed our family. Hope you're happy. I exhaled, calm, unshaken. I typed back only 3 words. I am free. Mr. Carter read it over my shoulder, then gave me a proud grin. Good for you. Outside, I could hear their car doors slamming, the engine roaring as they peeled away, taking their entitlement with them. For the first time, the house felt like mine. The air felt cleaner, the walls softer, like the place had been waiting for me to claim it. I turned to Mr. Carter, a relieved laugh bubbling up. I think I'm actually okay, I said. He nodded. Yeah, he agreed. You really are. I closed the door behind him, locking it with a click that felt like drawing a boundary in stone. And that's when I heard him whisper my name from behind the door. It was Mr. Carter again, his voice coming from just outside the still-locked door, gentle and sure. I opened it a crack, heart still hammering, and saw him standing there with a small, worried smile. I know you're trying to be strong, he said, but if you need anything, food, a place to crash, just a break, I'm right across the driveway. For a moment, the lump in my throat almost strangled me. I nodded, swallowing tears. Thank you, I managed. Really? He tipped his head, then stepped back, letting me breathe in the rare, clean silence of my own home. I shut the door, locking it again, this time not out of fear, but because I wanted the world outside to stay out. My phone buzzed on the counter, one last message from my mom. This isn't over. I sighed, my pulse steady. I typed back. For me, it is. I set the phone down and finally let my shoulders fall. The tension bled out of my muscles like poison leaving a wound. Walking through the house, I saw all the damage they'd left behind. Scuffed floors, a cracked vase, a trail of mud on my clean rug, and I knew it would take time to fix. But at least no one could steal from me here again.
My money was mine.
My peace was mine.
My voice was mine.
Lying in bed that night, I listened to the hum of the fridge, the faint echo of cars on the distant highway, and realized how quiet freedom could be. Lily, my cat, hopped up beside me, curling into my side, the warmest, softest thing I'd ever chosen to love. I smiled at her, voice low, almost a prayer. We're okay now. She blinked, settled deeper against me, and I closed my eyes, feeling for the first time that I wasn't afraid to start over. The next morning, sunlight spilled through the window, gentle and honest, with no demands behind it. And that's when I heard him whisper my name from behind the door.